All right.
Good morning, everyone. This is the committee, Joint Standing Committee of Criminal Justice and Public Safety. And today is Monday, April 12th. And currently we are now on YouTube. And we've established, or I see that we do have a quorum. So I will have the members introduce themselves. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the City of Hollowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner in the House.
Representative Pickett.
Good morning. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116, representing the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Thank you. Representative Reckett.
Thank you. My name is Lois Reckett, and I represent the ocean end of South Portland.
Representative Rudnicki.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield, and I am still here under protest because we adjourned sine die almost 2 weeks ago. Thank you.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you very much. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
Thank you. Representative Newman.
Good morning. I'm Representative Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
Thank you. And Representative Luckner.
Hey, good morning. I'm Grayson Luckner. I represent District 37, which is part of Portland, out around the jet port.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Representative Costain.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna.
Thank you all. And I am Senator Susan DeChambeau from District 32, and that includes Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, Kennebunkport, and Biddeford. So we've established there's a quorum. I will also introduce with us today is our policy analyst, Jane Overton, and our committee clerk, Deb Fahey is with us. Thank you. You will also notice in that box the LD 1278, and I've got to quiet my phone. We will have the number of the LD posted every time we move on to another hearing. Good morning, I should say again, and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice Public Safety. The committee is assembled electronically today for the purposes of inviting the public comment on legislation. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using an electronic format. The meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. I will also tell you that this meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. I wish to advise you that I will recognize the sponsor of the bill. After testimony, members may ask questions of the sponsor. I will then ask if there's anyone in the public to raise their hand who is a representative and wishes to testify, as they also have other meetings that they must attend. Now, how each bill will be heard today. I will call upon the sponsors and co-sponsors to speak first. After the presentation by sponsors and co-sponsors, we will call on members of the public based on how they registered to testify. I will ask those who wish to speak for the bill, against the bill, or neither for nor against the bill. I will ask you to please state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and a clock will be available. You will see the clock. And if you come close to going over or go over, we will give you a notice that you need to wrap up. Now, I will open the hearings for today. There's been an adjustment to the schedule. This morning, we have 3 bills. We will begin with LD 1278, followed by LD 12, and then lastly, LD 894. So the first bill we're going to hear, and the first sponsor is my co-chair, Representative Warren, on LD 1278. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I'm here today to present LD 1278, an act to end the Maine Information and Analysis Center program. This bill is easy to understand. In fact, visually, it's just 2 pages of dollar figures wrapped in parentheses, and that means savings. This bill is aimed at not spending taxpayer dollars on Maine's Fusion Center, the Maine Information Analysis Center, or MIAC. Not spending $1.5 million to be precise. As we in this committee know, it is rare to see fiscal notes that only contain savings. Now, let me be clear. We must invest in public safety. We all want our communities and our state to be safe. We, the 13 of us together, have spent months on this very topic. But it is also our job to decide not to spend our constituents' hard-earned dollars on initiatives that are wasteful. Many of you were members of this committee last session when we, along with the Judiciary Committee, spent hours trying to ascertain what MIAC does to make Mainers safer. We got a long list of what MIAC doesn't do, but no metrics to measure its effectiveness. In July, after facing criticism for a lack of transparency, the MIAC opened its doors to reporters. I also attended the session, and when asked, quote, "What service does the center provide that other agencies don't already do?" Lieutenant Johnston deferred to the other agencies to answer the question. He said, and I quote, "I think that question is better asked of the people we partner with and we try to serve on a daily basis, the law enforcement agencies that utilize us, the public and private sector entities that we partner with." To my way of thinking, recipients of Maine government funding better be able to prove to taxpayers that they're worth the money. If you are a public safety agency that cannot answer the question of how you create public safety, you should not receive government dollars. There also exists 3 other troubling words in Lieutenant Johnston's response. And those 3 words are private sector entities. Why are we using Maine citizens' hard-earned dollars to pay the Maine State Police to gather data on those citizens who are not committing crimes and report it to private sector corporate executives? As has been widely reported, State Trooper George Loader is suing the Maine Information and Analysis Center and its supervisors, claiming he was demoted after he told his bosses that the MIAC was illegally collecting and maintaining data, including a gun registry and information on citizens lawfully protesting, or said another way, expressing their First Amendment freedoms. Among other allegations, the Maine State Trooper says that the MIAC illegally gathered and kept information gleaned from social media about Maine citizens who legally protested against Central Maine Power Company's proposed transmission corridor. Shortly after those allegations came to light, there was a very large data breach that included in the trove of documents MIAC's email distribution list. Through the data breach, we learned that the MIAC sends intelligence reports to corporate executives and security officials at major corporations with interests or operations in Maine, including Avangrid, Central Maine Power's parent company. And I've listed a bunch of the others in my testimony: ExxonMobil, Bath Iron Works, Amerimaine, Smith & Wesson, Nestle Waters North America, and the list goes on. These private sector partners receive what's called, quote unquote, situational awareness reports. And in fact, in an August 28, 2018 situational awareness report that was also leaked, the MIAC detailed a case of, quote unquote, criminal mischief in the Forks, Maine, in protest of the New England Clean Energy Connect, NECEC project. The document shared to this large distribution list to law enforcement agencies and private sector corporate executives goes on further to ask law enforcement to report any information on the incident to the Maine Warden Service. Incidentally, the criminal mischief was described in the report as, and I quote from the Situational Awareness Bulletin, signs were hung on trees and on a wire suspended across a gorge that is used by local rafting companies. Paint stirring sticks with handwritten messages were also thrown into the gorge. Now, I'm a Pittston-born, farm-raised Mainer, so I have an inherent visceral distaste for any litter-bugging scofflaw. But criminal mischief? Hanging signs to communicate to whitewater rafters seems like First Amendment speech to me. Why are we billing Maine taxpayers to pay state police to collect information on Maine people who are not committing any crimes and then reporting that information to corporations? Is that really the role of our government? Would your constituents think that was a good use of their hard-earned dollars? Last summer, during our joint hearings with the Judiciary Committee, former Senator and now Maine Secretary of State Shenna Bellows asked Commissioner Sawchuk, and I quote, "What percentage of the Fusion Center time is being spent collecting information on groups that have never been involved in criminal activity?" Commissioner Sawchuk answered, and I quote, "I don't have specific percentages on their work product. We can try to drill down on that," unquote. I don't know about you, but I really wanted that answer to be an unequivocal 0%. We are spending 0% investigating people that don't commit crimes. I wanted Commissioner Sawchuk to tell the 26 lawmakers present and trying to get a handle on what MIAC does that they do not spend time collecting and reporting data on my constituents who aren't involved in criminal activity. And I have a pretty good idea that that's what my constituents want as well. Maine lawmakers are not alone in their interest in our infusion centers. Under the leadership of former Republican Senator Tom Coburn, the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations spent 2 years examining federal support of fusion centers and evaluating the resulting counterterrorism intelligence. The subcommittee's investigation included interviewing dozens of current and former federal, state, and local officials, reviewing more than a year's worth of intelligence reporting from the fusion centers, conducting a nationwide survey of fusion centers, and examining thousands of pages of financial records and grant documentation. The subcommittee found, and I quote, "The fusion centers forwarded intelligence of uneven quality, oftentimes shoddy, rarely timely, sometimes endangering citizen civil liberties and Privacy Act protections, occasionally taken from already published public sources, and more often than not, unrelated to terrorism." I've included a link to the full report in my testimony. Committee colleagues, Maine government does not have an unlimited source of resources to spend. Every single dollar we approve in this committee better be spent toward improving our public safety. And there's a better way for us to show our constituents that we're spending our dollars wisely. We have many initiatives before us that need funding that have already proven their effectiveness. Among the many competing proposals for unlimited resources that we've discussed in the last few months are a new incinerator for marine flares, treatment for suffering Mainers, batterer intervention programming, crime lab investigators, and the list goes on. Let's choose together to spend taxpayer dollars on what we know works. I hope you'll join me in voting ought to pass on this important proposal. I appreciate your time this morning, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you, Representative Warren. Any questions from members of the committee to Representative Warren? Good morning, Senator Lawrence. Could you introduce yourself first, please, and ask your question? Thank you.
Thank you. I am Senator Mark Lawrence from Southern York County, District 35, right along the New Hampshire border. I apologize, I was a couple of minutes late, so I missed the introductions. But I'm very interested in this bill, and I just kind of wanted to shape for the work session some of the things I would like to hear or look at when we do it, Representative Warren. I know gathering of intelligence and information for law enforcement is crucial. It's crucial in domestic violence situations. It's crucial in terrorism situations. And it's crucial they have a way to share it. You know, I know a number of law enforcement officers who have died because they did not know certain intelligence going into situations. And we did see the riot down in Washington and a lack of intelligence sharing. But I also understand your concerns, and because a lot of what you raised is around energy issues, it concerns me as chair of the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee. So I think what I'd be looking at is how do we give law enforcement those tools to gather information without infringing on First Amendment rights? And how is it shared among law enforcement in Maine? And is the ultimate question kind of how is that process supervised? Because I think that's one of the critical questions about when this information and intelligence is collected, that it be supervised on how it's administered, how it's distributed, and things like that. So part of me says, let's not throw everything out, but let's figure out how to properly supervise appropriate gathering of intelligence and information that can help law enforcement be safe and help the public be safe.
Thank you, Senator. I think those are great goals for us during the work session as well, is to look at those pieces. So thank you for bringing that up.
And I'd be interested to see what other states do,
Yes.
as well as the federal government. That would be very critical. I think of, that person who was arrested in the riot down in Washington, we found had been stalking Senator Pingree, had been stalking a state representative, and that information just wasn't shared and didn't come together. And that's a very critical piece.
And I think that also brings up some of my concerns as well. We are spending a considerable amount of money on fusion centers across the country. Many of us, because we pay attention to the news, we knew something big was coming on that day. Why didn't that information get there? Why are we spending so much money and time talking about fusion centers as this way to protect public safety, but it didn't happen? And why was there information that many of us had that didn't seem to be sent to the proper people? So, that is a great goal of figuring out if the mission is to better share information between law enforcement agencies. We don't have it. We don't have it. We got a really pretty good example of that. So I think it's a great goal, of figuring out how we solve that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Representative Warren? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I would ask if there are any legislators in the waiting room that would like to speak on this bill. Please raise your hand and we'll let you in.
I see two. Well, I see three hands up, but I'm not, okay, 3 hands.
Madam Speaker, if it is possible, I do know that Senator Bennett is testifying on numerous bills this morning. So if you would allow him to go first, that would be great.
Of course, he's a colleague. We'll go first. So I have here, and I will recognize Senator Bennett, followed by Representative Evangelos, and then Representative Andrews. Welcome, Senator Bennett. You have a question? Or a statement, I should say. And be mindful of the clock for all of you.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me okay right now?
Yeah, you may.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Senator Deschambault and Representative Warren and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I'm Rick Bennett from Oxford. I have the honor of representing 13 towns in the beautiful Lake region and foothills of Western Maine, and I'm here as a co-sponsor of this bill. One of 80 fusion centers around the country, the Maine Information Analysis Center program, as you know, was established by Governor Baldacci way back in 2006 with an executive order. According to the Bangor Daily News, as Representative Warren pointed out, a U.S. Senate investigation co-chaired by Senator Tom Coburn found that fusion centers across the country are incompetent and mismanaged. The Senate could not find any fusion center reporting which uncovered a terrorist threat or any contribution such fusion center reporting made to disrupt an active terrorist plot. It did, however, find a chronic over-reporting of dubious information, misappropriation of funds, and accounting mechanisms so lax that the Department of Homeland Security could not tell Congress how much money they've invested in fusion centers. Fusion centers are owned and operated by state and local entities and are designated by the governor of their state. Governor Baldacci's executive order established ours. However, the center's website does not contain any information regarding the board or its meeting minutes prior to 2019. From the days of its origins, the Maine Fusion Center has lacked the oversight, transparency, and proper accountability of a public agency. It initially had a 3-member advisory board to Council on Civil Rights and Privacy Concerns. The board consisted of Attorney Charles Ledbetter, former Chief Justice Dan Wathen, State Chamber of Commerce Chief Dana Connors. The latter might seem an odd choice, but Mr. Connor's membership evidenced from the outset the cryptic relationship this intelligence gathering agency has had with the largest corporations in Maine. But even such an advisory board turned out to be a thin veneer of false accountability. By 2015, former Chief Justice Wathen told the newspaper that it had been years since the board had met and tried to evaluate the center's activities. He said, quote, "It was rather hard to get your hands around what they were actually doing." The same newspaper article reported that MIAC's activities in Maine are largely covert. The agency is overseen by the Maine State Police, but its budget, the information it collects, and the exact makeup of its 12-member staff are not publicly disclosed. Notwithstanding that, its members insisted the agency was not as spooky as it seemed. We just needed to take their word for it. In late 2019, 13 years after its founding, the agency finally created bylaws for their advisory board, listed its members on its website, and posted meeting minutes. Bizarrely, the number of listed members is 12, but the bylaws posted immediately before the roster only authorizes 11 members. Until recently, the membership included the head of security for CMP, but his name quietly disappeared some months ago. I won't get into the lawsuit that Representative Warren mentioned by Trooper Loader, except to say that he alleged that the center shared some of this information with Central Maine Power. When he questioned the practice internally, he was allegedly demoted and transferred. It also revealed something of importance to my constituents. MIAC was gathering information on the staff and counselors of the Seeds of Peace summer camp in my district.
Please wrap up, Senator Bennett.
I will. Seeds of Peace, I think it's very important you know about this detail. The Seeds of Peace camp offers children in conflict-ridden parts of the world an opportunity to escape to Maine to find tranquility and a hope of reconciliation. I'd please ask you to review my written testimony regarding that. Finally, I would just simply say this intelligence gathering agency of state government, founded explicitly as one node in a national web of spy agencies, brazenly embraces secrecy and opacity in cozy relationships with multinational corporations. And even after facing searing questions from this committee, its leadership believes itself immune from justification, public scrutiny, and legislative oversight. If we cannot hold such a government agency accountable, God help our republic. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll recognize Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and other distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee.
Excuse me, what about questions for Senator Bennett?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I was more focused on the clock, I guess. And I apologize, Representative Evangelos. Representative Pickett, yes. You have questions?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Senator Bennett, nice
Morning.
to see you here this morning testifying.
Thank you.
I noticed that you spoke about the, in 2012, the U.S. Senate investigation on the fusion centers across the country. I guess my question would simply be this. That was 9 years ago. So in 9 years' time, I'm sure a lot of things have changed like they have in the way our life is, and the way things are going right now in our country and in our state. And so in that respect, have you been able to locate or have you looked for any other updated investigation or anything into the fusion centers to see if they have progressed and the information that they're giving has been very useful in some of the types of things that we believe it is being used for? Or are you basically is the only information you have on them based on the 2012 investigation?
Thank you, Representative Pickett. It's good to see you too. I could not find any formal investigation or research done in their effectiveness to date. I did have a conversation with a member of the administration who is familiar with the Fusion Center in Maine. And, honestly, it's one of these difficult things that it's hard to show a negative, right? So if the fusion centers are contributing to counter terrorism, for example, and something bad doesn't happen, it's sometimes hard to show that that who was responsible for helping ensure that didn't happen. So I acknowledge that. However, I focus on this other part of the mission, which relates to law enforcement, and you're probably more equipped than I am to talk about that. But I am concerned that there seems to be a classic issue of mission creep with this agency. And that, coupled with the horrible governance and the lack of transparency and the opacity and the relationships with the largest corporations in our state, gives me pause. I mean, it's one of the reasons, frankly, that this agency has been called Orwellian.
Well, the only, and I certainly appreciate that, Senator. Thank you very much. And the only thing I would say is, in my encounters with and dealings with the Fusion Center in my time in law enforcement, especially in years that I was the chief of police in the town, I found their information to be very helpful. Their information they gave out not only was able for us to be able to have and be aware of certain things that may or may not be going to be happening, but it was really enlightening to me that they were able to let us know that the Route 2 corridor, which is our corridor from east to west in the state, is a state that's traveled by often traveled by, I should say, a Russian mob people. So that's kind of interesting to know what's going on and to be, and that's just one of the many things that I've been able to find out over the years through that. So I just wanted to know, I hope you would agree that in 9 years' time, since this investigation, that if we were to do another investigation today, the results would probably be much different, maybe either way, maybe worse or maybe better, but it probably would be a different a different result in the investigation.
Thank you. And just bear in mind that was a federal investigation. I'm focused mainly on MIAC and what does it do for Maine people. And I'm really particularly troubled that even under the examination by this committee last year, they seemed immune from justifying their relevance, their effectiveness, and couldn't actually answer this committee's questions, pointed questions in that area. And to my understanding, didn't follow up with the data that was requested. Maybe you received it. I didn't see it in the public record. But that's the sort of issue I have is look, we need to fight against terrorism. This agency has, with its shrouds of secrecy and lack of accountability, I think has questioned whether they are the proper agency to do the job. And I think we have to be very mindful in today's world of the concerns of the public with respect to our public agencies and whether they're actually contributing to the problem of lack of confidence or helping. And this one to me seems like it's contributing to the problem.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Representative Pickett.
Any other questions? I will ask any other questions of Senator Bennett. Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
Representative Evangelos, I've asked Ms. Fahey if we can restart the clock for you.
Senator DeChambeau, we don't usually use a clock on legislators. I'm wondering why we're choosing to do that today.
Well, because frankly, we probably haven't had too many legislators that I'm sorry, if that truly is.
I just was surprised because it's not something we usually do for legislators, but if you want to.
Thank you for bringing it to my attention, and I will let the legislators speak. So we will continue. I think Senator Bennett concluded after I asked him to wrap up, but I believe he was towards his end, if not the end. Maybe we should, but we will continue. If that was a precedent on my part, I apologize, Representative Warren. The subject matter is not something that influenced my use of the clock. However, So we will talk with or hear from Representative Evangelos. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and other distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Representative Jeffrey Evangelos from Friendship, and I represent House District 91. I am speaking today in support of LD 1278, an act to end the Maine Information and Analysis Center program. As the summary indicates, this bill terminates the Maine Information and Analysis Center, also known as the Fusion Center. Enactment of this bill will save the state approximately $1 million per year, but money is not at the center of my concern about the operation of the Fusion Center. Our remarkable political philosopher and second president, John Adams, once said, and I quote, "Liberty cannot be preserved without a general knowledge amongst the people, who have a right from the frame of their nature to knowledge, as their great creator, who does nothing in vain, has given them understandings and a desire to know. But besides this, they have a right, an indisputable, unalienable, indefeasible, defined right to that most dreaded and envied kind of knowledge. I mean," Adams said, "of the characters and conduct of their rulers." Therein lies the reason why I support Representative Warren's effort and why I co-sponsored this critical legislation in a period today when criminal justice and police reform are sweeping the nation. As you heard from Senator Bennett, the fusion centers were established in each state after the tragic attacks of 9/11 to gather investigative and intelligence information about possible terrorism attacks against our country. In testimony last summer before the Joint Committee of Criminal Justice and Judiciary, Commissioner Sawchuk admitted that the Fusion Center was no longer primarily serving in this capacity. Legislators probing the activities of the Fusion Center discovered that mission creep had overtaken the agency. We were told that the Fusion Center began tracking motorcycle gangs several years after 9/11 occurred. Then, in stunning revelations from a courageous state police officer who was forced to seek whistleblower protections against his employer, the Maine State Police, we learned that the Fusion Center had morphed into a secret police organization, which had turned against the constitutional rights of our own people. When confronted by these allegations, Commissioner Sawchuk refused to candidly answer questions from legislators. Legislators learned that the Maine Information and Analysis Center program began unconstitutional probes into constitutionally protected activities guaranteed under the First Amendment, including the right to peaceably assemble to seek redress of grievances. We learned that the Fusion Center began spying on peace and justice groups who were simply seeking an end to wars and armed conflicts. We learned that the Fusion Center was spying on people in Maine who were lawfully protesting against the power line construction in Western Maine to Massachusetts. We learned that the Fusion Center was collecting information about people who were lawfully exercising their Second Amendment rights, the right to purchase and own a firearm. Legislators also learned that the state police and Fusion Center are utilizing facial recognition technologies and cell phone intercepts without obtaining warrants required under the Fourth Amendment of our Constitution. Incredibly, we learned that the Fusion Center was collecting information on counselors and staff at the Seeds of Peace, a summer camp in Otisfield created in 1993 when the late foreign news correspondent John Wallach brought a group of Israeli and Arab teens together in a bid to end the cycle of violence in Palestine and Israel. According to Brendan McQuaid, a professor of criminology at the University of Southern Maine, the Fusion Center has morphed into an overdeveloped mass surveillance apparatus. For all of those above reasons, I support ending the Fusion Center and ending the constitutionally prohibited activities engaged in by the Maine State Police. President John Adams would be turning over in his grave if he knew that the Bill of Rights he fought for was in such peril here in Maine. Thank you for your consideration. I have attached various documentation for your review, and I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. Any questions for Representative Evangelos?
How did I do on the 3 minutes, Senator?
5, go ahead. I feel like I'm watching a basketball game here. Okay. Representative Pickett.
Yes, it's not a question, Senator, but I'm looking in online and I do not see Representative Evangelos's testimony. Will he be submitting that so that we'll be able to get it copied through there? Because I do not have a copy of it and I'd like to have it.
Thank you for the question.
Yes, Representative Pickett, I did submit it to Deb Fahey, and she wrote me and said it would be submitted into the system. I sent it this morning about 6 a.m.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any questions of Representative? Please lower your hand, Representative Pickett. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much, Representative Evangelos. And now I will recognize, are you still here, Representative Andrews? Oh, there you are. Thank you. Go right ahead and welcome.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and esteemed members of the Criminal Justice Committee, good morning. My name is John Andrews, and I represent Buckfield, Hebron, and Paris in District 73, located in the foothills of Western Maine. I'm here today to speak as a co-sponsor on LD 1278, an act to end the Maine Information and Analysis Center program. Thought crime was not a thing that could ever be concealed forever. You might dodge successfully for a while, even for years, but sooner or later, they were bound to get you. That's from George Orwell's seminal book, 1984. The year may be 2021, but we continue to find ourselves moving towards a perpetual Orwellian 1984. The Maine Information and Analysis Center is evidence of that. Americans were not meant to live in a cage, bound by their own government to only exist to pay taxes and be spied upon in the name of security. The Bill of Rights restricts government power and its endless quest for expansion. In fact, the First, Third, Fourth, and Fifth Amendments all protect Americans' inherent right to privacy. Furthermore, the Ninth Amendment doubles down on Americans' right to privacy, even outside of the Constitution. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Americans' right to privacy are explicitly clear and fundamental. They always have been, and that has not changed. Having a state-run mass surveillance operations center whose activities can neither be confirmed nor denied is a danger to all of our civil rights. We must push back and keep government power in check. We do not need illegal databases of law-abiding gun owners or secret data collection of citizens living within the law. Security should never be weaponized against American citizens. It must never be a binary choice between liberty or security. Because if it is, then we will have neither. Federal, state, and local agencies working together to amass surveillance, data mine, and track social media traffic against unaware and lawful citizens is wrong, illegal, and dangerously close to the "you show me the man, I'll show you the crime" of the dark days of Stalinism. On top of that, why is the Maine Information and Analysis Center feeding this intelligence to corporations and their executives? Especially when that intelligence, oftentimes legally collected, is on potential political opponents. Opponents who are exercising their First Amendment freedoms of association and free speech, only to have them usurped by the omnipotent surveillance state. The Maine Information and Analysis Center is an illegal espionage Frankenstein sewn together from top-down governmental intelligence agencies that operate unbound. This monster should never have been brought to life. No, I realize I will probably be on a no-fly list for the rest of my life and can expect an IRS audit after this testimony. But it's the right thing to do because fusion centers are the wrong thing for a free people in a constitutional republic. This is especially true of my act in the state of Maine. I urge you to please protect our sacred liberty, privacy, and American birthright to be secure in our persons, houses, papers, effects, and against unreasonable searches. Please vote ought to pass on this landmark bill. Thank you for your time and commitment to public service. I believe you're on mute, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Representative Andrews. Any questions of Representative Andrews? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you, committee.
We've been joined by Representative Rachel Talbot Ross. If you wish to speak, Representative Talbot Ross, welcome.
Thank you very, very much. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross, and I represent House District 40, which is part of Portland. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of LD 1278. As you have heard from the bill's sponsor and several of my colleagues who've already spoken, fusion centers do not make us safe. They compromise our basic rights and threaten our democracy. The Maine Information and Analysis Center is an inappropriate use of taxpayer dollars and should be shut down. As you have also heard from Senator Bennett, in 2012, the US Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations released a critical report on fusion centers. After reviewing 13 months of fusion center reporting, investigators concluded that fusion centers produced intelligence of uneven quality, oftentimes shoddy, rarely timely, sometimes endangering citizens, civil liberties, and the Privacy Act protections, occasionally taken from already published public sources, and more often than not, unrelated to terrorism. They could not identify any reporting which uncovered a terrorist threat or any contribution such fusion center reporting made to disrupt an active terrorist plot. I believe Representative Warren replied to this in an earlier question. The Senate did, however, find a cumbersome review process that delayed the dissemination of intelligence products, misinformation of funds, misappropriation of funds, accounting mechanisms so lax that the Department of Homeland Security could not tell Congress how much money they've invested in fusion centers, where estimates range from $289 million to $1.4 billion, and a chronic over-reporting of questionable information. After this scathing report, the Conservative Heritage Foundation concluded that more than half of existing fusion centers should be closed. The problems that the Senate identified 9 years ago are still on display, including here in Maine. Last summer, hacked MEAC documents published by a transparency collective showed that the MEAC had monitored Black Lives Matter protests in Maine. MEAC analysis shared unsubstantiated social media rumors to depict the protesters as violent and dangerous. They cited an obviously satirical website to support their claims that there may be paid protesters at the demonstrations. It was a staggering display of bias and unprofessionalism, but unfortunately, an all too common occurrence. Police bias is a major problem. Police bias is a major problem. And fusion centers exasperate it. In the days leading up to the Capitol riot in January of this year, some fusion centers did warn about the threat of violence, but both DHS and the FBI failed to act, claiming they lacked information on specific or credible threats. The hesitant response was a stark contrast to previous fusion centers reporting on Occupy Wall Street, environmentalist and anti-pipeline demonstrations, immigrant advocates, and Black Lives Matter. This threat inflation has real consequences. During the protests against the Dakota Access Pipeline and last summer's racial justice demonstrations, fusion center intelligence provided the backdrop for an excessive law enforcement response characterized by indiscriminate force. On June 2nd, 2020, while the MEAC was laundering right-wing conspiracy theories as intelligence and sharing them with law enforcement across the state of Maine, police fired tear gas at racial justice protesters demonstrating in Portland. The incident was so excessive and egregious that the city of Portland hired outside auditors to review police use of force in response to the demonstration. The city of Portland took action. In short, police surveillance is not just an abstract issue of civil liberties and privacy. The fact of surveillance is an affront to our democracy. Fusion centers have monitored every major social movement in the past 2 decades. They present constitutionally protected political activity as dangerous extremism and encourage violent crackdowns on people exercising their rights. Closing fusion centers would have no negative impact on public safety. It would end an ineffective program that has done more to violate constitutional rights than protect them. And as you've seen through this bill, we will save money and we will still uphold public safety by the passage of this very important bill. I hope that you will join me and the sponsor and my colleagues in passing this bill. Thank you very much.
Any questions of Representative Talbot Ross? I do have a question, and thank you. A few of you have mentioned that report of 2012. I have not seen that U.S. Congress report, and that there was a statement there, or a recommendation, or a statement, I should say, that more than half should be closed. That was 9 years ago. And I'm sure that's been made available to every state in the union. Are there any MIACs or any fusion centers that have been closed in the US?
Senator, I thank you for the question. I do not have the answer readily available, but I can provide it for the work session.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any others? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you all very much.
I don't see any other legislators that are before us. I will ask now for the general public that anyone who wishes to speak in support, please raise your hand. We will let you in. And again, I ask that you state your name and your place of residence and the organization that you might be representing.
I see a number of hands. I'm going to bring in the first 3.
Thank you. Thank you. I saw Nathan Wessler, but that really was Mr. Cabetta in disguise, I believe. So, Mr. Cabetta, is that you? No?
Yes.
Okay, who do I have? It says Nathan Wessler.
Yes, I submitted testimony for someone else on another bill, and all the links I got from the committee, the 2 so far, insist on naming me Nate Wessler.
All right. Well, I recognized you first. Please state your name and your residence and the organization you represent, please.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the committee. Good morning. My name is Michael Cabetta, not Nate Wessler, and I'm policy counsel for the ACLU of Maine. On behalf of our members, I urge you to support this bill because it would strengthen our constitutional rights. Originally created to improve the sharing of anti-terrorism intelligence among different state, local, and federal law enforcement agencies, the scope of Fusion Center's mission has quickly expanded to cover, quote, all crimes and all hazards. The types of information they seek for analysis has also broadened over time to include not just criminal justice intelligence, but also public and private sector data. Participation in fusion centers has grown to include not just law enforcement, but also other government entities, the military, and even select members of the private sector, including, as you've heard in Maine, an agent of Central Maine Power. Fusion centers raise very serious privacy issues at a time when new technology, government powers are combining to pose serious and unprecedented threats to Americans' privacy. There are serious questions about whether data fusion is an effective means of preventing terrorism in the first place, and whether funding the development of these centers is a wise investment of finite public safety resources. In a democracy, the collection and sharing of intelligence information needs to be carried out with utmost care. That's because more and more, the amount of information available on each one of us is enough to assemble a very detailed portrait of our lives. And because security agencies are moving toward using such portraits to profile how suspicious we look. A shroud of secrecy cloaks the MIAC. Last summer, BlueLeaks momentarily removed that shroud. What we saw makes clear that the MIAC is not just ineffective, but also harmful. We learned from a document titled Civil Unrest Daily Report that Maine's Fusion Center was closely surveilling racial justice and other activists from Portland to Presque Isle. In his federal lawsuit against MIAC, State Police Trooper George Loader stated that our Fusion Center has, quote, kept an illegal database of gun owners, illegally conducted surveillance on peace activists, and regularly circumvented federal privacy laws. These are the words of an eyewitness, a whistleblower. As we saw in last week's George Floyd trial, and as you all know from your work in criminal justice, it is no small matter for a police officer to impugn a policing institution. The MIAC is exactly what watchdogs feared it was, a highly secretive threat to fundamental constitutional rights. Our First Amendment rights to assemble, petition our government, and speak freely are among the rights threatened by Maine's Fusion Center. The MIAC has an immigration official in its midst, suggesting that it aids in our country's profoundly harmful practice of separating families through deportation. This bill would safeguard the constitutional rights of people in Maine. I urge you to strengthen our civil liberties and vote to pass. And I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Capetta. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Capetta? Seeing none, I will move on. The next one I see is Winifred Tate.
Thank you. I'll go ahead then, if that's okay. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the committee. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1278, but for a slightly different reason. MIAC is one of the many state agencies that has expanded its reach to focus on drug interdiction efforts. And more than 50 years of efforts have failed to achieve their goal. Suppressing drug shipments and sales in one area only pushes them into another. These efforts have not achieved our goals of reducing the negative health and economic impacts of opioid and other substance use disorders. As part of my work with the Maine Drug Policy Lab at Colby College, I have interviewed many people like those whose mugshots are circulated by the MIAC. And these are people who are arrested for drug trafficking crimes in Maine, not those convicted. But when I interview people who've been convicted of drug trafficking crimes, I listen to their stories and I find people who are victims of sexual assault and childhood trauma, of untreated mental illnesses, of systemic neglect and mistreatment from the institutions charged with protecting them. These are people charged with drug trafficking because of the amount of drugs they use, because Maine's antiquated drug laws define possession of small quantities of drugs as trafficking, or they're selling drugs to support their habit, to not become dope sick, to quiet the inner torment of anxiety, depression, and despair. We say we can't arrest our way out of this. The problematic drug use is a public health problem, but the money we are spending on failed policing efforts like the MIAC means that we cannot spend that money where it is needed. This year, LD 88, a bill being heard today in the Health and Human Services Committee, asked for $1 million to ensure that there are recovery centers in every county in Maine, because we don't have them. Why am I bringing this up? Because we're being told that there's not enough money to fund these centers. LD 1278 would put money back in the general fund, almost $1 million, that could go directly into investing in recovery, our communities, and a brighter future for struggling people. not recirculating mugshots of poor people in Maine who are caught up in substance use disorder and find treatment unavailable to them. Maine communities cannot afford to keep funding failed policies. It's time to put our money where our mouth is, to fund recovery supports, public health infrastructure, and invest in communities. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And I will note that my comments come from having reviewed these documents that were leaked and are now in public record about the role that the MEAC plays in recirculating kind of publicly available information about selling drugs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tate. Any questions of Ms. Tate? Seeing none, again, thank you. We will then, I will recognize Gina Leduc-Kuntz.
Hi, my name is Gina Leduc-Kuntz. I'm from Freeport, and I'm testifying today in support of LD 1278. And I had never heard of the MIAC until a few months back. I was a member of Mainers Against Mask Mandates. It was not a group started by me, but the group's mission was not necessarily against mask wearing, but against mandates. A member of the group posted a post about going to Hannaford's to encourage fellow non-mask supporters. It was a pretty benign post. It was not an organized protest of any kind. And suddenly we had the MIAC all over the group. I put out some FOIA requests. I was very, very shocked at the level of dissemination that the MIAC had sent through the entire state, to those communities and actually the entire state of Maine, through every police department. And not only was I shocked at the level of mobilization and the level of money being invested into stalking a Facebook group, which was public information that others have testified on, that the MIAC is taking public information and re-disseminating. The reading comprehension of the post was very low, and there was no protest planned. This was misinterpreted at the governor's office by the person who disseminated to the MIAC. The group was continually stalked by the MIAC. They were monitoring the group's movements. They monitored that we may be moving from Facebook to MeWe. Several members were visited by the FBI. We are Maine citizens who are doing nothing illegal, except for maybe we think mask wearing is not the greatest public policy, and we have the right to speak out against that. And we have a right to assembly, we have a right to protest, we have a right to free speech. It's a waste of money. The MIAC is a waste of money. It's not doing its job, which is to protect the United States and to protect Mainers. Senator Lawrence questioned about the January 6th attack and why that wasn't stopped. I would say because people who are in the MIAC are sitting on Facebook, stalking regular citizens on Facebook and not doing their job adequately. So I only have 32 seconds left here. I have not submitted my written testimony yet because I was having some tech difficulties. I can share with you, and I will share with you those FOIA requests that I received back, and I will write up this testimony in a more clear manner of how this all unfolded and how I became aware of the MIAC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a question from Representative Pluka for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Leduc-Kuntz, for being here today.
Okay,
you mentioned that you were being stalked by MIAC, and could you give us some details of in what way you were feeling stalked, or how the stalking was happening? And then also, I was interested in the FBI, and what was the FBI investigating when they visited you?
Well, I was never visited by the FBI, but I know other members have been visited by the FBI, and it would be better if I probably encouraged them to give their testimony and write up their testimony.
That would be great.
So stalking, meaning that they were continually monitoring the group to see if we were going to have protests. They were monitoring our shifts, like I mentioned, if we were moving from Facebook to MeWe, they were trying to identify the leaders of the group and they got it wrong all the time. On Facebook, I believe that they've reported my information, like there's been testimony on average citizens being reported out to corporations. I'm pretty sure that I'm on that list because now I'm having all sorts of problems with Facebook. I'll get blocked, I'll get shut down for nothing. I got a warning the other day for making a very benign comment. I laughed at a meme and within seconds I was told I violated community standards. So I know I just highly suspect I'm on a list of some kind. And I've only had like one speeding ticket in my life. I wasn't even speeding, but that's a whole different issue. But so like I'm not a terrorist, but somehow I've now made it to I'm some sort of suspected terrorist or something. I should be submitting a FOIA request on my own name to see what they're actually collecting. But I can do that for you. I can ask those people to put in their testimony.
Yes, thank you. Really appreciate seeing their written testimony as well as any of the documentation you have of the FOIA requests.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? See now and done. Thank you very much, Ms. Leduc.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, in follow-up to that, I just received a notice that Senator Searway's Zoom has shut down. So
I will bring over the next three people, Harrison
Yes,
Kemp,
thank
Joe
you.
Everett, and Brendan McQuaid.
thank you. I will recognize them in order that I've seen them. That's Harrison Kemp, followed by Joe Everett, and then Brendan McQuaid. Mr. Kemp, you may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Harrison Kemp. I am the Legislative Director for the Free Maine PAC, the Vice Chairman for the Libertarian Party of Maine, an Old Town resident, and a veteran of the Afghanistan War. This morning, the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee is deciding whether to uphold the Constitution they swore to protect and defend, or allow the federal and state governments to continue their illegal and unjustifiable use of unwarranted surveillance. I implore the committee to vote ought to pass on this important legislation, which seeks to reestablish the natural right to be secure in your property as codified by both the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution and Section 5 of the Maine State Constitution. The old adage, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, has been spouted by tyrants the world over. And while some of you may be making that argument publicly or privately, I ask, what is the password to your email? What is your bank account information? What's the pet name for your spouse? And if you're uncomfortable sharing this information with those that you claim to represent, why should you expect us to be comfortable giving you this information, along with much more? And furthermore, I ask you, are you ready to support ending the secret classifications of state documents so that people can see what our government is doing at all times? Of course not, because you don't actually believe this old adage. You simply use it to hide your true intent, which is to expand the states and by default, your own power. As an elected representative, you swore to uphold the Maine State Constitution. And with that in mind, I remind you that the MIAC engages in unconstitutional information gathering and that this bill before you today seeks to correct those wrongs. Act with courage. Tell those with vested interest who have been at your door to be gone, for you cannot be bought by them. Tell those lobbying to maintain the status quo that is the people of Maine, not them you represent. Act with courage and do not give in to evil, but pursue ever more boldly against it. I implore you all to vote ought to pass on this important legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. Any questions of Mr. Kemp? Seeing none, again, thank you. I now will call upon Joe Everett.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Joe Everett, and I am the CEO of the Opportunity Alliance here in South Portland. I'm here on behalf of the Behavioral Health Community Collaborative, speaking in support of LD 1278 this morning. The BHCC is comprised of 8 community-based organizations who provide mental health and substance use services for adults and children all across the state. Why, you may ask, are we testifying on this bill? The stated purpose of the Maine Information Analysis Center is to keep Maine citizens safe from harm. We agree that keeping people safe and healthy is a task of Maine government, but we believe the large allocation of resources assigned to this task is a misdirection of funds. I am here because our community-based mental health system, whose purpose is also to keep Maine citizens safe and healthy, is desperately underfunded. Right now, we need to more effectively address the opioid crisis, the long-term mental health impacts of the COVID pandemic, and to provide the array of services to help people move toward recovery. A large infusion of resources is required to provide the services that are needed. It will also help Maine taxpayers avoid funding the much more expensive and ineffective solutions of sending people with mental health issues to jail or emergency departments. This is much more urgent and pervasive safety need in our community than the current mission of the MIAC. Additionally, I'm here because we must stop thinking of state programs only in silos. Also, the issues of criminal justice, although the issues of criminal justice and mental health are integrally connected, there's rarely an opportunity to examine that relationship and to work out mutually beneficial programs for our citizens. This afternoon, in fact, the collaborative will be testifying in Health and Human Services for more funding for our crisis system so that law enforcement will have help in getting immediate mental health and substance use services for the people they are asked to deal with instead of arresting and putting them in jail. You all know better than I do that money does not grow on trees, and we cannot continue to look at budget issues in strict silos. We have to see the impact programs and funding have on one another across silos. It is hard work. It upsets the traditional apple cart. But we are asking you to have the courage to do this hard work, to work across your silos, to reallocate the funds currently slated for MIAC to the critical needs of the mental health and substance use system. This is action that will truly add to the safety and security of Mainers. Thank you for your consideration, and I will be happy to answer any questions this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Everett. Anyone have a question for Joe Everett? See none. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
I now will recognize Brandon McQuaid.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Good morning. My name is Brendan McQuaid. I am an assistant professor in the Criminology Department at the University of Southern Maine and author of the only academic book on fusion centers. My employer takes no position on this subject. I am speaking as an expert on fusion centers, and on this basis, I urge you to support LD 1278. The failures of fusion centers are well established. For years, reports from nonpartisan government auditors, civil libertarian organizations, and the U.S. Senate Permanent Committee of Investigations have all documented the problems and abuses of fusion centers. Last summer, these problems made headlines in Maine when scandals related to a whistleblower complaint and the Blue Leaks hack put an uncomfortable spotlight on the MIAC. While there is much I would like to cover today, I'm going to focus on the way the MIAC harms people by criminalizing them. Put differently, the MIAC is part of a larger system that manages social problems like poverty, homelessness, and untreated mental health issues with police and prisons. On March 17, 2021, DPS Commissioner Michael Soschuk shared several documents with this committee detailing incidents where the MIAC provided analytic support or disseminated information about wanted suspects or threatening people. From his perspective, these incidents prove the worth of the MIAC. From my perspective, these documents are testaments to our overdeveloped systems of imprisonment and policing. Fusion centers are the nervous system of mass incarceration. What DPS calls effective information sharing is also mass criminalization. For every document shared by DPS, there are others that show how the MIAC presents people struggling with homelessness, mental illness, or substance use disorder as dangerous threats. Appended to this comment, I have included a different selection of MIAC documents detailing those unfortunate souls that got caught in the MIAC's digital dragnet. These documents are evidence of institutional failures. Instead of proactively helping struggling people, we punish them, effectively blaming individuals for our collective inability to care for each other. More than half of all incarcerated people have untreated mental health issues. 56% of state prisoners, 45% of federal prisoners, 64% of jail inmates. Between 1/4 and 1/2 of people killed by police suffer from severe psychiatric diseases. The MIAC and other fusion centers are part of this problem. Instead of fearing our criminalized sisters and brothers, we should start building a society in which authoritarianism, coercion, and fear do not play a major role in governance. As you know, experts, advocates, and affected communities have been calling for a different approach to public safety, one centered on meeting needs, not criminalizing behaviors. Here, I encourage you to think of LD 1278 alongside other bills under consideration this legislative session that would decriminalize drug possession, cut the budget of the MDEA in half to fund community-based drug treatment, and close Long Creek, among other proposals. This is an opportunity to take bold action and set a new agenda. I hope you will rise to the occasion and pass this first in the nation proposal to close a fusion center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McQuaid. Ms. McQuaid, I may have been writing something and missed. You're an instructor at what school?
I'm a professor at the University of Southern Maine in the criminology department, an assistant professor.
Okay, thank you very much. I see a few people. I will recognize Representative Reckitt, followed by Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned that you have written the only book on fusion centers in this country. Did you provide a reference for that in your testimony?
Yeah, I included a reference of that in my testimony. The book's called Pacifying the Homeland. It came out in 2019, published by the University of California Press. It's the only academic study on fusion centers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair, just I don't see the testimony in our queue. So can we make sure that we have the person's testimonies available to us for review, please?
I submitted the testimony. I hope you have it. And, you know, after my comment, there's a brief summary, and then I present 11 documents from Blue Leaks that I redacted to remove personal identifying information that shows, you know, they're just examples of people with untreated mental illness that and other issues that get monitored by the MIAC.
Madam Chair, I'm looking at the queue and it hasn't arrived there yet. So maybe if our clerk could check on that.
Thank you. I want to clarify something, Mr. McQuaid. You said you also provided other documents to us. Is that?
Yes.
Is that what I understood? All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, again, thank you, Mr. McQuaid, and I'll ask our clerk if there's anyone else that wishes to speak in support of this bill.
There are 3 more hands up. I'll bring over Whitney Parrish, Sandra Howard, and Marnie Ritchie.
Thank you.
And on the subject of testimony, I have heard that the system is being overwhelmed with all the testimony coming in for all the different committees, and there is a little bit of a delay. So just be patient.
Thank you.
I did just look, Representative Pickett, and Professor McQuaid's testimony is now there. If you have trouble, maybe Jane or Deb could send it out, but I just did look and it's there. It may have been delayed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I now will recognize, in order that I saw them come in the room, Whitney Parrish, followed by Sandra Howard, and then Marnie Ritchie. Ms. Parrish, welcome.
Thanks so much. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Whitney Parrish, and I'm the Advocacy and Communications Director of Health Equity Alliance. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit public health and harm reduction organization that works throughout Maine. Health Equity Alliance is in strong support of LD 1278 because we believe it's time to stop arresting our way out of a public health crisis and start reinvesting in evidence-based practices and solutions and community-based responses to chaotic or problematic substance use. HEAL works directly with people who are in active drug use through the administration of harm reduction services like Maine CDC certified syringe service programs, wraparound care like targeted case management, and law enforcement assisted diversion or LEAD programs in partnership with local police departments. Through our evidence-based and led services, we build non-judgmental, meaningful relationships with community members who use drugs. We support them wherever they're at in their lives, and we support their path to better health, and for many, recovery. It came to my attention in the summer of 2020, as it did for many in the last year and a half, that the MIAC issues monthly statewide opioid arrest bulletins, branded with the seals of both MIAC and the New England High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, or the HIDTA. These bulletins contain page after page of photographs, addresses, and charges, not convictions, charges, many merely for possession of a drug or trafficking with no context provided and no identifiable reason for why these specific individuals were singled out or targeted. The only discernible reason for these bulletins was to distribute this information to every law enforcement agency in the state, putting officers on notice with nothing short of a modern day rogues gallery. It is heartbreaking and impossible to reconcile our claims that we share the goal of treating drug use as a public health and medical issue where people can access the help and support they need, while also knowing we are targeting our community members in the ways the MIAC does through these bulletins and other information. I'm going to skip ahead. You'll have my testimony. These are people with families, with loved ones, with inherent dignity and worth. They're human beings and our neighbors, even if we don't like or understand drug use. It's challenging to believe this activity is an effective or reasonable use of finite financial resources. My friend Jesse Harvey was one of the people targeted by MIAC, and I'd encourage you to look at my testimony to read how. A few months after the bulletins were issued, Jesse died on Labor Day at age 28. At first glance, many would say Jesse died of an overdose. Jesse died of drug poisoning facilitated in part by overcriminalization of drug use. We see this overcriminalization demonstrated by the MIAC by blasting photographs of individuals who have been charged with drug offenses. And I'll wrap up soon. In Jesse's life-saving worth, lauded nationally and internationally, he saw the damage done when we criminalize, treat people as lesser than, and acts as if they are not deserving of safety and dignity. There is no justification for how Jesse and too many others were targeted in this way. Did not bring them closer to health, and it did not keep them alive. I will summarize. There is more testimony if you want to look at it at your leisure. If our shared goal is making our state safer and healthier, it's time for something different. In our fight to save lives and create safety, let's start by ending programs that do just the opposite and invest in ones that have already proven time and again that they work. We urge the committee to vote ought to pass on LD 1278. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Senator, you're on mute.
I know, thank you. When she didn't respond, I knew I was muted. Ms. Parrish, your residence, please. So
yes, I live in Hollowell, and I am the Director of Advocacy and Communications for the Health Equity Alliance.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Parrish? Again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I now will recognize Sandra Howard.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Sandra Howard. I'm the principal officer of the No CMP Corridor PAC and the director of Say No to NECEC, a 501c3 that was formed by concerned citizens to oppose the destructive CMP Corridor project. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1278, an act to end the Maine Information Analysis Center program. In 2018, a group of grassroots activists affiliated with Say No to NECEC participated in a peaceful protest against the corridor at the Augusta State House complex. We obtained the necessary permit for the event, followed all the laws and rules, and went on our way. We've since learned through a whistleblower at the state police that MIAC monitored our protests, collected information on the attendees, and shared that file with Center Maine Power. Coincidentally or not, a CMP representative did serve on the advisory board for MIAC. Dana Connors, president of the Maine Chamber of Commerce, an organization actively supporting the project, also receives information on law-abiding Mainers since he's included on the MIAC email list, which is used to share situational awareness reports. This close coordination between law enforcement and private interests is disturbing, to say the least. Opponents of the CMP corridor have been accustomed to Central Maine Power's shady practices to promote the project. In 2019 and 2020, during our first signature gathering effort, CMP's PAC paid a private investigator to spy on private citizens associated with collecting signatures for the referendum. They also hired a private investigator to follow one of our notaries, looking through her windows, taking photos of her, and contacting her place of employment. He harassed this Maine resident, which is a clear violation of her privacy. Fortunately, the Secretary of State did not give credence to these reports. Also, the company at the beginning of the lockdown order for the beginning of the pandemic paid to have illegitimate subpoenas issued to our volunteers in person, putting them at potential exposure to the virus. This was during a time that was against the governor's executive order. And a few months ago, I had to appear before Maine Ethics after CMP filed a bogus complaint against me, a volunteer, for not disclosing the compensation I must have received. The truly shocking part is that a division of the Maine State Police has provided this foreign-owned utility with video footage and information on law-abiding citizens who've done absolutely nothing wrong. This has also led to the FBI being in touch with me regularly about our grassroots opposition to the corridor. This information sharing extends well beyond the CMP corridor project. It's happening without the knowledge or consent of those being surveilled. We fail to see how this practice is keeping Mainers safe, which is why we urge you, the committee, to support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Ms. Howard, did you say you're from, like, I thought I heard you say Oxford County, or did you say the town you were from?
So Say No to NECEC is a nonprofit out of Caratunk.
Okay.
And the No CMP Corridor PAC is out of Farmington.
Did you say Caratunk?
Yes, up near the Forks.
I'm one of the few people who knows where that is.
Well, that's okay. We'll keep it that way. It's a beautiful area.
Any questions for Ms. Howard? Thank you very much, Ms. Howard, for your testimony. And now I will recognize Dr. Marnie Ritchie. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Dr. Marnie Ritchie. I actually live in Tacoma, Washington, on the other coast, but my work brings me here today. I am an assistant professor of communication at Pacific Lutheran University, and I speak today in strong support of LD 1278. I am a researcher in the fields of surveillance and security studies, and one of the few experts on fusion centers proper in the country. I'm currently authoring the second book about the National Network of Fusion, and that's based in years of award-winning empirical and recent research since 2017. I speak in favor for two reasons. First, LD 1278 prioritizes the safety of historically underserved populations. And second, it recognizes a truth that fusion cannot be reformed. So first, LD 1278 prioritizes the safety of underserved populations, those who I believe should be the top concern in these deliberations. A whistleblower last May and Blue Leaks show in stark terms that the Maine Center uniquely conflates the work of policing with the marking of bodies as suspect in racial terms. The Maine Center contaminates intelligence with material that manufactures racial threats, which licenses more unwarranted monitoring of non-white Maine residents. Second, throughout my research, I've found that Fusion's very raison d'etre is flawed, and no level of oversight nor bias training will change it. Fusion's impetus is to gather and circulate information based on suspicions. It is a flawed model with a deficient understanding of the full context that characterizes useful intelligence. Finally, I applaud the committee for really leading the way here, for doing what no other representative body has yet done. You have made Fusion a matter of public concern, one that is responsive to people. Formalizing an end to an already failed program allows us to actually have conversations about what keeps residents safe, and we should applaud the potential that a deallocation could lead to a better and more verifiably useful public safety outcome in the future. And I just want to note here that in my written testimony, I did append some of my research on this matter that's been published, so you can look for that. And I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Anyone have any questions for Dr. Ritchie? I appreciate your testimony, Dr. Ritchie. Thank you very much. All right. We have any more that wish to speak in support?
No more hands up. I think we got them all.
All right. I will now call upon those who wish to speak against the bill. If you would raise your hand, please, I will recognize you.
I see Commissioner Soschuk, Sheriff Morton, and Michael Johnston.
Thank you.
Actually, Sheriff Troy Morton is coming in too.
Thank you. Welcome, Commissioner Soschuk.
Good morning, Senator. Nice to see everybody. I know you've got a long day ahead of you, so I appreciate your patience and all of your work. So thank you very much. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and other distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Commissioner Mike Soschuk, and I'm here to represent the Maine Department of Public Safety to testify in opposition of LD 1278. This bill would terminate the Maine Information and Analysis Center, better known as MIAC, which would adversely impact public safety in Maine by weakening our ability to receive, analyze, share information, and to better coordinate efforts between our federal, state, local, tribal, territorial, and private sector partners. Fusion centers are authorized by federal law, and each state has at least one fusion center operating within their jurisdiction. Although some states, like Massachusetts, have more than one. There's a total of 80 fusion centers nationwide. In Maine, our fusion center is known as the MIAC and was first established by executive order in 2006 by then Governor Baldacci. This national network of fusion centers is critically important as it allows for the sharing information related to threats in real time across geographical and jurisdictional boundaries, which we know criminals do not respect or honor. The MIAC represents a shared commitment between the federal government and the state and local governments who own and operate the centers. Individually, each is a vital resource for integrating information from national and local sources to prevent and respond to all threats and hazards. The enhanced collaboration between the federal government, state, local, and private sector partners represents the standard through which we view public safety and homeland security. Fusion centers play a key role in homeland security and public safety pursuant to the United States Homeland Security Act by protecting local communities from violent crime and other criminal threats through their daily operations. This involves gathering, analyzing, and sharing threat information and suspicious activity reports on a variety of threats and crimes, including but not limited to violent crime, child abuse, human trafficking, domestic violence, cybersecurity, election security, property crime, missing persons, critical infrastructure protection, public health threats, and of course, domestic violent extremism. As analytical hubs, fusion centers provide a single point of contact for information sharing and are uniquely situated to empower frontline personnel to understand the local implications of national intelligence by tailoring national threat information into a local context and helping frontline personnel understand criminal threats they could encounter in the field, while also protecting the privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties of individuals in their communities. The concept of information sharing is not new in law enforcement and public safety. It builds upon the information-led policing concept that has been applied with great success for some time by law enforcement agencies across the country. This information sharing process is crucial to ensuring that those charged with protecting our communities are better informed and our people and institutions will be better protected. Public safety is improved when law enforcement, public safety, and private sector partners at the federal, state, and local level are sharing information and coordinating efforts. History has taught us the disastrous and deadly consequences that come from the failure to share information. Failures by public safety and government agencies to adequately prevent, mitigate, and respond to violence and crime can often be traced to a breakdown in information sharing and a lack of communication. Certainly happy to take any questions. There's another paragraph on the end there that I cut off, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I see Representative Pluka has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You referenced a couple times to your private sector partners. Is that a list of the private sector partners? Could you provide that to the committee?
Certainly, yeah, happy to.
Great, thank you. And then if I could follow up, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead, thank you.
The sponsor of the bill mentioned in her introduction that she asked the question of how many investigations of non-criminals are carried out, or what percentage of the activity of MIAC is concerned with that. Have you been able to answer that question since she last asked it?
I'm not sure if the good representative asked it or not over the summer. It was during that lengthy hearing, and it was the percentage of time that the MIAC spent reviewing material from those that are not associated with criminal activity. And no, I cannot answer that question. If you're looking for 2% of the time versus 3% of the time versus 1.5%, then no, I cannot. I can, as I did that day, speak to the reality behind information sharing and the reality that the MIAC is not an investigative entity. It is not actively investigating these scenarios. It is an information sharing platform. And as a piece of that, the examples that I gave are essentially around protest activity or civil unrest, completely own that fact. And the reality is that if we find out that there's going to be a group that's coming to town in a particular area to protest some activity, and we've tried to reach out to the organizers or that group just to say, hey, when are you coming? How many people are coming? Can we help you? Can we help facilitate your First Amendment right? How can we make you safer that particular day? If we can't get communication, then we're going to go to a public facing social media account as an example and say, so I've heard that there's going to be an event on a Tuesday. We can't find out exactly what that is or who's coming or where they're going to be or what they're going to do. So we go to that public facing page and we review that material so that we can say, all right, we've got 300 people coming versus 3. This is their intent. They're going to march in the street versus stay on the sidewalk. And none of those things are set in stone, but they certainly give us the information that's imperative to help facilitate their First Amendment right, which is our primary goal, while making them and others as safe as humanly possible. So no, I don't have an exact percentage for you about the number of time that we do that, or the percentage of time rather that we do that work. But that's really what's happening behind the scenes here. So I apologize if that answer is not sufficient, sir.
No, could I follow up, Madam Chair? I don't know if there's other folks with questions.
There are others, but you may ask a follow-up question.
Okay, so and with investigations, it sounds like there is some level of investigation if you're going onto Facebook and finding information, or you're calling people and asking for information. But I understand that can be nebulous. But how about do you keep track of convictions that come out of the work that MIAC does?
No, I think that the other issue that we found is, as has been mentioned in previous testimony, it is certainly difficult to prove a negative, right? When you're talking about information sharing, I know that folks would love for us to say we put out 300 situational awareness bulletins and we got 210 arrests from that information. I don't believe information sharing works that way. That has not been our experience. However, I think what we've heard repeatedly are the questions about, give us the examples of how this works. I know that Lieutenant Johnston, who will be testifying immediately after me, as well as some of our other partners today, will be talking about the examples of how the MIAC was effective for them. And some of those cases, probably the best cases and best examples to me, are keeping people safe, whether that's a missing person. That we have a very, very recent example from just last week that Lieutenant Johnston will refer to. And then there are different scenarios where sure we do make arrests based on the information that are shared. I say we as in our partnerships with others make arrests. So I think Maine sheriffs, Maine chiefs, the other entities that are going to speak today will provide some of those examples. Again, I would look at myself as a data guy at this point, but we're not going to be able to say the 300 versus this and this is the percentage. But we will give you examples that I think you can picture in your own communities and how information sharing is so important for our overall mission.
Thank you. And a final question on a different point, Madam Chair.
Could we come back to that, Mr. Pluker?
Of course, thank you.
Keep you okay in the loop. I now have Representative Costain, followed by Representative Lookner, Representative Renecki, and we'll go back to Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning,
I would like to ask you a question about, we've heard a lot today about the lawsuit that was going on, and I know part of that you can't talk about, but is there anything that you can update us on or anything there as far as the lawsuit that everybody's mentioned this morning?
Yeah, I do appreciate that. I did hear a lot about people that learned about this in the news as if it was factual, if that was it. That was evidence that this had occurred because they read it in the Press Herald or the BDN. So I do appreciate the opportunity to address that, sir. I will say, however, that I do have about a paragraph, a snippet here from the Attorney General's office because a couple of these counts are still active. But I'll read this verbatim for information. I think it's very clarifying for where we currently stand with that particular matter. So the Attorney General's office generally advised against publicly discussing pending litigation. While that still applies, we can say that all of the counts you moved to dismiss were dismissed. And you continue to dispute the counts that remain in the case. As you may remember, or people learned in the media, there were 6 initial counts in this whistleblower, with air quotes, allegation. 4 of those counts have since been dismissed. All 4 counts that we asked and we worked with the AG's office to dismiss have in fact been dismissed. I think it would also be fair to say that the 2 counts that remain in the case concern specific allegations about the plaintiff's employment at the state police, and all of the counts alleging that the MIAC violated federal and state law with respect to how it treats information about Maine citizens were dismissed. Again, all of the accounts alleging that the MIAC violated federal and state law with respect to how it treats information about Maine citizens were dismissed. Now, you haven't read that because I haven't read it in the story either in the Press Herald or the BDN. So I'm not sure why that is, but that's the reality of where we are today. And while I'm very, very confident that the remaining 2 counts are going to be dismissed as well, I would describe those as employee style complaints against their employer and having nothing to do with the MIAC violating federal or state law. So I really do appreciate that question, sir.
Follow up, ma'am?
Yes, go right ahead.
Sir, is that something that you could send us?
Yeah, sure.
So that we could have that statement that the AG sent?
I think we can even send, because I don't believe anybody in the court process requested that this entire document be confidential in nature. So I'll check in with the AG's office, and there's a potential there. We can send you the entire motion to dismiss and the results of that, and certainly the information that I just gave you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so I just to clarify, so what's left in the lawsuit is basically personnel issues is what you're saying, nothing to do with MIAC.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did I say that I was going to recognize? Yes, Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Suschuk. So I'm kind of wondering, have there been any thwarted terrorist activities in the state of Maine in the last, has the state police or any local law enforcement agency had managed to thwart a suspected criminal, or excuse me, a terrorist plot in the state in the last 20 years?
I'm happy to take a look at that with our partners at the federal level, with the FBI, the Joint Terrorism Task Force, the others that we work with, to see what I'm allowed to say regarding that. And that'll get me in trouble with this group as well. But the reality is I'm not sure exactly what I can say or what I can't say. But I'm happy to look into that question directly and bring that information back at the workshop for you, sir.
Terrific. I appreciate that. And just another question, if I may.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. So I assume when either the state police or local law enforcement agency brings a case, somebody, there's a violent protest, say, and a case is brought against that individual who's perpetrating that specific crime. I assume there's some sort of tracking about in that case about like where that, the information came from. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess to lead in, I guess let me go back to your first question and I'll evolve over to this one. Is that I do want us to go back as a state and look at January 17th and January 20th in the state of Maine, specific to us. While I won't go into the numbers of individuals that were involved in the preparation work that we did in Maine, I can't speak for January 6th and what occurred there with information sharing or a lack thereof. I can tell you that the MIAC really served a central role in our abilities in Maine to keep Mainers safe and to keep our state capital safe. And the coordination work, I was involved in those conversations. I'm in part of those briefings. And the first people we go to is the MIAC. Can you give us some situational awareness of where we are in Maine today, in that particular instance, January 7th and 20th? What did we learn nationally about some of the things that occurred in other states? What can we utilize for information here to better set ourselves up for success? So those kind of things are discussed on a regular basis. Again, did we have a problem on the 17th and the 20th? No, we did not. Is that all the response? Is the MIAC the sole reason that occurred? No, it's not. But is it a central role in sharing information across all entities to make us safe? It absolutely is. Now, to go on to your second point, sir, depending on the case, you have reports and we're documenting how we got information. If you're talking about somebody being arrested, these are cases that are going to go through the court system and things are going to be combed through to find out exactly how information came to the awareness of the officers involved. And that process is extensive and governed by case law and the Constitution, and all of those things are in play when we talk about criminal prosecutions anywhere, certainly in the state of Maine.
That makes sense. And I just have one last question.
One last question. Okay.
Yeah, I would just like to see for the work session if there's any way that DPS or local law enforcement could provide just personalized case information, de-identified case information on just how many cases are brought in the state of Maine by DPS that have information that was, somehow facilitated through MIAC. That would be really helpful for me.
Happy to take a look at that, sir. Again, I don't think system-wide that's information we're going to be able to quantify for you, but I'm happy to make another run at that and see if we can come back with something that's quantifiable. And I think on the quality side, right, you look at that and you hear the example that Lieutenant Johnson's going to give you about a 16-year-old missing girl from last week, and you determine the value of that in coordination with information sharing amongst entities within the state and out of the state. It's certainly very, very difficult to prove value, if you will. And you're not looking for, that's not what you said. You're asking for numbers and data, which I can certainly appreciate, and we'll try to provide the best that we can.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Winnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I have more of a curiosity question. Can a resident ask and receive information about themselves from MIAC that you might have in your possession?
Yes, they can. And there's actually a process that's on the website. And we can also provide that in the workshop as well, exactly what that process looks like. It's just sending us some basic information. This is who I am. This is what I want. We can look and see what we have. And then there's a process to that as well. So happy to provide that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will now go back to Representative Pluka for his question, and then Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I haven't seen the executive order that formed MIAC in 2006. Does it explicitly mention terrorism?
Sorry, I do have that right here.
Oh, great.
And we can, it may be better, sir, for me to provide that for the workshop as well. That's a 2-pager. Go ahead.
Yeah. And then the follow-up was if there's any documentation within the state police of when MIAC kind of moved away from specifically working on terrorism issues and made it had a broader scope of work. If there was any deliberation process that could be that there was documentation of, love to see it.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I was in law enforcement, and I know I used it several times in bomb threats, situations, missing persons, and solved a lot of situations that prevented harm. And I just was going to ask you, how would, public safety is number one, and that's we serve and protect. And how would you describe how crippling this would be to our state if this was taken out? I mean, for the crime that that we kind of depend on trying to solve and help the public.
Yeah, sure. I do think that this is critically imperative to public safety in the state of Maine. I say that you don't see me very often in front of this committee to testify on specific bills, but yet here I am today because I do believe that this particular program, this initiative, is incredibly important for our system. And you'll hear these examples. You'll hear from our partners to follow about why they believe it's so important. For me, I can say that again, when you look at domestic violent extremism, and I know that the focus of many folks that have testified to this point is on the terrorism angle and how the fusion centers are plugged into that. That domestic violent extremism in the United States of America, not across the seas, not in war-torn countries, right here in our backyard, has been designated as the #1 threat by the FBI and our federal partners for the last several years. So to think that there would be 80 fusion centers spread across the country that are geared to share information back and forth in a fluid, in a timely manner, and have the state of Maine being a gaping black hole for the lack of information sharing is scary. It's certainly scary for me, and it should be scary for you. I think that when you have 163 police departments in the state of Maine, probably 5 or 6 of those agencies actually have crime analysts themselves. They have their own crime analysts. That means there's 157, 156, something like that, police departments that do not have the abilities or the capabilities through no fault of their own, based solely on size and resource allocation, to do this coordination work around crime, as an example. And even at the terrorist level, they don't have that capability. And the Fusion Center provides that capability for us as a state. And to lose that information sharing and the opportunity to vet information as it comes in, I think it would be a major, major detriment to all of our communities and the communities that you serve and the state that we all serve.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Anyone else? I'm going to ask a question, and I'm going to have to preface it, and I should have put bullet points as I was listening, but I wrote it down. I've looked into this since I first heard of it, and thanks to Representative Warren, who mentioned it last year. And so we look at 2006, where there was an executive order. And then I looked that up, and there was an advisory group, a very prominent advisory group. Dana Connors was, and still is, very well known. Justice Swatham is terrific. And Charlie Ledbetter, you can't ask for three better people that were named on that. However, they did not meet since almost ever. And there was an allegation by a member of MIAC, and this is now, there was a lawsuit, but that was the previous administration. I look upon you, Commissioner, as someone who's has a long history in law enforcement, was chief of the largest city in the state, also has worked in municipal administration. And we learned when we first interviewed you, you're a veteran. Given that you were a receiver of MIAC information as a police chief, and now you are the commissioner overseeing MIAC, you were appointed commissioner 2019 after these allegations somewhat occurred, I would believe. I'm interested, and I would like the public to know, what is it that you have addressed with MIAC within your own capacity as commissioner to make it more accountable prior to even the front page reports? But could you share that with us, please?
Yeah, sure. And let me just preface my comments by saying that the Maine State Police and the command staff, the colonel, his team, the commanders of the MIAC, currently Lieutenant Johnston, they had these changes in the works long before I arrived. And I say that because they deserve that credit. And they put a lot of work into the bylaws and the privacy statements and privacy policy, reviewing national standards and the advisory board, the makeup of that board. And really, when I came in as the commissioner here in early 2019, there certainly had been some conversations previously from a statewide perspective about the MIAC. The lawsuit occurred after the fact, but I really came in and sat down with an incredibly honorable group of folks that looked at best practices from a new administrative lens and said, okay, so are we doing the best we can, or can we evolve this into a new program, a new system, and is that necessary? And I think the answer was yes, sure, it's necessary. We are constantly evolving as an industry, as a profession, as a calling, and this is just one example of that evolution. And I think they did an amazing job bringing best practices to the table. And sure, I was part of that conversation when I arrived. We did a lot of work through that summer. I believe some of those policies were implemented in October of that year. That timeline is out there. We've talked about it publicly many, many times. And so that's one of the things that we did. One thing, and that there's probably a half a dozen actual program changes in that evolution. I would also say, and you're going to look at it today at LV12, we're coming to you to say, we're happy to report out on these things annually and tell you what we're doing, why we're doing it, what the numbers are, because we did hear that during the last session that was cut short with COVID. I think that would have been enacted if in fact had the opportunity to stay in session. But that's one of the reasons that the Department of Public Safety brought that bill forward, so we can be as transparent and accountable as we can be. And that doesn't mean that you're going to see case-specific information, but this is what that was, and this is what, but the reality is that if you've got nothing to hide, why don't you bring it forward? So we're happy to do that. And I hope that LD 12, which Lieutenant Johnston will be testifying on later, is effective. Certainly will be effective from my perspective. It may not be effective enough for others that are on this call and beyond, but it is another attempt by us to just try to be out there as much as we can.
Thank you, Commissioner. I learned something. I will stop giving you full credit for this, but you came in at the right time and with a listening ear, so thank you very much for that. Anyone else have any questions? Seeing none, I will recognize next on is Lieutenant Michael Johnston. Welcome, Lieutenant Johnston.
Well, good morning. Welcome, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and other distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Lieutenant Michael Johnston, and I'm here to represent the Maine State Police and the Maine Department of Public Safety to testify in opposition of LD 1278, an act to end the MIAC. You have previously heard from Commissioner Sawchuk on the importance of MIAC's role and its function as an analytical hub for information sharing and analysis on a variety of threats and crimes. The MIAC functions to support all law enforcement agencies by providing analytical support for major or complex criminal investigations. This support frees law enforcement agencies and investigators to focus on the investigative efforts while MIAC staff perform analytical and research functions. As the Commissioner alluded to earlier, there are only 5 or 6 police departments that are large enough to sustain their own full-time analysts. We certainly work closely with those agencies, but we help provide a centralized resource that has statewide jurisdiction and capacity to support the remaining 155 or so agencies that can't do it themselves for just a lack of resources and capacity. We bring all them together by collaborating in the sharing of information along with our federal partners. A question which is often posed, and it's a good one, to the MIAC and law enforcement is how you judge your effectiveness. How are you being effective? I certainly believe we are, but I've kind of demurred to our other agencies. We're a support entity, so I certainly feel it's appropriate for them to be in the best perspective to answer that. Certainly, I believe we are, and I can give you examples of that today, but I certainly realize that I may not be viewed as an independent arbiter of that, so I would like our other partners to speak to how we support and how we help serve them. Now, information sharing can awfully be difficult to quantify, as we're just one spoke in the wheel of the overall process. However, as recently as last week, I can give you an example of our efforts and how we play a part in this process. It involved a 16-year-old girl who had left her residence bound for New York with a convicted sex offender. MIAC, in partnership with other law enforcement agencies, began to coordinate the exchange of information from our counterparts in New York to assist investigators in Maine to help provide a clear threat picture of what they were dealing with. As a result of MIAC assisting with both the research and sharing of information, law enforcement was freed up to focus on their investigative efforts. Less than 24 hours after she left the residence bound for New York, the conclusion all of us hoped for was achieved, and the process of reuniting her with her family begun. We are simply a part of this overall process to help bring about a successful resolution to a critically important investigation. I invite the committee to look at additional examples that I've included and attached to this testimony, which shows our ability to share information and to facilitate an increase in collaboration and coordination. Now, all the critical work done in the MIAC occurs under a framework consisting of multiple layers of oversight, review, and regulation to ensure that while protecting Maine people and the institutions in our communities, we are at the same time observing their privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. When it comes to matters of privacy, the question of how we do things can be as important as what we do. To help answer that question and provide information on our processes, I've included a graphic attached to this testimony that gives you an overview of the information flow process. Finally, we ask, as you listen to the testimony today, you consider what is right for Maine and the people who live and work here. Ask yourself whether Maine people are better served with law enforcement and the private sector being less informed and communicating less. We are engaged and committed we are committed to engagement and outreach on this very important issue. On behalf of the state police and the public safety, we appreciate your careful consideration of these issues, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Lieutenant Johnston. I will recognize Representative Pluker, followed by Representative Pickett, and then Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lieutenant Johnson, for being here. When you're looking at how you're sharing info, I know you have a lot of private and private sector folks that you work with, as well as state agencies that you work with. Are there particular state agencies that you work with more often than others?
Yes, for state agencies, we certainly have very close relationships with our law enforcement partners and those that are involved in public safety. We have a very close relationship with the Maine Emergency Management Agency. If you look at the executive order, we were initially, this was kind of a co-partnership. So we certainly work very closely with them, particularly given their role for emergency management related to the state. And they also have a Homeland Security piece of it as well. We work with our partners from the state dealing with cyber information for network intrusion and cyber threats that might impact both our state, our county, and our local critical infrastructure. So there are a variety of state agencies that we communicate and coordinate with on a regular basis.
And so if you're prioritizing your work with those folks over prioritizing your work with like DEP, looking at environmental crimes or looking for labor law crimes, or even maybe even within Department of Agriculture, looking at crimes with licensing and that kind of thing, how would you prioritize one group of work over the other?
Well, you know, when you say prioritization, I think what we try to do is be responsive to the concerns and requests of the agencies that are reaching out to us. And if it's important to them, it's certainly important to us. So be that an agency whose mission has more to do with agricultural, as long as what we're doing is in furtherance of a legitimate public safety interest, and as long as the information that we're obtaining and using is done lawfully and it's used appropriately, then we try to support all our partners and not necessarily prioritize. However, if we were faced with kind of a competing, what do we deal with first? I think we would have to look at life safety issues, those things that may have a direct impact on people's life and safety, threat to life, crimes against persons, things of that nature. And also threats that towards our critical infrastructure that if they were successful would have a crippling effect on society as a whole, given our reliance on those institutions. Does that help you, sir?
Yes, I think it does. I'm just thinking about, yes, life and safety. Sounds good. That makes sense to me. All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I might have another question later.
Okay. Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lieutenant Johnson, for being here today and testifying.
You're welcome, sir.
With the testimony we've heard thus far of those that are opposed to this or in favor of this legislation, I should say, we've heard a lot about the fact that the MIAC, the information that's used is used and it invades privacy and all of these issues. So my question is going to be based on the document that I received, which was the Maine State Police Maine Informational Analysis Center privacy policy, which became effective date on March 20th, 2019. And it consists of 40 pages. And in particular, on page 2, it says, in carrying out its work, the MIAC shall protect privacy, civil rights, civil liberties, and other protected interests of all individuals. And then jumping down to 6 and 7 out of those 7 principles, it says on number 6, to increase public safety and improve national security and comply with laws protecting privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. So I want to give you a chance, Lieutenant, to tell us in regards to if somebody was asking for information or you were providing information on a person or information came into you on a person involving sharing private information, how do you go about that information? How do you vet it? How do you get to the point where you decide whether it's information requiring suspicion or a criminal predicate before you further disseminate it, so that people understand that you don't just receive information and just disregard the privacy of individuals or organizations without first vetting it? How does that happen before you make the decision to share that? In what form would you share it in?
Sure. It's a very good question, and I'm certainly happy to talk about it. And the answer is a long one. And the reason it's a long one is because we have many different layers to this process. We are not a public safety at all cost fusion center. It's not, we don't try to achieve public safety at all cost, as important as public safety is. While protecting people, we at the same time have to protect their privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. And I can tell you how that works on a policy basis and how that translates on a practical level with people actually working in the MIAC every day. So we have a privacy policy. All fusion centers are required to have a privacy policy. It's a very robust document. It's a document that was last updated in 2019. It took a couple years to update it. That speaks to how many layers there are involved. We sent that out multiple times for review to include our advisory board, to include the ACLU and outside participants. We sent it to DHS, who has to undergoes a comprehensive review. So that was certainly updated, and that is a privacy policy that we follow. The other framework that I'm talking about is also our advisory board. So we have a very robust advisory board that advises us on our policies and our procedures and our practices. And we provide them information about what we do and how we do it, and we ask them for feedback on that. And they're an excellent sounding board to make sure that if there are concerns, and we may not see it because certainly we're law enforcement and we have a perspective that may differ from other people, having differing perspectives is extremely important when you're dealing with privacy. So that advisory board, I would say, is a very good check on how we do things. We also have an audit. So each year we do an audit of the work that is done. That is also a crucial piece. So what we're doing is digging into each activity or product or work that MIAC is doing, and we're subjecting that to a rigorous review, which includes 2 members of the advisory board. So they're part of that review process. They look at that information and they provide us feedback. And then that audit report is later presented to the board and to the public for feedback and comment on how we're doing things. Now, on a practical level, when we talk about what that looks like is if we get information, there's a basic framework that we have to use to evaluate it. First, we have to ask the threshold question, was that information obtained lawfully? If it wasn't obtained lawfully, it certainly isn't appropriate for us to use it for any basis. So was the information obtained lawfully? Remember, a lot of the information we receive is from law enforcement or it's from the public or members of the private sector that they've obtained and they forwarded to us in the form of a tip or a lead or some report. So was it obtained lawfully? And then if we want to use it, it has to fall into, it has to be in furtherance of what would at least be recognized widely or commonly as a legitimate public safety interest. And that information has to be evaluated and analyzed. And ultimately, if we decide to share it, we have to share it with those who have both a need to know and those who have both the right to know. So that's a basic framework of reviewing the information. Now, when we get information, it may not be, there may be information up front that we have to ask ourselves, is it observed behavior or behavior that might be reasonably indicative of pre-operational planning associated with potential crime or terrorism? So it's a standard that you have to apply, and that may be based on information in its totality. And that's what the analyst does. But everything that an analyst does is checked by a supervisor and it's approved. And ultimately it's subject to an audit or it's subject to a review by our advisory board and our privacy audits. and it's upheld to our privacy policy. Now, in addition to the privacy policy, there are other kind of foundational level documents that are surrounding the MIAC. We have a general order in the state police that speaks to what the function of the MIAC will be for the state police. We have an audit policy. We have bylaws that govern and provide some guidance for our advisory board that's kind of a companion to the executive order. So all these things are working in concert together to provide a framework to ensure that we're doing things the right way for the right reason, and that we're being sensitive and mindful of the privacy implications along the way. That was a long-winded answer, sir. I hope at least some of it answered part of your question, but I'm certainly happy to provide any follow-up.
Yes, it did, Lieutenant Johnson, and I think that really gave us a real good process of how the MIAC goes about doing business. It's certainly much different than some of the testimony that I've heard so far in regards to how the MIAC works and fusion centers work. So I am very thankful for that, and I appreciate you being here today, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I have Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Lieutenant. Thank you for being here. I have a question about, I thought that MIAC basically gave information back and forth from law enforcement statewide and with the feds. Today, I've learned more that you also give information to corporations or politicians or et cetera. Can you explain a little bit about who else gets the information besides law enforcement and how that information is given to them and for what purpose? I know that's quite a bit, but.
No, I appreciate the question, Representative Costain. It's a good one. I'm happy to try to shed some light on it. So you've heard a lot about the sharing with our law enforcement partners. If you'll notice in the executive order, part of the reason we were stood up is also to help facilitate information sharing with private sector. And when you think of private sector, think of critical infrastructure entities. Think of the different sectors in the state, be it energy, be it transportation, be it water, wastewater, be it agricultural, that could present itself as a viable target for an attack or terrorism because of the impact that it could have on society. So when we talk about information sharing, what that means is to the extent that we become aware of potential threat information that may affect a critical infrastructure area, be it cyber, be it a direct threat, be it a criminal threat, I think we have a responsibility to share it as long as we're doing it appropriately and as long as that information is provided in the appropriate context and they're lawfully allowed to view it. So, and that would apply across the board. That would apply to not just to private sector entities. That would apply to government entities that are non-law enforcement at both the state, county, and local level. If we have potential threats to an electrical substation or to a water wastewater, maybe it's a cyber threat or a network intrusion that our federal partners are seeing across the country that could be a threat vector towards a water wastewater sector, and we become aware of that information and we've established points of conduct within the water wastewater sector or agricultural sector, I think we have a responsibility not to sit on that information, but to provide it to those who have a need to know, as long as you're doing it appropriately and you're giving it the proper context.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Luckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Lieutenant Johnston. And my question is really a follow-up on Representative Costain's question he asked just now. And I guess I'm just really wanting to know some examples. You know, you provided that very poignant example of the young woman who was, you know, being kidnapped and taken across state lines and how MIAC assisted in that. What I want to hear some specific examples of, you know, when critical infrastructure projects were being targeted in Maine potentially, and when that information was shared with these private sector partners. I think that would just be really helpful for me to understand, you know, the role that MIAC is playing in these investigations. So, you know, are there farms being targeted? Are there wastewater treatment plants or electrical substations that, you know, in the state of Maine that people are going after for one reason or another? I'd like to, you know, hear some specific examples. Obviously, if it's, you know, not sensitive case information, So if you could provide that for the work session, that'd be really great as well. Thanks.
I'd be happy to, Representative Lookner. And I guess I'll take this as an opportunity to explain a little bit more about what that looks like. Fusion centers were initially stood up to help facilitate information sharing with our federal partners specific to terrorism. That was the impetus for fusion centers. Now, the threats have evolved over the years. So fusion centers, I think, have adapted accordingly to try to deal with those threats. So I think what we would generally see on a weekly basis is information that we're receiving from our federal partners or the other fusion centers in the network about threats or potential activities that they're seeing in their area that might have an impact. And I think we have to be conscious of that and look at that. So it might be something that it's not happening now, but if it's something that has the potential to occur or could occur, if it's specific techniques, tactics, or procedures, or certain things that we need to be on the lookout for, be aware of, I think that goes to our prevention and mitigation strategy, where we're not simply responding or reacting to things. So I think, it's kind of being forewarned is forearmed. So when we become aware of that information from our partners across the network and at the federal level, regardless of whether or not it might be occurring here in Maine, I think we have to look at making sure we share that as long as it's done responsibly. But I would certainly be happy to look and get back to you at the work session.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Senator Seaway, you have your hand up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lieutenant Johnston, I appreciate you coming out today and explaining how important this is. I kind of look at the situation here kind of like a school. A lot of times parents will think there's no problem with the school, their kids are doing great, and it's a great school. And then you go talk to the principal, and the principal says, "You don't know what I dealt with today." And because of all the other little things that you can't hear about. And I'm just wondering, how do we get the importance across to these people that don't know actually what's happening, in the public safety world? And I guess that's an important piece that we have to get out to the people that don't think that this is really working. And I think I'm just trying to figure out a way to get that out to them. What do you think?
Well, I think it's I think it's a very good question, and I think today is part of that process. I think we are certainly committed to transparency and visibility and education about the MIAC. I think there's a lot of mystique surrounding the MIAC, and there's a perception that it does certain things. I think we've spent a lot of time explaining what we don't do in addition to what we do, because I think some of the things that have been described are not accurate. So we feel it's important to let people know what exactly we're doing and what we're not doing. But I think today is certainly a part of that process. Our advisory board are open to the public. I like to see it when members of the public attend. I think that's good for them to get visibility and understanding of that process. I am certainly available anytime. I think that's a little bit about what LD 12 maybe goes to the heart to. I won't spend a lot of time on it here in the interest of time for this hearing, but I think that raises some awareness and brings to the attention of the committee what we're doing on an annual basis. And even though that information is provided on our website and is publicly available, I think it gives an opportunity to bring it before the committee and have the committee look at and ask any questions that they feel are appropriate based on that report. So I think all these things kind of working in concert will hopefully get across that this is, the question is, are we better served by law enforcement and the public being less informed? I think the answer is no. I think we see what happens when information is not shared appropriately in a timely fashion. I think the MIAC helps with that process. And I think what we want to do is provide confidence and assurance to the process of how we do it in terms of making sure they're safe, but respecting that privacy component.
Representative Pluker, you have another question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lieutenant Johnson, we heard a lot of testimony around from the CMP folks who are working on the corridor and that kind of thing. And we heard that, they were being investigated for hanging signs and throwing paint sticks in the water. Could you give us any details around that?
So I'd have to look into it and see if I can get back to you on the work session. I do recall receiving information in potentially the late summer of 2018 regarding some criminal mischief and littering. And I understand that those offenses are not necessarily serious felonies, but certainly if it's something that's reported to us, I think we have a responsibility to look at it and evaluate it and analyze it in the context of what is occurring. I think that's true about any information. I think we live in a post-Parkland world where we all have to look at the information that we get on a daily basis, and we have to justify what we do with it. And we also have to defend inaction. If we decide not to do something with information and something tragic occurs, we need to be prepared to help answer that question as well. So I think that's the line we walk, but I'm certainly happy to look into that, Representative Pluker, and try to get something more responsive at the work session.
Thank you. I was just thinking of it in the context of how you mentioned life and safety is the priority, is how you prioritize things, and thinking of the actions of those folks of littering versus, and I also mentioned DP in the previous question, like some of the environmental crimes that are happening. And I think about PFAS and how that's happening and how you prioritize that example of littering on that property versus other environmental issues that we face in this state. And I guess the question to you is, do you think that your private, public-private connection, or the way you work with CMP, because they're one of your agencies you work with, private sector agencies you work with, do you think that ever impacts your priority setting?
You mean in terms of the specific company? Does the company by itself impact our priority, or is it the nature of the conduct that we're looking at that determines it?
Well, I know we were looking at littering in the case of these anti-CMP protesters, and then I'm thinking about the littering or other potential points of pollution that are happening on a larger scale across the state, and how one gets prioritized to the point where we need to do some MIAC needs to do some investigations, but the other ones don't go to that high enough priority to need investigation. And I was wondering, and I'm thinking of it in the context of you saying that life and safety is the most important thing and how you do your prioritizing. And I'm wondering if it's possible that your corporate connections could impact that priority setting.
So I would say no, that our connections do not impact that. Absolutely not. It has to be based on the conduct or the behavior. And I guess to answer your question a little bit more, Representative Pluker, about our priority, I was thinking of if two requests for information came in at the same time, and one had to deal with an imminent or exigent life and safety matter, and another had to do with a theft or a burglary. That's certainly important to the person who was victimized and stolen from or burglarized. But if it's an issue of allocation of resources and priorities in the moment, we'd obviously have to defer to life and safety. But we are not, we don't make value judgments on the type of crimes. If it's important to the law enforcement agency that's investigating it, then we certainly take an interest in it. So I was thinking in my mind that that's how we would prioritize something. If it came in at the moment and we had to make a decision and we had limited resources, then we would certainly go with something that was a threat to life and safety.
So essentially it means DP or DACF didn't come to you asking for help, whereas a local law enforcement agency probably did come to you and ask for help. And that would drive your priority setting.
Yes, that's a good point to make. So we're here to support law enforcement in the private sector. So that can be driven, at least in part, based on the requests that we receive from them. So if they reach out to us and provide us information or request information, that can at least in part drive some of the things that we're doing, because we're a support element that's there to provide some research and analysis and information sharing for them.
Thank you.
These are all very good questions and responses, and it's interesting. My comment follows Representative Pluker, very much like that, about criminal mischief. For me, criminal mischief is more than throwing papers in a stream. It could have been hazardous liquid or anything else, is my thinking. A few years ago, I attended a seminar in Washington, and it was a subject that I really didn't understand, and I'm learning more with books that are being written on this, and that's the attack on our power grid in the nation. And it was said then, and I'm believing it more and more, that that is our largest terrorist threat in the United States and the world. So I look at companies and the relationship with Lieutenant Johnson and the MIAC with corporations such as CNP, BIW, Portsmouth Naval Shipyard. All these possible cyber attacks are very, very serious and very real. So I'm sorry I don't have a question in that, but I wanted my members also to understand my history and where I come from. So, I applaud all of you for the types and the questions that you've been asking of everyone so far. So thank you. Seeing no other hands raised, I will thank Lieutenant Johnston for his answers, really. And also there must be a few, I think, yes, Sheriff Morton, I was looking for you. Thank you for joining us. And Ms. Fay, if you want to bring some more people, that's quite all right.
Okay, will do.
Opposition. Sheriff Morton, you may proceed and welcome.
Thank you, Senator. I tried to put our cruiser up there so you could see it with some bright sunshine. I know you're all inside working hard today in a long session this morning. My name is Troy Morton. I'm the Sheriff of Penobscot County and President of the Maine Sheriff's Association. Maine Sheriffs met to discuss this bill in our unanimous position to oppose LD 1278, an act and the Maine Information and Analysis Center. The Maine Sheriff's Association Legislative Policy Committee reviewed this bill. Before taking our position of opposition, we evaluated MIAC and its impact on county law enforcement. Reaching out to all county sheriffs, we received numerous stories from around the state that made our unanimous decision to oppose crystal clear. To quote one discussion point presented, quote, "If this bill passes, it will set Maine back 15 years," end quote. MIAC is a critical facet in Maine being classified as the safest state in our country. By definition, MIAC provides vital resources, expertise, and information to all law enforcement agencies. They do have the tools to detect, prevent, investigate, and respond to criminal activity, as you will see in the following detailed stories on how they've assisted county law enforcement. I will make quick a note here off record or off cue. Much of the testimony I heard before, it seems like it are stories and data from across the nation. And I hope that we remember that we're talking about the great state of Maine and not always what's happening across the country. The Lincoln County Sheriff's Office contacted the Maine Information and Analysis Center for assistance with an ongoing financial crime investigation. Lincoln SO was conducting an investigation into a resident of Lincoln County being scammed out of approximately $300,000 to $400,000. The victim met an individual on an online dating site and began to send money to the scammer. Over time, the amounts became larger and larger, where the victims sold their residence, their land, and nearly emptied their bank account. The MIAC assisted investigators with obtaining information related to the potential offenders, as well as coordinating with other investigators who were investigating similar events to assist with a successful resolution. Without their resources, the resolution of this investigation would undoubtedly have taken longer to resolve, and countless Mainers could have been easy prey for the scammers. The York County Sheriff's Office contacted the Maine Information and Analysis Center for assistance with a series of armed robberies in York County. In one of these incidents, the suspects held a female juvenile against her will while committing the robbery and actively displayed a firearm. York County SO requested assistance from MIAC with the dissemination of information which they hoped would lead to identification of the suspects. The suspects were identified through investigative leads. However, prior to arrest being made, stole a motor vehicle and fled the state of Maine. York County SO and the United States Marshals Violent Offender Task Force used judicial process to obtain a warrant for the suspects as well as information related to travel. I see my time ticking, so I'll end by saying that through the assistance of MIAC, we were able to reach out to not only South Dakota, but Montana, and these individuals were located. As I could share many similar stories from all counties of corners of the state, a rural state that does not have the technology or infrastructure to fill the enormous void that losing MIAC would create in our state. As members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, we trust you will recognize that removing MIAC would strike a devastating blow to the collective vision to keep Maine people safe. We urge you to unanimously oppose this bill by voting ought not to pass. Thank you for your consideration. I'm pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Sheriff Morton. Any questions for Sheriff Morton? Seeing none, thank you again. I guess I was listening so intently that I didn't see who came up first, but I will recognize Major General Farnham.
Okay. Good morning, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Doug Farnham, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Defense, Veterans, and Emergency Management. I'm providing testimony today in my role as the Governor's Homeland Security Advisor and here in opposition to LD 1278, an act to end the Maine Information and Analysis Center program. While you will hear plenty of testimony related to the law enforcement contributions and value, I would like to point out the importance of the MIAC relative to Homeland Security efforts in our state and nationally. Just this week, the National Governors Association hosted a spring conference of the Governor's Homeland Security Advisors Council. The Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Mayorkas, addressed the council. He discussed how the his security strategy prioritizes collaboration and that fusion centers are a key in that effort. He said, I quote, "I am a big believer of fusion centers. In particular, the challenges we see from domestic violent extremists requires that information be shared both from the national level down to the states and local officials and from local agencies up through the state and to the federal government. Information must be shared both to ensure all the necessary agencies are both prepared for and alerted to potential threats." He said that we need to rely heavily on fusion centers. Describing the current threat environment at this same meeting, Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism and Emerging Threats, John Cohen, said that we currently face a more dynamic, more volatile, and more complex environment than after 9/11. Protecting our citizens and critical infrastructure from terrorism, cyber attack, and other threats requires information sharing at all levels of government. Today's challenges require more sharing, not less. Without an effective MIAC, Maine would be putting its citizens and the entire national information sharing infrastructure at risk. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important subject, and I stand by to answer any questions you have regarding my testimony.
I see Representative Pickett has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for being here today and testifying. I just have one quick question for you. I heard your testimony and I've seen how the two people you referenced, how important the MIAC and the fusion centers are. But I'm going to ask you personally, how do you value the MIAC here in Maine in regards to you keeping the people of Maine in this part of your jurisdiction safe?
Well, Representative Pickett, it's a good question, and it's not an easy answer. And like has been mentioned before, it's really hard to know what you've prevented. But at the same time, knowing that we're part of a national system that is sharing information relative to the emerging techniques, the emerging threats that are out there that are changing every day. I mean, just look at the threats that are out there today versus just 5, 10, 15 years ago. And for Maine to be plugged into what folks are doing in other parts of the country, how the adversary is penetrating our borders, and what they're trying to do in one part of the country may just be testing some technique that they could use in Maine, or something that's happening in Maine can be shared with another part of the country. This information sharing is critical, because just to keep up with what the methods are being used. And so for the scary part to me, like was mentioned, is the fact that Maine would not be part of that sharing. We wouldn't be able to provide information we learn, and we wouldn't necessarily be getting the information in a timely manner from others.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for the Major General? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, sir. I then now will recognize the Deputy Director, Joe Legee from MEMA.
Ma'am, I think Senator Searway had a question.
Oops, I missed him. Where's Senator Searway? Did you have a question for the general?
I did. I raised my hand twice, but for some reason it went away. I don't know why.
Okay.
But
You may pose your question to the general.
is he back? Yeah. Oh, hi. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, General, for coming on for this. I know, Homeland Security is probably one of the biggest things we have to really be concerned with these days. Seems like cyber attacks and all kinds of other unknowns that we don't even fathom when we're home looking out our picture window or whatever. But I just appreciate what the Guards do, and the Army and the Navy. I just wanted to ask you what you think, that 1.5 million a year does for our security for this state a year. What you think, how it has saved our state publicly, as far as, in your words, what you think that per dollar amount really does for us.
Sure, it's a difficult. It's difficult to say. Obviously, just as we say, it's hard to determine what you've prevented. I will say that the financial part of it is pretty complicated. That I'll be the first to admit I don't completely understand all the pieces, because and I think Joe Legee will be talking about it here next. The Homeland Security grant that we get through DHS is a big part of that. So how these grants connect with state funding and what we're eligible for, if there's some matching dollars, it can get complicated in a hurry as far as what we're really talking for dollars. But I think it's fair to say that what we get in support from the federal government to support the fusion centers and Homeland Security and the National Guard, all of it together, and emergency management, when you put it all together, we get a lot more than we spend as a state for our effort in Homeland Security.
Again, thank you, Major General. I now will recognize Joe Legee, I believe from MEMA, right? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Joe Legee, and I am the Deputy Director at the Maine Emergency Management Agency. I'm here today to provide testimony in opposition to 1278. This bill terminates the Maine Information and Analysis Center, which results in a federal expenditures fund deallocation of $100,000 beginning fiscal year 2021/22 to the Department of Defense Veterans and Emergency Management. The $100,000 in question and resulting services rendered by the MIAC are part of the Homeland Security Grant Program. Homeland Security Grant Program, or HSGP, is one of the grant programs that constitutes the Homeland Security FEMA focus on enhancing the ability of the state, local, tribal, and territorial governments, as well as nonprofits, to prevent, protect against, respond to, and recover from terrorist attacks. Effective Homeland Security operations rely on access to, analysis of, and the timely sharing of open source, unclassified, and classified information, suspicious activity reports, tips and leads, actionable intelligence on indicators and behaviors to accurately identify, assess, and mitigate a wide array of threats against the United States, including terrorism, threats to life, targeted violence, and other threats. Accordingly, the MIAC works diligently to enhance intelligence collection, integration, analysis, and information sharing capabilities to ensure partners, stakeholders, and senior leaders receive actionable intelligence and information necessary to inform their decisions and operations. Cooperation and information sharing among state, federal, and local partners across all areas of the Homeland Security enterprise, including counterterrorism, including both international and domestic terrorism, cybersecurity, border security, transnational organized crime, and other areas, is critical to Homeland Security operations and the prevention of, preparation for, protection against, and responding to acts of terrorism and other threats to life and criminal acts of targeted violence. Given the importance of information sharing and collaboration for effective Homeland Security solutions, the Homeland Security Grant Program Notice of Funding Opportunity requires that at least one investment must be in support of the state's efforts to enhance information sharing and cooperation with the Department of Homeland Security and other federal agencies. The requirement must include at least one dedicated fusion center project. The MIAC is Maine's only dedicated fusion center. As such, eliminating the MIAC would put at risk up to $4.3 million allocated in Maine for federal fiscal year 2020 and $4.6 million allocated to Maine for federal fiscal year 2021. With these things in mind, we encourage you not to pass LD 1278. This concludes my testimony, and I'm standing by for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Legee. Any questions? I haven't had a chance to look, but you have submitted your testimony?
Yes, I have, ma'am.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Now I will go to, there's my list. Scott, oh, Dan Scott, Colonel Dan Scott. I've got that. From the Warden Service. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm Dan Scott, Colonel of the Maine Warden Service, speaking here today in opposition to LD 1278. The mobile nature and efficiency with which criminals move around illustrates a need for intelligence information to be available to all law enforcement in a region. The region may be the state of Maine, New England, the US, or even international sharing between the US and Canada. Due to increasing drug activity and mobility of growing criminal enterprises, regional intelligence sharing is more important now than ever. Fusion centers are common amongst law enforcement across the US, including one specific to conservation law enforcement. They provide agencies such as the Maine Warden Service with information and intelligence sharing and case support in the form of planning, coordination, and compiling investigative materials. The MIAC not only supports all law enforcement in Maine, but they serve as a central location for assembling intelligence throughout the country. If a law enforcement agency in another state is seeking the whereabouts of a dangerous or missing person, and that person has ties to Maine, a series of fusion centers funnel the critical information to MIAC, knowing the intelligence will be shared with all necessary law enforcement in the state of Maine. As a statewide law enforcement agency tasked with patrolling the most remote corners of the state, timely, accurate, comprehensive criminal intelligence information is critical to the Maine Warden Service. We do not have a morning roll call or immediate personal contact with a shift supervisor to provide intelligence updates from the previous day's work. We rely on digital communication and email to disseminate critical information to our staff throughout the state. Have that information coming from dozens of different sources would be inefficient and antiquated. In a time when we are overwhelmed with digital forms of communication, our staff are continuously challenged with sorting through and prioritizing communications from other staff, other agencies, supervisors, etc. The ability to have all important criminal intelligence information coming from a single source provides staff an advantage to receive information regarding dangerous, or wanted persons in the most efficient, organized manner. As Colonel of the Warden Service, it is essential to me that investigative information being provided to my staff is accurate and dependable, especially considering staff may be making constitutional and sometimes life-changing decisions based on the information they receive. Knowing information distributed from the MIAC has been evaluated, vetted, and approved by a supervisor is of utmost importance to me. Maine Warden Service uses the MIAC as a resource to assist our staff with case preparation, intelligence gathering, and critical search and rescue functions when we are trying to locate missing children or otherwise intellectually disabled adults. The MIAC provides a partnership between public safety and public health agencies. Information alerts and bulletins often speak to someone's mental state, so staff can have this information prior to interacting with the person. Law enforcement is routinely criticized for lack of information sharing in the aftermath of some tragic incident. The MIAC is Maine's single point of contact for all law enforcement for such critical information. If the MIAC cease to exist and all the information they assemble and evaluate become decentralized and disseminated by dozens of agencies, I would be left questioning where the information was obtained and reliability of the information, especially with intelligence originating from from agencies outside the state of Maine. In closing, the Warden Service values our partnership and collaboration with the MIAC and believe they provide unique, necessary, and irrefutable benefit to the Maine law enforcement and the citizens we serve. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Colonel Scott? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Colonel. I now will recognize, thought I saw him. I'm looking for John Lepofsky.
Senator, it looks like Representative Pickett may have a question.
Oh, okay. Representative Pickett, I put my head down and that's it. Representative Pickett, you have a question?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Colonel Scott, for being here today. Just one question. In your testimony, you stated knowing information distributed from MIAC has been evaluated, vetted, and approved by a supervisor is of utmost importance to you as you deal with. It's essential to you that the investigative information being provided to your staff is accurate and dependable, especially considering staff may be making constitutional and sometimes life-changing decisions based on the information they receive. So that being said, is it safe to say, sir, that you believe that MIAC is an organization with utmost integrity and you can count on what they tell you as being vetted and being proper and good information?
Yes, sir. I appreciate your question. And for sure, I mean, we have a close partnership with Department of Public Safety and as well as folks at the MIAC. And I think what they bring to the table is we're able to know that the information that they get has been considered by supervisors and has been vetted. Whereas, just an email distribution list with contact information or criminal intelligence coming in from other states, other agencies, some of which we don't typically interact with, we wouldn't know what kind of weight or reliability to put on that to that information. Whereas we know that information that comes into the MIAC is vetted, is analyzed, is approved by a supervisor before it goes out. And of course, when our staff deals with somebody, that's just good information to have. We continue to make our own decisions and base decisions upon our own investigations. But knowing that the initial contact we're going to have with somebody or the fact that we're looking for a particular individual, information that comes from the MIAC is good and supported by good Maine law and public safety practices.
Thanks, sir.
Again, thank you, Colonel Scott. We shall proceed. I've got John Lepofsky. Thank you for waiting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and other distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is John Lepofsky, and I am the Public Health Analyst for the state of Maine. My position is funded by a CDC grant, but I take full responsibility for my comments today. I'm here to submit testimony in opposition of LD 1278, an act to end the Maine Information and Analysis Center program. I work in a unique collaboration between public health and public safety alongside the State of Maine Drug Intelligence Officer. Together, we help local communities reduce drug overdoses and save lives by sharing timely data, pertinent intelligence, and innovative strategies. A critical piece of this mission is my role working collaboratively with the MIAC. Much of the work I do is made possible due to my relationship with the MIAC. I've never been involved in law enforcement, but my partnership with the MIAC allows me to collaborate with public safety agencies, share information, receive information, and to foster professional relationships and collaborations, which would otherwise be very difficult to establish and maintain if I were to work in a public health agency. Through this arrangement, the DIO and I participate in targeted work groups, including the Opioid Data Sharing Committee, the Overdose to Action Committee, the Naloxone Steering Group, the ODMAPS Work Group, and the Prescription Monitoring Program Advisory Committee. Because of our inclusion in these committees, public safety can be represented there. There we share thoughts and thoughts and information that otherwise might not be heard that inform efforts to reduce drug overdose. This relationship has helped us to identify areas of need for projects where we can help in our effort to reduce drug overdose. And a few things I can mention in terms of those projects we've been working on over the last 5 months include the expansion of the drug monitoring initiative, the launch of the Maine drug supply data stream, opioid education and naloxone distribution in jails is another project we're working on, and the collaboration with the Health and Environmental Testing Lab across several partners. I encourage you to look further at my testimony for more information about these projects. But in closing, I wish to reiterate my support for the mission of the MIAC. I've seen firsthand the benefit of having a central hub of data and information sharing and the value of the partnerships the MIAC fosters, both within public safety and public health, in our response to the opioid crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lepofsky. I will recognize for questions, Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lepofsky, for being here. Could you just, so you're a health analyst for the CDC Foundation. Could you just give me a sense of what your job description is?
It's basically the mission of that program, which is to help communities reduce fatal and non-fatal drug overdoses by connecting public health and public safety agencies, sharing information, and supporting evidence-based interventions.
And you know, you probably, I don't know if you heard some of the earlier testimony today, but people were saying that putting drug users in jail or people with substance use disorder in jail is not always a great way of helping them in their lives. How do you kind of interpret that?
You know, I don't really have an interpretation. Again, I'm speaking from my own standpoint, which is to try and reduce drug overdose, and I'm trying to do that through the programs that we've worked on. So I really have no comment on that.
Oh, well, maybe I could follow up with one point you have here is opioid education and naloxone distribution in the jails. Mm-hmm. How could you go into detail how your work with MIAC has helped expand naloxone distribution in the jails?
So we haven't actually implemented to that point right now. I'm in the process of identifying the medical contacts there. I'd help with the MIAC by identifying other contacts on the public safety side. And in terms of what we hope to do with that project, we want to identify if a jail has all the necessary components in place for successful implementation of opioid education and naloxone distribution, put the jail in touch with a harm reduction organization that can help, and ultimately identify the jails interested in receiving more targeted technical assistance and support throughout the year.
So you're basically saying that instead of calling the jail, you're calling MIAC for that connection?
So I'm working both on the public health and public safety side because they're usually medical representatives that work with jails. And so I'm trying to contact them to find out if we can have a conversation about the interest in the jail and in support of that jail for OEND. If I don't have success there, or else I try and contact representatives of the jail and the MIAC and help with that.
I see. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Lepowski.
Sure.
No other questions? I shall then recognize Mike Senna.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Shambo and Representative Warren and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to appear before you today. My name is Mike Senna, and I'm the president of the National Fusion Center Association. I'm also the executive director of the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center, which is in San Francisco, California. On behalf of the 80 fusion centers, state and major urban area fusion centers, and the over 3,000 public safety practitioners that are represented by the NFCA, we urge the committee to support the sustainment of the MIAC as an important part of the information sharing infrastructure that helps to protect people across America. Some may wonder why a person in San Francisco cares about a fusion center in Maine. The elimination of a node within the national network of fusion centers would create a gap in the ability to efficiently share information about public safety threats outside of Maine, and also would eliminate the path for information flow from around the country to public safety officials in Maine. The core threat prevention mission of fusion centers can only be successfully accomplished through a strong network of state and regional information sharing relationships. The MIAC is part of that network, which connects law enforcement, fire, emergency medical services, emergency management, and critical infrastructure protection personnel at the federal, state, and local levels across all jurisdictional lines. Fusion centers were created by state and local governments across the nation in the aftermath of September 11 to assist in the identification, prevention, mitigation, response, and recovery of terrorist acts and other major threats to public safety. The MIAC is a critical component of the national network that Congress has described as a national asset in supporting the Homeland Security mission. I would recommend reviewing the 2013 and 2017 U.S. House of Representatives Majority Staff reports on the national network of fusion centers. Maintaining the strong bonds among fusion centers is essential, as there's no other entity in America that connects the nation to help identify public safety, public health, and critical infrastructure threats. While some people raise issues related to fusion centers and civil liberties, it's rarely reported that fusion centers actively promote and are required to maintain privacy policies in order to ensure that privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties of our citizens always come first. Eliminating a fusion center removes an active conduit for dissemination of those principles across the public safety community. As threats from domestic violent extremists, the opioid epidemic, and hundreds of active terrorism investigations are occurring nationwide, we are operating in the fastest paced threat environment since 9/11. The potential loss of connectivity of the MIAC to the national network would be a blow to our efforts to protect the citizens of Maine and would also reduce the effectiveness of the other 79 centers. Those centers and our federal partners need one reliable and familiar place to go in Maine for criminal threat information sharing support. If we don't have that, then the process of sharing threat information becomes much more difficult. This would be a step backwards at a time when we should be strengthening our information sharing capabilities to address the many threats to life that the MIAC and our national network face every day to protect the residents of Maine, 49 other states, and 3 U.S. territories. The NFCA strongly urges that the proposed legislation to reduce or eliminate funding for the MIAC be reconsidered. The capacity that we have developed through the national network has taken almost 2 decades to build, and we hope to encourage the continued sustainment and maturation of the MIAC as part of the information sharing fabric that helps to protect all Americans. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Good, thank you. Mr. Senna, did you submit your testimony in writing so we could review it for our work session?
I did, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
I will recognize Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Senna, for being here. Could you just tell me about the National Fusion Center Association, who funds that and helps you do your work?
Well, our center, the main way of operating is through 80 centers, and we do a conference every year that has sponsors from around the nation, and including government, private sector, that support our association.
Could you just give us a little detail about the private sector sponsors you have?
Well, I couldn't give you a list of sponsors. It's on our website, but there are a number of organizations that come to the event, that have booths at the event, and it's everyone in the information sharing environment. That's kind of the world that those folks are from.
Thank you. And I just noticed in your testimony, you listed, the different networks that connect law enforcement, fire emergency management, critical infrastructure protection personnel, federal, state, and local levels. You didn't mention the private sector in your testimony, and I was just wondering about that disconnect.
Actually, the critical infrastructure, the majority of it in the country, it varies as far as what's described, but between 90 and 95% of the critical infrastructure is owned by the private sector. So that critical infrastructure is that private sector component within my testimony.
Could you talk to us about the relationship between being funded by the private sector and protecting private sector? Sorry.
We're doing. There's too much of a dialogue right now, Representative Luca. So want to phrase your question, please?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you. Could you elaborate, Mr. Senna, on the connection between your funding sources and how you prioritize private critical infrastructure protection?
Well, and if you're talking about a private association that I'm representing, or you're talking about the national network, there's actually a number of assessments on fusion centers that have been posted by DHS. And it's a very small, less than 1% of funding comes from private sector entities towards fusion centers. And it's usually to support, the information sharing environment. And that's between each fusion center in the country, depending on how they're set up and operated.
Any sharing you could do of that for the work session so we could see some of that layout, that would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. No other questions for Mr. Senna? Seeing none, I want to thank you.
Thank you.
I am going to ask, I just received a note that someone is still in the waiting room that wishes to speak in opposition, and I just wrote down the names. Chief Mills of the Maine Chief of Police Association. Are you with us? And if you are, raise your hand, and Ms. Faye will let you in.
I don't see Chief Mills. I was looking for him earlier.
Okay. All right.
There may be other people though, so we do need a show of hands if anyone else wants to speak.
Yep. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition of this bill, please raise your hand and you will be brought in.
No hands are going up.
Okay, thank you. All right. I will ask now if there is anyone who wishes to speak neither for nor against LD, forgot the name. So, is there anyone else? Yes, Ms. Faye?
One person is coming in.
Okay, thank you. Hi, we have Anya, is it? Trundy?
Anya.
Anya. Welcome, Anya.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Anya Trundy. I am the Director of Legislative Affairs for DAFS, and today I'm providing the testimony of Fred Britton, who is the Chief Information Officer for the state of Maine, neither for nor against LD 1278, but providing information and insight as to how the Maine Information and Analysis Center facilitates the state's response to cybersecurity threats.
Thank you.
MIAC provides OIT, as is the case for in other states and territories with similar entities, with timely cyber threat information ahead of imminent cybersecurity threats against our network infrastructure, as well as ongoing support during global level cybersecurity incidents. As the state's CIO, Fred relies on the threat intelligence MIAC provides from federal and private sector partners to strengthen the state's cybersecurity posture and defend our state's information assets against national cybersecurity threats. A good example of an imminent attack is the recent SolarWinds attack. As you may know, SolarWinds was hacked by malicious actors who injected malware into routine software updates that went out to as many as 18,000 government and organizational entities. Top US government officials have stated that Russian intelligence services were behind the attack and that at least 9 federal agencies were exposed. The fallout from this attack is still being investigated and measured by the industry and the federal government. Information provided to us from MIAC assisted our office's investigation into this event. Although we did not have although we did have systems considered vulnerable to this attack in our infrastructure, we found no evidence of exposure or any compromise of our state's network. The Information Security Office implemented both detection and prevention solutions to strengthen the state's information security, in part based upon the information provided by the nation's risk advisor, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, via MIAC. MIAC also provides support during ongoing cybersecurity incidents. In the fall of 2009, the state of Maine was a target of a persistent advanced ransomware attack designed to halt essential business functions and steal and ransom citizen data. Our ability to prevent this attack from succeeding required a whole of government approach, which included support from MIAC. Not only were we provided information from the US Department of Homeland Security via MIAC, but they assisted us in sharing information used to prevent other state, local, tribal, and territorial governments from being susceptible to this attack as well, and coordinated our interactions with federal entities. Over the past several years, we have experienced a significant rise in increasing sophisticated cyber attacks. State and local governments remain active targets for cybersecurity attacks, as evidenced by dozens of high-profile and debilitating ransomware incidents. This cybersecurity threat environment we face is daunting, as malicious actors are deploying more sophisticated payloads and changing their tactics for financial gain, disruption, and influence. I'll shorten things up. In conclusion, MIAC has a value to the Office of OIT. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and provide information on LD 1278. I am happy to take any questions that the committee may have. I'm not sure about my ability to answer them, but we can certainly provide you answers for the work session.
Thank you very much for that information that I don't think many of us ever thought of or even figured out. So it's a lot of good information. So Ms. Trundy, that testimony is in writing for us to review?
Yes, it is.
Super, thank you. I have Representative Morales has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Trundy. I'm wondering from your office if you have just sort of a detailed budget layout for MIAC in a way that's easier for us to read and understand, particularly in light of like the federal funding, what that goes for, and then the state funding and what that goes for, including the breakdown of employees. Would you have that in your office?
In the Office of OIT?
Under DAF?
Yes. I mean, what are you looking for? I guess I'm not sure exactly what the question is that you're posing. Are you asking that from like a HR perspective or?
No, just
Okay.
a budget, a budgetary perspective from DAFs. And maybe this isn't the right question of DAFs. So you don't have any back and forth with MIAC around their budget?
I mean, I'm sure that we have standard budget information that is consistent with what we have for all departments and agencies.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, again, Ms. Trundy, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. So I don't You said there was only one person that was going to testify neither for nor against. And so if that is so, I will close this hearing. Oh, Representative Pickett.
No, I just was going to make a statement after you close this, after you close the meeting.
After I close, well, I was halfway in that sentence, so I will finish it. This hearing is closed.
And what I was going to say, Madam Chair, because of the hour being
Yes.
1:25 and the fact we've got 2 other public hearings and I believe 7 work sessions, could we take maybe a 15-minute break to just go get something to eat? And can we have permission to eat in the room here at the State House so we can continue plowing through the schedule for the day? Because if we take a half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour, this is going to be a longer day than we all thought, I think, when we come in here. Is that something we could do?
I will consult with my co-chair, but I personally would need more than 15 minutes, even though I just would like to move my legs a little right now. But plus it's, we have a rule not to eat in the room. So Representative Warren, do you have some? I would have said come back at 2 and that's it.
I do think that you're right, Senator DeChambeau, that I don't think we can override the rule of the presiding officers and the executive director that there's no eating in committee rooms. So what about if we I know that it's awful for people who are here for the 1 o'clock start, but if people, you're humans, you get to take nourishment, right? So should we take a half an hour? Is that what you're thinking, Senator?
So that would be 5 minutes of 2, I guess, or something. But let's do that. And let's take care of ourselves. Walk and drink a lot of water.
It's going to be a long day.
So this has been the longest, and I think we're fine with the other bills. We'll be listening to them also, but we'll get going. So we shall return at 1:55. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Well, we've got a quorum. This is the afternoon, the matinee of criminal justice and public safety. I'm going to forego giving our introductions. People want to know our name is on there. Well, maybe I should for the public at home.
We were only gone a few minutes. Feels like we never left.
You know. Well, I'll be recognizing your name so they'll know you're here. This is going to break a few rules. So the next bill that we have is, LD 12. LD 12, I will turn that over to Representative Warren to manage, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So good afternoon. We are next going to hear LD 12, which is an act to require annual information reporting by the Maine Information and Analysis Center, presented by our very own Senator DeChambeau. Welcome, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. Just show me the door. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not going to read my testimony, but I will refresh your memory. This bill, I would now consider it a Department of Public Safety bill. It came up as an amendment to last year, or the 129th LD, and I'll give you the number, 2037. That was a CLAC bill. The amendment contained the same language that you're seeing on the bill today. And so it was reported because of the pandemic, that bill did not pass. It was reported out of committee September, but it was reported, the CLAC's bill was reported ought to pass as amended, and this was the amendment. And the vote was 12 in favor of this language and 1 opposed. So that's the game plan. The game plan is that this is a standalone bill. Simply stated, it requires an annual written report from the Department of Public Safety, Maine Information Analysis Center by April 1st to this committee beginning on 2022. So that's the whole bill right there.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Any questions for Senator DeChambeau? Seeing none, anyone here to testify in support of LD 12, please raise your hand and Deb will move you into the meeting.
I see 2 hands.
Thank you, Deb.
3.
Good afternoon again, Lieutenant Johnston.
Good afternoon, Representative Ward. Thanks for having me back.
Of course.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and other distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. As you know, my name is Lieutenant Michael Johnston, and I'm here to represent the Maine State Police and the Maine Department of Public Safety to testify in support of LD 12, an act to require annual reporting by the Maine Information and Analysis Center. As you have previously heard from today's earlier testimony, fusion centers are authorized by federal law, and each state has at least one. Ours is the Maine Information and Analysis Center, referred to as the MIAC. You heard earlier that other states have more than one, such as Massachusetts. We serve as focal points within the state and local environment for the receipt, analysis, gathering, and sharing of threat and criminal-related information between the federal government and the state, local, tribal, and territorial and private sector partners. This is really not a new concept in public safety, information sharing. It builds upon information-led policing concepts that have been applied with great success for some time by law enforcement agencies and government officials. This information sharing process is crucial to ensuring that those charged with protecting our communities are better informed and our people and institutions will be better protected. As you have heard me say earlier, all the critical work done in the MIAC occurs under a framework consisting of multiple layers of oversight, review, and regulation to make sure that while we're protecting people, we have at the same time, we have to observe and protect their civil rights and civil liberties. Chief among these protections is the work that is currently being done by our advisory board, as well as in conjunction with privacy and civil liberties audits and additional MIAC activities, policies, and procedures. We are fully cognizant of the fact that within the last year, the MIAC has come under some scrutiny because of the perceived secrecy surrounding its operations. For this reason, we are proposing a statute that will require us to provide an annual report to the Joint Standing Committee having jurisdiction over criminal justice and public safety matters regarding the performance of the center. In addition to other efforts and processes that are already in place, we feel this requirement would help demystify the important work being done at the MIAC and lead to a greater level of understanding of its critical role in ensuring the public safety and security of our state. Much of this work is already being done. I have included as an attachment to this testimony multiple documents detailing the work of the board and our privacy audits. I would ask that each committee member take a careful look at these. As Senator Deschambault earlier mentioned, a very similar proposal was raised by Representative Warren in the second session of the 129th legislature, LD 2037. We felt that proposal was a good idea then and remains a good idea now. In closing, the Maine State Police is committed to continued engagement, outreach, and discussion on this very important issue. On behalf of the State Police and the Department of Public Safety, we appreciate your careful consideration of these issues. I thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Lieutenant. And I see the first question from Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, Lieutenant Johnston. So we heard in the morning session that seems like there's quite a bit of information that MIAC gets that is federal in nature or is not maybe just held within our state's agency. So do you suspect that there's a lot of information that this committee wouldn't be privy to, or just the nature of that information were this bill to pass?
So I think the information would be provided. I just think that it would have to be in accordance with the statute. I think it would have to be done in a manner sanitized, so to speak. And what I mean by that is there may be laws at the federal and state level that prohibit law enforcement sensitive information that deals with investigations, that prohibits that from being shared outside the criminal justice community. But I certainly think there are ways to kind of de-identify that or to sanitize that down to a level that it is appropriate to share with members of the committee without jeopardizing ongoing investigations or violating any laws.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I guess it's still afternoon, not evening yet, Lieutenant Johnson. But thank you for being back with us again this afternoon. The last paragraph, first sentence of your testimony this afternoon says, Maine State Police is committed to continued engagement, outreach, and discussion on this very important issue. And it's talking about the reporting and all of the different things that this bill talks about. So the question to you is this kind of a follow-up on what you and the commissioner and others were talking about that testified against LD 1278 as an opportunity for you to prove that you want to be as transparent as possible in what you do in the MIAC, and that even though this bill here, if it were to pass, it would not necessarily be the end of that transparency in discussions if something come up in another way that you could even enhance that going down the road. Is that a fair question? And is that what you're trying to do?
Representative Pickett, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, that's exactly what we're trying to do. I think in addition to the layers and the processes that we already have in place. I think that this would be an additional layer. I think this is reasonable. I think this makes sense. And it's adding it in addition to the other things that we already have in place to provide some accountability, some transparency, some visibility to the committee that has jurisdiction over us, to make sure that at least on an annual basis that we're presenting this to them. It kind of keeps it on the front burner in their stream of consciousness, so they have some oversight over what it exactly is we're doing. So I think this will certainly help add to that. I think what we've demonstrated is that we are certainly willing to look inward and at ourselves and say, how can we make things better? We're not a static operation. We're continued to trying to evolve, particularly as it relates to matters where you have an intersection between public safety and privacy. I think you've seen that with our audit process. We've continued to make that better. We've continued to incorporate changes that we've received from the public at our advisory board meetings to refine that process. We got a suggestion last year to say, you have an audit. What are your thoughts about adding advisory board members to that process? We took that, we considered it, we thought it was a good idea. We incorporated it as part of those changes. This bill here, I think, is a continuation of our willingness to engage with the committee and to look for ways to try to be responsive to questions and concerns that they have, while still being able to maintain our ability to ensure public safety and share information at the law enforcement level when it's appropriate. So I think this bill represents a good step of that ongoing discussion of what we're trying to do in the MIAC.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the lieutenant? Lieutenant, I just have a quick question that Senator Bennett brought up this morning, and it definitely is something that people have noticed. Mr. Bruce Lewis of Central Maine Power, Security Director of Central Maine Power, was a member of your advisory board. And he's no longer listed on your website as a member of your advisory board. What's the story there? Is he still a member of your advisory board, or can you share a little more with us about that?
Sure. So he is no longer a member of the advisory board. We have another member, Mr. Landau, who fills in that critical infrastructure component, which when you look at our bylaws on the board, it talks about the composition and the representation. I don't know. I guess I would defer to CMP and Mr. Lewis about him no longer being on the board. From our opinion, it was not anything where we asked him to leave, but I guess I would ask you to maybe follow up with him. I wouldn't want to speak for him or try to speculate, not having all the information, ma'am.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You understand why it might raise, yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I certainly understand. Absolutely.
Thank you for that answer. Seeing no more questions, we thank you, Lieutenant. Next up, we'll have Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, welcome.
Thank you so much, Representative Warren. I appreciate it. My name is Tracy Collins. I am a civil litigator in private practice based in Bangor, and I serve as the chairperson of the advisory board of the Maine Information and Analysis Center. The following is a statement prepared by members of the board in support of LD12, which I deliver on its behalf. The MIAC serves a critical role in our state as a central clearinghouse for information and as a conduit for effective and efficient communication between federal and local agencies. The purpose of MIAC's advisory board is to provide oversight of the MIAC's activities, including its collection and handling of information, and to ensure those activities comply with established guidelines regarding privacy and civil liberties. Our 12-member board includes representatives from state and federal law enforcement agencies, as well as private citizens who contribute an important, independent, and objective perspective to board discussions. We have been tasked with thoroughly reviewing the latest activities and general policies and procedures employed by the MIAC, and it is our responsibility to advise the MIAC to review, revise, or terminate policies and procedures that are in conflict with protection of privacy or civil liberties. We have been consistently impressed with the level of discussion that takes place, with the careful attention that MIAC pays to the appropriateness of its processes, and with the respect and deference that the MIAC representatives give to our recommendations and analysis. Our meetings are open to the public, and we invite our fellow community members to join us and take advantage of the opportunity to learn more about how the MIAC works to improve our public safety systems throughout the state while safeguarding our constitutional civil liberties. Over the past several months, we, the board, have made several recommendations to the MIAC to improve its processes, and those recommendations have been swiftly implemented. For example, as Lieutenant Johnston mentioned a moment ago, last year we recommended, and the MIAC has adopted, a procedure to include 2 board members as participants in its semi-annual audit process. During our latest audit, which spanned over several days, the MIAC implemented this change, and 2 board members, myself included, joined that audit and engaged in an in-depth review of the MIAC's operations, ensuring those operations were compliant with our privacy guidelines and providing insight and recommendations for improving both MIAC's operations and the audit process itself, which recommendations the MIAC also has swiftly implemented. It is the advisory board's strongly held belief that LD12 is an appropriate and prudent measure to further our shared goals of ensuring transparency and accountability. And I would invite your questions, and I'm impressed that I nailed that down to the second for 3 minutes. So any questions, very welcome.
I am impressed as well, Ms. Collins. And I see Representative Pickett has a question.
Very good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Collins. Darla, my only question is, would you please provide a written copy of a digital copy of your statement you just made, if you haven't already, because I can't find it on the committee information we have, because I would love to have that for the go over it before the work session.
Yes, I did provide that. I uploaded it just a couple hours ago, so it should hit. If you don't see it, please let me know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no more questions, thank you, Ms. Collins. And I see Sheriff Morton is here. Hello again.
Hello again. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Representative. Thank you so much, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice. My name is Troy Morton. I am the Sheriff of Penobscot County and President of the Maine Sheriff's Association. Maine Sheriffs met to discuss this bill, and our unanimous position is to support LD 12, an act to require annual information reporting by the Maine Information and Analysis Center. I'm going to start by sharing a quote. Quote, "We do not fear the unknown. We fear what we think we know about the unknown." End quote. That's by Mary Bosworth. LD 12 is an important bill for many reasons. MIAC has a very powerful story to tell. And as CJ members, it's critical that each and every one of you understands the depth of the impact this fusion center has here in Maine by having them regularly report out. Fusion centers, such as MIAC, are connected across the country. Sharing essential information about topics like newly designed firearms or trends in illicit drugs would nearly be impossible without MIAC. As leaders in law enforcement, we know the information not only protects our staff members, but ultimately ensures that Maine citizens benefit as a safer place to live and work. We believe that fully educating the committee on such information sharing will result in a unified investment in its success. LD 12 provides the mechanisms to get these successful stories into this committee. Maine Sheriffs see LD 12 as another opportunity to provide accountability. We applaud Senator DeChambeau for recognizing the benefit of this bill. We urge the members of this committee ought to pass. Thank you for your time. I invite the members of this committee to present any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Sheriff. Any questions for Sheriff Morton? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
And I see we also have Director Rogers here.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
freshly back from the Oxford mobile vaccination site. Thank you for letting me join.
Thank you for your work. Are you here to provide testimony in support of LD 12?
I am not Senator Representative. I just jumped in.
Okay, perfect. Well, welcome to you. Anyone else here to provide testimony in support of LD 12? Please raise your hand and Deb will move you over. Seeing none, anyone here to testify in opposition to LD 12, please also raise your hand and Deb will move you over.
I see 2 hands up.
Thank you, Deb. Good afternoon, Professor McQuaid. Welcome.
Thank you, Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Good morning. My name is Brendan McQuaid. I am an assistant professor in the criminology department at the University of Southern Maine and author of the only academic book on fusion centers. My employer takes no position on this subject. I am speaking as an expert on fusion centers, and on this basis, I urge you not to support LD 12. The abuses of fusion centers have been known for years. The time to fix them is long past. Rather than entrenching harmful surveillance with regulation, I encourage you to take the opportunity to roll it back. The failures and abuses of fusion centers are well known. Over a decade ago, nonpartisan government auditors identified a series of problems that were impeding fusion centers' intelligence sharing mission. They were not working. In 2012, the U.S. Senate Permanent Committee on Investigations released a sharply critical report that concluded fusion centers produced shoddy intelligence, sometimes endangering civil liberties, and more often than not unrelated to terrorism. This sorry situation still prevails. In March, the Wall Street Journal reported that fusion centers failed to share relevant information in the lead up to the January 6th Capitol attack. Last summer, the MIAC sent out at least 4 civil unrest reports on the protest wave that swept Maine and the nation. These MIAC intelligence assessments cited obviously satirical websites and unconfirmed social media posts from a pro-Trump biker as evidence for claims that racial justice demonstrators could be paid protesters that could use pre-staged bricks for rioting. This is shocking. This sourcing would not meet the standards of my undergrad classroom. The MIAC and other fusion centers have had ample time to respond to criticisms and fix their problem. They have failed to do so. More broadly, our present moment has much in common with the early 1970s, when, like today, a series of scandals compelled legislators to respond to surveillance abuses. This period produced reforms like the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court to regulate national security surveillance and New York City's handshoe guidelines to create an oversight body to prevent political policing. In both cases, these reforms did not stop the abusive behavior. Instead, they legalized it. This is the danger of LD 12. Last summer's protests shattered the common sense around criminal justice. In Washington and state houses across the country, reform is on the agenda. Some demands emerging out of our tear gas choked streets include a series of measures to roll back police surveillance, ban facial recognition, close fusion centers, and purge the databases. This is the choice between LD 12 and LD 1278. Entrench surveillance or begin to dismantle it. I hope you will seize this opportunity to reaffirm our rights and expand the domain to freedom. Ought not to pass, LD 12. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor McQuaid. You also came in right after the time there. Any questions for Professor McQuaid? See none. Thank you for being here. Next up, I have Mr. Cabetta. Welcome again.
Thank you, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cabetta, and I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine. On behalf of our members, I urge you to reject LD 12. If passed, this bill would impose an annual reporting requirement on Maine's Fusion Center. While more information might have been useful 2 years ago, when we knew much less about Maine's Fusion Center, we now know enough to justify closing the institution. Additional information is unnecessary. Commissioner Soschuk seemed to argue in the previous public hearing that Trooper George Loader's allegations against MIAC lack credibility because counts 3 to 6 were dismissed. That is absolutely not the case. I urge the committee to read the court's ruling dismissing those 3 counts. The grounds for those dismissals were highly technical and included reasons such as qualified immunity and the fact that the MIAC was not found to be a substantial enough agent of the federal government. It is enormously difficult to hold law enforcement institutions accountable in the judicial branch. That's why we come before the legislative branch and ask you to protect our civil liberties. Let me read you a quote from the court's factual narrative, taken from State Trooper George Loader's whistleblower complaint. On page 3 of that ruling, it states that during the course of his employment, Loader learned that the MIAC retains and shares personal information on individuals who are not suspected of engaging in any criminal or terrorist activity, including information that would otherwise require a subpoena to obtain. For instance, he learned that the MIAC uses minor offenses as pretexts to conduct background checks on and monitor the social media accounts of people who have engaged in lawful, peaceful protests. The MIAC then retains the collected data even after finding no indication of criminal activity. I urge you to read the rest of that paragraph at your leisure. It is a major event whenever a police officer challenges a policing institution. We urge you to take his allegations seriously, even if a court dismissed them for technical reasons. We also know from Blue Leaks that Maine's Fusion Center was closely surveilling racial justice and other activists from Portland to Presque Isle. Our First Amendment rights to assemble, petition our government, speak freely are among the rights threatened by Maine's Fusion Center. The best way for this committee to safeguard the constitutional rights of people in Maine is to close the MIAC as soon as possible. We urge you to vote ought not to pass. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cabetta. Questions for Mr. Cabetta? Could you email what you got from the court to Jane so she can distribute it?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Others here to testify in opposition to LD 12? Seeing none, anyone here to testify neither for nor against LD 12?
No hands.
Thank you, Deb. I will therefore, anybody need anything from Jane before we close this public hearing? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on LD 12. Thank you. And Senator, since my bill's up next, do you want to take back over?
Go ahead. Good. The next third public hearing is LD 894, an act to increase government accountability by removing the restriction on the dissemination of information regarding investigations. That's a mouthful. Okay. And sponsor, I would recognize sponsor Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, no longer good morning, good afternoon. I am Representative Charlotte Warren, and I am the sponsor of the bill before you today, LD 894. You just heard the title. This legislation is both necessary and overdue. For several years now, Maine has been the only state with a draconian law that shrouds government processes in secrecy. The law that this bill seeks to repeal is currently found in Section 807 of Title 16 of the Maine Revised Statutes. It provides that when a person makes a request to a Maine criminal justice agency under the Freedom of Access Act for certain kinds of records, the agency must refuse to confirm the existence or non-existence of records if any of the underlying documents are themselves exempt from disclosure. And again, it's very important to say that the agency must refuse. There's no discretion on their part. Most troublingly, when read together with other parts of the statute, Section 807 requires a law enforcement agency to bury its head in the sand if asked about its use of a surveillance method that is not yet known to the public. In an article last year, the Press Herald reported that during the Cold War, the refusal to confirm or deny the existence of records became known as a quote unquote Glomar response. A Glomar response might have been appropriate to shield national security secrets in the 1970s and 80s, but our blanket law goes too far, requiring law enforcement to neither confirm nor deny the existence or non-existence of something like facial recognition technology or methods to track everyone who has a cell phone threatens the very core of our democracy. We cannot control or debate or assess or reject what we don't know. We deserve the right to know what we don't know. Indeed, the duty to neither confirm nor deny the existence or non-existence of records about purchase or use of a certain surveillance technology might harm the relationship between our communities and law enforcement. Our current Glomar law threatens to turn law enforcement entities from trusted partners in securing public safety into a secretive big brother who never reveals its methods to its taxpayers. Mainers deserve better. To be clear, repealing Section 807 will not impact law enforcement's ability to properly withhold sensitive documents from release, if permitted to do so by Title 16 or other provisions of Maine law. And there may be circumstances where law enforcement agencies are still justified in issuing narrow Glomar responses. The Federal Freedom of Information Act lacks a Glomar provision, but federal courts have ruled that in narrow circumstances where confirming or denying the existence of records on a particular topic would itself cause harm, such as revealing the identity of a confidential source, agencies may issue a Glomar response. Courts in New York and New Jersey have done the same. Maine courts would likely interpret existing laws similarly after repeal of Section 807. Within reasonable bounds, Mainers deserve to know what we do not know. Transparent, democratic government depends on it. And I urge you to vote to pass on this bill. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present it to you today.
Thank you, Representative Warren. Any questions of Representative Warren? Seeing none, I would open up to the public. Anyone wishing to speak in support of LD 894? Please raise your hand.
I see one hand.
Okay, bring them in. Yes, I recognize Michael Cabetta, please.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the committee for the last time today. Good afternoon. I'm testifying for Nate Wessler, who is the Deputy Director of the American Civil Liberties Union Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project, where he focuses on ensuring that law enforcement agencies' use of surveillance technologies comply with the Fourth Amendment's protections for privacy. I urge the committee to vote that this bill ought to pass because this bill would bring Maine back into sync with the laws of 48 other states and the Federal Freedom of Information Act. Passing this law will take Maine out of the running for the unfortunate distinction as least transparent and accountable state in the nation. The current text of our Glomar law undermines the basic transparency that we expect of government agencies in a democratic society. Instead of allowing agencies to respond to requests submitted under the Freedom of Access Act, it requires that Maine law enforcement agencies refuse to confirm or deny the existence or non-existence of records anytime one of the underlying records is exempt from disclosure. This makes it virtually impossible for members of the public to know how our taxpayer dollars are being spent and whether police are engaged in privacy invasive practices. Without basic transparency, there cannot be accountability. Now, the law that this bill would change has two fatal problems, which are best addressed by repeal. First, it gives agencies no discretion. It requires them to refuse to confirm or deny whether they have records on a particular subject. No other state has a law like this, and it can lead to absurd results, forcing law enforcement agencies to choose between their fear of violating the law and their responsibility to provide accurate information to the communities they serve. Second, the law this bill would repeal requires GLOMAR responses when they are not justified, without any showing that responding to a request for records would cause harm. No other state or federal statute or court decision permits this. In narrow circumstances, courts have allowed GLOMAR responses when information about whether records exist is itself exempt from disclosure. Maine's law, in contrast, requires agencies to clam up before they even search for records, and without any showing that confidential information would be revealed by confirming or denying that records exist. Basic transparency matters in a democracy. Transparency provides the information that citizens and lawmakers need to debate and enact protections against government abuses. For example, after police departments in Washington state and Illinois confirmed that they use cell site simulators, lawmakers in those states enacted strong laws that require police to obtain a judge's permission to take other steps to protect people's privacy before using the devices. I urge you to vote for this bill. It would be a vote for transparency. It would be a vote to protect our democratic institutions, and it would ensure a better informed public and help guarantee that our tax dollars are spent on sensible policy. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to try to answer questions.
I see Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cabetta, for being here this afternoon. I guess my question would be to you that what would you say to the statement that even if Section 807 were repealed, a criminal justice agency would still be able to refuse to confirm the existence of non-existent or confidential intelligence and investigative record information when necessary to protect an investigation or public safety?
Representative Pickett, that's a great question because it illuminates the tools that law enforcement will continue to have even if this bill passes. I think that in many circumstances, law enforcement agencies will still be able to give a GLOMAR response. And there are dozens of court cases throughout the country saying that law enforcement agencies can give a GLOMAR response in certain circumstances. So I think you're right in putting your finger on that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Any other questions from Mr. Cabetta? Seeing none. Representative Pickett, would you place your hand down? Thank you. I will ask if there's anyone else who wishes to offer testimony in support. Seeing none, I am asking anyone wishing to submit testimony.
Tom Pelletier's hand just went up. He may be in support.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll take a longer period of time. Good afternoon, Mr. Pelletier.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Members of the committee, I was a little slow on the draw, but the Criminal Law Advisory Commission, I'm the chair of the Criminal Law Advisory Commission, and we did review this bill. And we are, I'm basically repeating what the sponsor and Mr. Kebeda said. We feel that if this bill is repealed, law enforcement agencies will still be able to, in the right circumstances, issue a GLOMAR response. Right now, they're required to. We heard from the Department of Public Safety that there are instances where it would be simply easier and not jeopardize an investigation to answer the inquiry. So even they, our understanding is, would appreciate the discretion, but that when they get a request where the integrity of the investigation or someone's safety is potentially at issue, they feel like they have the power to issue the GLOMAR response and the willingness to defend that response in court should that be necessary. So we think this provides flexibility to criminal justice agencies, and it does not prevent them from issuing a GLOMAR response if they feel that's necessary under the circumstances. So with that, I'll be glad to stop and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. Any questions of Mr. Pelletier? Seeing none, again, thank you.
Thank you.
So I would venture a guess that we're up to anyone who wishes to testify in opposition of this bill. Please raise your hand and we'll let you in.
One hand.
Okay. Thank you. So we have the police car again. Okay. Oh, there you are. I was looking for the car. I'm sorry. Sheriff Morton, please.
Senator, I knew you wanted to see that bright sunshine again, but you have to take my smiling face instead. Nice to see you all again, third time today, I think. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Troy Morton. I am the Sheriff of Penobscot County and President of the Maine Sheriff's Association. Maine Sheriffs met to discuss this bill, and our unanimous position is to oppose LD 894. Maine Sheriffs had an engaged and detailed discussion about this proposed legislation, not once, but on 2 occasions. We understand and support the efforts towards law enforcement accountability. As we applied this concept to real-life scenarios, it was clear that there are unintended consequences for LD 894 could be catastrophic. This legislative session has brought to light a greater focus on inmate rights, and we recognize those valuable areas of focus are timely and genuine. We cannot, however, lose sight of victim rights. Victims of sexual assault and domestic violence, for example, could come forward with the expectation that they can speak freely during an investigation. LD 894, as written, would remove confidential information that is shared with law enforcement. These victims would find themselves in jeopardy if their private details fall into the wrong hands. Without the protections identified in Title 16, subsection 807, we are removing the safety net that these vulnerable populations depend on to end their abuse. Maine Sheriffs support the shift to more accountability for law enforcement as we embrace their mantra, quote, "The truth shall set us free," unquote. LD 894 is not the solution. We look forward to collaborating on future legislation that responsibly addresses government accountability, but we urge all members of this committee to protect domestic violence victims and victims of domestic assault by voting ought not to pass. I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Sheriff Morton. I see Representative Pluka has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sheriff Morton, for being here. It's my reading of the bill that this bill would actually give you the ability to reveal or not reveal the information up to, and it'll be your discretion to do so.
Can you say that? I apologize. Sorry, I misunderstood what you said there.
Is my reading of the bill, and maybe I'm getting this wrong, that we would be giving you more discretion if to offer information or not offer information. That at this point, the law outlaws you from providing information.
Okay, I think I understand you. So what we believe is this is chipping away at the protection that victims currently have. That if we continue to chip away and compel law enforcement to share that information in certain circumstances, it's difficult. As you mentioned, I think you asked the question earlier this morning about statistics and whatnot. You have to remember that many investigations are like puzzles. And in this case, it's the same thing. Different information comes in from different areas. And we'd be concerned that that information, depending on where it came from, would have to be released. Potentially a victim could be put in danger because of that.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
I'm going to study it. Thank you.
Understood.
Anyone else have any questions for Sheriff Morton? Seeing none. Again, thank you, Sheriff Morton.
Thank you, committee.
Anyone else wishing to offer testimony in opposition? Please raise your hand.
Seeing no hands.
Thank you. I will now call upon anyone who wishes to offer testimony neither for nor against. Please raise your hand.
Again, seeing no hands.
Thank you. Having listened to testimony and questions, I will now call this public hearing. I forget if I'm in public hearing or work session now, I'm sorry, to a close. Thank you. So we're going into work session.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I've got to scoot to another committee and deliver testimony because this is obviously a busy day. I'll be back as soon as I can. Would you mind doing the work session in the order as printed?
Yes, if that's helpful to you, yes.
Thank you so much. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Okay. So I've got another script to read on the work session, so bear with me. We've established we still have a quorum. Yes, we do. I am Senator Susan DeChambeau, and I will be presiding over this work session of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. The purpose of this work session meeting is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for members to consider the legislative proposals before them and make recommendations or reports to the legislature. Only committee members, the committee analysts, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session through Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel and will be recorded for viewing after this meeting. Materials have been provided some electronically for this meeting, either through screen share, email, or posted on the committee materials page before the meeting or soon after. When it comes time for the committee to vote, we must have a quorum present, at least 7 members, including a senator. In order to be counted as present, your identity must be visually verifiable on the Zoom screen. I will now call on members. Well, we don't need to introduce ourselves. We've been at this since 10 this morning. I will now have the committee clerk and analysts who are in attendance or announce, I should say. I will announce that Ms. Fahey is still with us. And Jane Overton, our policy analyst, not only did she take notes this morning, I'm sure she is now going to let us through an analytical report of what we heard maybe even last week or the week before. So I will begin in the first 1, 2, 3. I can't believe we have 9. Okay, the first LD is 763. And the title of that LD is an act to allow state vehicles assigned to the Maine and Emergency Management Agency employees to be used for commuting. Ms. Overton, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if I can pull this one up on the screen share. And I can't tell. Okay, this is LD 763 that allows the MEMA vehicle to be used by employees for commuting when it's so designated by the Commissioner of the Department of Veterans, Department of Defense Veterans and Emergency Management. And I won't, given the time, I won't take you through the testimony. You were there. There was a information requested about fiscal impact, and since that public hearing, I've received some information, and Deputy Director Legee testified the costs would be absorbed within MEMA using state and federal funds. In a non-emergency time, that's a 50-50 split. In a time of a declared federal emergency, it's at least 75% federal, and then the remainder, so 25% or less, state funded. There was information requested about the number of vehicles. They have 4 vehicles. 2 were purchased with federal grant funds. 2 are leases from the state Central Fleet. Central Fleet does the maintenance on all the vehicles, and MEMA pays for that using the same formula that we just discussed. And you asked for information from Mr. Legee, and I'll scroll down a little bit and see if we can pick it all up. Not quite all of it, but this is the information that you asked for from him. He sent to me. These, I think I sent you all of these bill analyses this morning, all in one document. So if you wanted to see them, you can look online on the state's, the committee's website for them posted individually, but they're also all in that email from me this morning in numerical order. What would you like?
And I see the, do we still need that up?
No, you don't. Let me just pick up the last paragraph here. This was the costs, which I told you about. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, how would you like to start the discussion?
Well, I'd like to ask you a question. I'm sorry, I was probably still reading page 1 and I didn't look out back here. What is this? Oh, this is information that we asked you to provide?
Like, you asked Mr. Legee, Deputy Director Legee, for that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm reading this for the first time. I got this right before we started this morning. Representative Pickett, you have a question?
Yeah, basically have a, is the bill sponsor here?
No, it's Representative Warren.
I mean, Mr. Legee, sorry.
Is he in the waiting room, Deb?
Yes, one moment.
Thank you. You wish to call him, Representative Pickett?
Yeah, I have a question for him and then a statement to make regarding this bill.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well.
Glad you were able to make it with us this afternoon, Mr. Legee. The question I have, it says you currently own 2 vehicles, and you lease 2 from the state Central Fleet, correct?
Correct.
And at the moment, currently, who uses the 2 new ones, or who uses the 2 that you own?
All 4 vehicles are available to all of the staff to sign out to use for work-related purposes.
Okay, to all of the staff then. Okay.
Correct.
So, if you were to, would you be able to, get another fleet vehicle or take one of these fleet vehicles and designate it to the director and have that be his vehicle so he can use to take home and do what he needs to do like we talked about. And then if when he was on vacation or was laid up and ill or whatever and stuff, that vehicle would be assigned to the second in command that would need that vehicle until he was back operational. Could you do that within the department by policy rather than having to go out and purchase a new vehicle?
The short answer to that, sir, is yes. That would be the plan. We would take one of our existing fleet vehicles, and that would be used for that commute purpose for the director or designee. And as you alluded to, if the director was unavailable, vacation, leave, whatever the case may be, then he would designate someone that would be the vehicle for that purpose.
And that vehicle would be only used by that person, either the director or his designee when he was not available.
For commute purposes, correct. And we would guide that action by policy, working with our DVM partners.
Okay, and if you were able to do that, would that not solve your problem without having to go out and purchase a new vehicle?
That certainly wouldn't. At this point, that would be our plan. We would not go out and purchase a new vehicle. We would use an existing vehicle from the 4 that we have available to us.
Okay, so if that's your plan now and everything, then really the bill is not necessary then, correct?
My understanding is the bill provides us the allowability to use the vehicle for commute purposes. Right now, we have the existing vehicles, but they're not used for commute purposes between home and the office.
So that's not it. So you don't have the ability within the department to allow that vehicle to be used for commute back and forth by the director?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Renecki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a real problem with allowing for commute. What did I see? There was 4 times recently that the director needed a vehicle. If he gets mileage anyway, which I'm sure if he's going to actually use a vehicle to come back and forth to work, most people don't get a vehicle to come back and forth to work. I have a problem using taxpayer dollars for something like that. Do you actually have any statistics, Mr. LeGee, that actually shows how many times? I think I read in one of the things it was like 4 times, but any other time that might have been the case? I mean, if we're looking at only 4 times, I just have a problem with all of a sudden now we're giving, an employee, I mean, regardless of being the director or not, an employee, a commuter car when the rest of us pay to go back and forth to work. As a taxpayer, I have a problem with that. How many times actually would he use the car for the actual work purposes versus commuting?
So I don't have any statistics. So that's, I guess, the short answer. But I will say from we're restricted to the data that we have with what's been possible while following the existing regulations right now. And it's it's more the nature of the vehicle right now and some of the conditions that the director would be required to report to either an incident scene, like the 4 situations I described in the written piece there, or the state's emergency operations center in Augusta. So there might be hazardous conditions between the director or designee's home and the operations center in Augusta. So no statistics, but there is the responsibility statutorily for him to report to Augusta to operate that center.
Madam Chair, can I follow up with that?
Yes, go right ahead.
Could you, so when you're talking hazardous conditions, what is the difference between a state vehicle for hazardous conditions than a personal vehicle? And if it's whether or not it has lights on it, can't you just have temporary lights to put on a vehicle?
So the vehicles in question, I mean, the director could be driving, or designee could be driving any number of vehicles, a small commuter car, whatever the case may be. One of the vehicles in question that we would use is a 4-wheel drive vehicle. It's got the appropriate markers, the lights, and it's also equipped with a state radio. So if there were some kind of issue or some need for interoperable communications between during that commute, they would have that capability to utilize that radio for communication purposes. And their car would not be equipped with the radio, the lights, or the markings.
But couldn't they have a portable radio to have with them?
They
I
could
guess
use,
that's-
yep, he could certainly carry and does often bring a portable radio. I'm not a communications person, but my understanding is that it's not quite as powerful. So it does satisfy some of that need.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Costain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for being with us this afternoon. My understanding is this bill is, or this vehicle will only be used for the director, or if he's on vacation, the assistant director who's filling in, correct? Not for everyone on the team.
So the bill, as I understand, the language is actually more generalized than that. It's an employee of the department as designated in policy. Our interpretation of that will be the director or designee. So and that'll be guided by policy that we work out with the department at the kind of direction of the commissioner and kind of what he finds to be allowable in his interpretation of the bill.
Thank you.
I have Representative Pickett again.
Shelley.
Okay, Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In relation to the bill, I have no problem with having the director take one of the existing vehicles that are being used right now. And if it's the one that has the lights on and has the equipment that he feels he needs to respond back and forth to a scene, that's fine. And having him have the opportunity to, or have the vehicle be able to be used by the second in command when the director is not available. And what I mean by that, either on vacation or he's laid up sick or whatever the case may be, but as far as opening it up so that he can designate anybody within the department to go get the vehicle and use it and take it and stuff, I really don't want to see that happen. I'm okay with that. I'll just throw it out there to see what other people feel. But I just don't want to open it up so that everybody is able to just go get the vehicle and so on and so forth. Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment. Having been a state employee years and years ago, I should say, or started, this is something that comes up pretty regularly. And it's not abused, I should say, because it is under a lot of scrutiny. I recall the testimony of Mr. Legee about being at the ready, also at the governor's, the relationship with the governor in terms of an emergency. I think someone made a comment of, could we make it into a policy rather than a statute? It needs to be in a statute, I would presume. I'm making judgments here, and Mr. Legree, I want you to comment after I finish if I am off base here. You've got in the statute currently, you've got the Baxter State Park Authority, and you can almost imagine the wear and tear of those vehicles if it was your own personal vehicle. It also is the Commissioner of Defense, Drug Enforcement, State Fire Marshal. This is somewhat a benefit, given the position that the employee is in, and it's not a first responder, but I was very surprised not to see that was not a first responder. You sure as heck are a second responder when it comes to emergencies. And it's something that we as legislators have to weigh, that for them to arrive there rather than use the family vehicle and be at their office and get a call to an emergency, they have to be at the ready. a vehicle has to be available to them other than a family vehicle. Those are the kinds of arguments I've heard for decades, and it rings true to me. As far as who should have it, I'm not particular in the minutia of policy making for that particular thing. It's either the organization, the agency has the car, and they will use it as see fit, director to deputy director to lead director. So I then turn it over to you, Mr. Legee, if I am anywhere near correct of some of the arguments that you put forward.
You were right on the money, ma'am, and I appreciate the sentiment.
Well, I didn't do it to sway anybody else, but those are the facts. This is not something new. And as I said, decades, and there's only very few people that have it. In your own communities, your fire chief goes home with a vehicle, and others. So I think MEMA is an important enough department or agency to at least have one vehicle at the ready for whoever's in charge on that day. I have Representative Pickett.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Legee. I guess the question I have, I'm trying to remember back in the hearing we did on this, but I'll ask the question again. I believe you answered it in the hearing, but I'll ask it again. Who, if anybody, in an emergency is required to respond to the scene?
Who, if anybody,
to immediately respond to the scene? If something comes in and there's an emergency, the fire department calls somebody or something, and somebody in your department, who is responsible to be a first responder to that scene or to respond to that scene immediately?
No one at the
No one at
agency.
all. Not even the director.
Not as a self-deploying first responder. No, sir.
Okay, so we're not a first responder then. Okay.
That's accurate.
So then if we had a vehicle and a vehicle was being able to be used by the director or assigned to the director so that somebody, and in this case, the top dog, would be able to respond, assess, see what he needed, and whether or not he was going to need to call out other people to come down and get their vehicles and come in, he'd be able to do that. And if he was not available because of not being on the clock or whatever the case may be, then, because I'm assuming he would be 24-hour call unless he was on vacation off somewhere or sick, because that's mostly how those things work. So then his second in command would be the next one to have that vehicle and have it at the time while he was not. And that's what I was getting at when I was talking before of how I'd like to see this happen. If we can put it in this bill, amend this bill to say that, I'm in support of it. But if we can't, then I don't think I can support it. That's my take on it.
Do you wish to make an amendment, or is someone else? Well, I've got Mr. Representative Pickett, you still have your hand up. Okay, thank you. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarity. So I know, when I worked at the sheriff's office, they figured the vehicle was worth a value and whatever. And it became like a union situation of negotiations. And I'm kind of wondering if we aren't interfering with that, doing this, since it's not a first responder vehicle. And that's my concern here. And then I'm thinking that the director usually goes to the headquarters and then sends out who he has to so he can communicate. So he really wouldn't be the second, responder. He would be more the going to the headquarters to work from there, from what I understand. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm just asking what you think on those two situations.
Those are questions for me, right, Senator?
Yes.
Okay. So on the union one, that's not something that we're aware of. We're not aware of any kind of union requirements around that. And as I said, there are several state agencies that are already implicated in the existing bill that are using vehicles for a similar purpose. So we're not aware of any union requirements around usage of the vehicle. In terms of the usage cases, our current director has really only been the officially appointed director during COVID. But I think you touched on one of the usage cases, which would be going to the scene. And I think that while not a first responder, there would be a need to, at times for the director to go on the scene to perform that kind of liaison capability from there. We do have a coordinator here in Augusta at the EOC. So I think there are a couple of usage cases. There's that one, and there's also the need for the director to commute from home to the office to be at the EOC. So I think there would be some transition from home to office to the scene and kind of vice versa, depending on what the particular emergency required.
Mm-hmm. Senator Stairway, are you all set?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm back. Is there a motion on the floor, or did you guys just start this bill?
There is some discussion and clarification.
Okay, thank you.
A question was made about how many times the director has been called out. It's not so much called out. The top is the director. There could be an emergency in Sanford, Maine. The director's job is to go to Augusta to ensure the resources of the state are available for the appropriate response to, let's say, Sanford, Maine. There are occasions where they have to go to the place, like at Westbrook landslide or the beach erosion. My God, you could have an office at the Camp Alice beach erosion. You're there so often. So that's what we're weighing, Representative Warren, is the availability and the number of times. So I have, and I'm sorry, I think it was Representative Pickett had his hand up first. That's correct?
Yes, I did, but I have a motion, but if Representative Morales is a question, I would defer to her.
No, go ahead. I was going to ask you for your motion.
Okay. I move ought to pass amended, and that the amendment would be that the bill would allow an employee, would allow the director of MEMA or the director of the Department of Defense Veterans Emergency Management, Maine Emergency Management Agency, to use a state-owned or state-leased vehicle to commute between home and work, or if unavailable for duty, the vehicle would be assigned to the deputy director for the same purpose, or something to that effect. Jane can write it out and I'll clear it up, but that's pretty much what I'm saying here. With an existing fleet vehicle at the director's choosing.
Senator, it looks like Jane has something to add, or maybe a question.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Overton?
I was just going to ask, since they already have vehicles, this is really just about the authority to use the vehicle to take it home. And would you want us to say ought to pass as amended, and that the authority would be restricted to the director or the designee of the director?
Not the designee, because then you could get into someone other than the deputy director.
Okay, so the director or the deputy director.
Right.
Okay.
Is there any concern, questions about that amendment? Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly for the Deputy Director, any issues with that? Or is that going to mess anything up for you guys? Or are you set for us to go for it with that?
If I could make one suggestion, I think the only other staff member that I would put forward, I understand Representative Pickett's concerns about kind of designee applying to anyone broadly in the agency and that maybe being too loose. We also have an agency duty officer that's on 24/7. And I would say that that could be the third, maybe the agency director, deputy director, or duty officer. That's a specific individual that's on for a 1 week rotation, basically.
You would get a second anyway.
Yeah, I would have no problem with that.
Do you want to amend your motion or just add it to your, well, I guess you just did add it to your motion. So I'll second that motion then.
So it's director, deputy director, or what's the title of the other person?
Duty officer.
Duty, that's pretty much the designee, and I agree with you. Thank you. That clarifies it.
Great.
So it's been moved and seconded. No other further discussion. We're pretty clear on that amendment. Senator Seaway. You're muted, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one clarifying thing is who would be responsible for the upkeep of the vehicle? I know when we had part-timers, the vehicle tend to take a toll because nobody claimed it was their responsibility to keep it up and check it. And I just concerned about that. What's your thoughts on that, Mr. Liggs?
So upkeep, sir, in terms of, so from a maintenance standpoint, maintenance would be performed by Central Fleet as with the other three vehicles. So that would all be per kind of the routine with Central Fleet. In terms of just general cleaning and things like that, I think that's something we could put into the policy and find a home for at the agency from an administrative standpoint, who's gonna, do the vacuuming and upkeep inside the vehicle itself physically.
And washing it and that sort of thing, right?
Correct.
If we can
We're in discussion of the amendment, Senator.
Yeah.
Senator, we don't put vacuuming duties in state statute.
Okay.
So it's a little micromanaging there.
All right.
We
Okay.
are actually creating law here.
Yep.
Well, Mima would be the only one we are micromanaging, but if that moves it forward, so it's been moved and seconded. Ms. Fay, if you wish to take a vote.
Certainly.
Everybody's all set? Okay, thank you.
Committee members, video on and unmute, please, for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
I think you already asked me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Reckett then.
He gets 2 votes now.
Must be ranked choice.
I need my glasses on.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, 1 no, 2 absent.
Jane has a question, Senator.
I need.
Oh, you're on mute.
Just want to know who's absent, Senator Lawrence and, sorry?
Sharp.
Oh, Sharp. Okay, thank you.
Always.
Ms. Overton?
I need to know what Representative Rudnicki would like as her vote.
Not to pass.
Thank you.
Thank you. We all set about that? So you haven't missed anything, Representative Warren. We're on number 2 now.
I was kind of thinking you guys are going to be a little farther ahead.
I'm not going to take that as a personal comment, but that's okay.
No, please don't. It was not aimed at
No.
anybody. I just was sharing my hopes and dreams.
LD 764, an act to authorize the, here we go again, okay. An act to authorize the Maine Emergency Management Agency to requisition food supplies for emergency use or special duty assignments. Ms. Overton, Ms. Warren, do you have your hand up?
Sorry, I was going to make a motion. I forgot we needed to hear from Jane first. Thank you.
Well. I'm having trouble finding these. Deb, did I sent you the whole set, right? At this morning. Can you pull up the whole set and share them when I tell you to? My computer is uncooperative. Not to mention that it could be operator error. Can you find those?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we need 764.
It's kind of hard to read.
Oh, yeah. Can you go to the like spyglass and make it bigger? Oh, yeah. Or is it? Yeah. Okay. So this bill is 764. It authorizes MEMA to purchase food for staff use during emergencies and special duty assignments. The bill also corrects a very minor drafting error in which it refers to the Bureau of Forestry, and that is in the Department of Agriculture. I supervise just that Mr. Lee that the MEMA needs food for its employees who are working for an emergency and all do sometimes hours a day for on end. If you can school that, we asked for some information and it's further down. Going at the next page. No. And there's the definition of a special duty assignment. And the costs again are 50-50 at least 75 and up to 25. Scroll a little further more. And that's I think we can close it out. Okay, how would I?
Well, I have some that have questions. Representative Senator Costain.
I have to Representative Costain because I'm going to make a motion. Thank you.
Representative Costain.
I was saying,
Go for it.
make an on-pass bill 64.
Second.
No, it's good. Right, very simple. And we're going to have a roll.
All right, again, video on and mute, please, for vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Sharp absent, Representative Wagner,
Yes.
Representative
Yeah.
Representative Pickett, your vote.
Yes.
Representative Costin, Representative Rodney,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker, Laura absent, Senator Shambo. That's two absent.
Thank you. Up to LD 877, an act to expand the definition of unlawful sexual touching.
Deb, you did such a great job on that last bill.
Okay, here it comes.
We can be a good team here if you keep helping me.
We should have thought of that a long time ago. That's
This
good.
is good. Can you pull up 877? This bill expands the definition of sexual touching in Title 17A, Section 251, to include kissing on the mouth. Unlawful sexual touching, which requires the actor to intentionally subject the victim to sexual touching, is prohibited in Section 260. And it is a Class D or a Class E crime, depending on the circumstances which are listed there. Senator Diamond presented the bill. Elizabeth Ward Saxel for Maine Coalition Against Sexual Assault testified in favor, as did District Attorney Jonathan Sarbeck. Walter McKee for the Maine Association of Criminal Defense Attorneys, Lawyers testified. Let's see if I see him. I have him both as neither for nor against, but he's actually, I don't know. He's either neither for nor against, or he's opposed. I think he's opposed. And John Pelletier from Clack testified against the bill, agreeing really with Walt McKee that sexual touching in terms of a kissing on the mouth, if it is offensive physical contact, it's included as an assault. So what would you like to do? I think we can take it down, Deb.
Representative Morales?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion ought not to pass.
I'll second.
Motion by Representative Morales, second by Warren. Representative Warren? Okay.
Yes.
No questions, although we're going to have a roll call.
Video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote.
And I just confirm that Walt McKee is in the not to pass opposed category.
Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Rackett, okay, I'll come back. Representative Sharp. Oh, sorry, Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Rackett, I see you're back.
The motion is ought not to pass, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Then I'm voting no.
Representative Pickett,
I'm going to think on this. Come back to me last, will you?
okay. Representative Costin, Shall I move?
We'll have to vote.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to vote.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent, Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
that's yes, 10, 1 no, and 2 absent.
And once again, I need to ask the position of the person voting no.
So ought to pass.
Okay, thank you.
Pickett, mute yourself.
The next one, I want to give a moment for people to move their papers around.
No, we're good. Let's keep it rolling. We're doing well.
I was looking at the staff. Okay. LD 1016, an act to ensure that assemblies, protests, and demonstrations in Maine remain peaceful.
Okay, Deb, can you find us LD 1016, please? Okay, LD 1016 provides a definition for terroristic intent. In section 213, subsection 1, it criminalizes aggravated reckless conduct, which is a class B crime, which is when a person with terroristic intent engages in contact that in fact creates a substantial risk of serious bodily injury to another person. So in adding the definition of terroristic intent, you'll see in the middle of the page there that with the purpose of intimidating or coercing a civilian population or to affect the conduct of government, this is it. With terroristic intent, the person does these following things: destroys public property, destroys business infrastructure, uses fire, fireworks, combustible materials, etc., starts a fire on the property of another during a public protest, demonstration, or assembly, assaults a law officer or public servant during a public protest, demonstration, or assembly. And it adds to the class B crime of aggravated reckless conduct that the person with terroristic intent engages in the willful destruction of public or private property. There was testimony in favor and opposed. You were all here, so I won't go through that again with you. You'll note some of the detail of the opposition at the end of the summary. If you could scroll down a bit, Deb, towards the end. Keep going. Okay, stop. There we go. That's all I have. What would you like to do?
Representative Pickett.
Yes, I don't have a motion, but I do have a statement. I like the bill in the sense of all the things that it can do. But on the other hand, I realize, and I have to agree with Clark, that everything that it says it can do, we have in statute right now. But I guess my statement would simply be, is that when we get these circumstances and when they actually take place the way some of these things have fell into place over the summer, I just hope that our prosecutors and our judges in the judiciary will start looking at these on a case-by-case basis and act and do accordingly to it, because that's a lot of our problem with a lot of our laws. It isn't that the laws aren't good, in my opinion. It's that the laws aren't always prosecuted, or also the punishment doesn't always fit the crime. Either way, sometimes too much, sometimes too little. But I really have a real concern about that. And this kind of brought it to light even more to me. So thank you.
I recognize Representative Costain, followed by Representative Morales.
Thank you, Senator. I'll let her go first. I was going to make a motion, so.
Go ahead, Representative. Me too.
I make a motion on Bill 1016 ought not to pass.
I second.
So Deb, should we have a roll call, or do we have discussion about the bill? Oh, Senator, you're on mute. Oh, Senator Searway has a question.
Okay. Senator Searway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a little bit of different viewpoint on this. I witnessed an attack on Senator Collins, and I think that this is needed because nothing was done. So I do. So I'm going to vote ought to pass on this.
Fine. It's fine. It's good.
Anyone else?
I just would add,
Representative Warren.
I'm sorry, I didn't have my hand up.
There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would just say that I agree with what Representative Pickett said. I see where the sponsor is coming from on this bill, and I see what he's trying to get at. But I do believe from the testimony that we received that all of these provisions are already in state law. So that's why I'll be joining Representative Costain's motion. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Could you read the motion again? I'm sorry, I've been distracted a couple of times here. I just want to make sure.
It's just ought not to pass.
Okay, thank you. So we're ready for a vote?
Video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Reckitt,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
No.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway, Senator Searway,
No.
Senator DeChambeau,
Yes.
so that's 2 no, 9 yes, and 2 absent.
Thank you.
And oh, the no can be ought to pass. That's our.
Is that okay? Okay.
For both of you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next one before us is LD 1021, an act to protect Maine residents from stalking by use of an unmanned aerial vehicle. Okay. A drone.
Okay. Are we ready, Deb? All righty, this is LD 1021. will refer to unmanned aerial vehicles just for shorthand as drones. This bill adds the use of drones to the law governing stalking in the Maine Criminal Code. Note that the sponsor of the public hearing suggested not amending the stalking law, but instead amending the law on a violation of privacy. Representative Moriarty, whose bill was, presented the bill and provided written testimony on violation, particularly on violation of privacy. And if we scroll down a little bit more on that page, you'll be able to see this is what he is proposing instead of amending the stalking law, is to amend the violation of privacy law. So down in subsection 1, paragraph C, there would be the description of the device that does this prohibited conduct would be any device for observing or photographing. There is already a description of the device for hearing, recording, etc. And the location would be a place that is not ordinarily visible. Okay, and let's see. I think that's all that's in that, in his suggestion. There was some information requested. If you could scroll down, Deb, to about the middle of the next page, there were some questions. Yep, keep going. There were some questions. And Representative Moriarty actually sent you an email right after the hearing answering some of the questions. And also included is the actual law on some of this. And so I'll just read a little bit of it to you. On the acquisition of drones, the law requires that drones may be acquired only upon the approval of the governing body of the municipality. So this is the law enforcement agency. They need approval of their municipality in order to acquire a drone. A drone may not be used to conduct criminal investigations unless a warrant has been obtained. Can you go down a little bit further there, Deb? Okay, great. With regard to search and rescue operations, they can be used for that in the judgment of the law enforcement agency. They may be used for aerial photography to assess accidents, forest fires, flood stages, and storm damage. They may not be used to carry out surveillance of private citizens who are peacefully exercising rights of free speech and assembly. And the Criminal Justice Academy is required to adopt rules. And then the next entry, we can stop there, is in Title 25, Section 4501. And this is the whole section really applies to the acquisition of drones by a law enforcement agency. And the rest of that text of the law is in the electronic copy. What would you like to do?
Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the only testimony in opposition came before the amendment was made. Certainly there was a couple pieces of opposition because of the stalking statute, that's originally where this started. I think those issues switched around once the amendment was offered. So I am going to make a motion ought to pass as amended.
Second.
I would need, it's been moved and seconded, but I have a question, if I may.
Discussion is totally still fine.
Ms. Overton or anyone, I can't seem to get through the last line of 511 violation of privacy. I'm looking at C. So install uses outside a private place without the consent of the persons entitled to privacy. Any device observing, photographing, hearing, I've got all that. In that sounds originating in that place that would ordinarily be, not ordinarily be visible, audible. Or
Right.
Could you just explain that to me?
Well, currently that law covers a person who installs or uses outside of a private place without consent a device for listening.
Got it.
And this changes it from listening to also observing or photographing.
Thank you. Yep, it just hit me. Good. Great. So it's been moved and seconded. Where is Miss Warren? There she is. Where is she? Mr. Moriarty, I see you have your hand up, but we have a motion on the floor. So, so the motion is ought to pass as amended, Ms. Representative Warren?
Yes, with the amendment that the sponsor brought in, and I'm fine to hear from the sponsor as we.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing that. Mr. Moriarty, Representative Moriarty, would you care to give us what it is you're thinking about right now? Are you with us, Representative Moriarty?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, members of the committee. Respectfully, the amendment is just missing 2 words, which I think I slipped into my language a week ago, but may not have been recorded. So if you look at the sort of the end of the second sentence, it says hearing, recording, amplifying, or broadcasting. And then the 2 missing words are images or sounds originating in that place. So that it covers both images, that is to say photographs, and sounds. If it's sounds only, then it doesn't pertain to images.
Yes, Representative, you did bring us that amendment. I remember those words. So great. Yes, I would like to add that to my motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
I'll
Thanks
go
very
with
much.
second on that.
All right, so we're all set. We know what we're voting on now? Does it have to be repeated? If not, I will proceed with a roll call vote.
So video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
No.
Representative Costin.
No.
Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 7 yes, 4 no, and 2 absent.
Mr. Moriarty, I love to sit down and talk with you and thank you. This helps a constituent of mine that's had a problem for a long time. So
Good. Thank you.
Excuse me, I need to know the no votes, what they would like.
Straight ought not to pass.
Okay.
Thank you again.
I'll come to the door and tell
So we are now on LD 1070. An act to make assault on a person 50 years of age or older with a pre-existing serious medical condition a Class C crime. Ms. Overton, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I recognized you. I apologize.
No, I was just listening to the Westminster chimes, wherever they're coming from. They're lovely. Deb, this is LD 1070, and this is Senator Searway's bill. Senator Searway noticed that the Class C variant of the crime requires proof that the actor acted intentionally, recklessly, knowingly, or recklessly when causing bodily injury to a person aged 50 or older who has a pre-existing medical condition. That is the proposal in the bill in front of you. The District Attorney Maloney testified in favor of the bill, but she also suggested amending it to an age range of 65 or older in order to eliminate the requirement of intentionally doing the act with regard to somebody who was age 50 or older or has a pre-existing medical condition. That involves a particular culpable state of mind with regard to those two factors. There was also some discussion about using sentencing alternatives instead of using creating a new crime. Sandy and Herbert Bradley of Waterville testified in favor of the bill and discussed the attack on them that caused serious personal injuries, the need for emergency treatment, and has profoundly and negatively impacted their lives. For opposition, Walter McKee, representing Macdel, testified against the bill, noting that courts now do sentence. He did not think they sentenced to the limit on the crime of assault. And he also said that if deferred disposition were sought, that Maine pretrial services would offer supervision. John Pelletier testified for Clack. He noted that the age of the victim could be taken into account at sentencing. And if you wanted to amend the probation law to allow probation for this particular type of crime, you could amend the probation law. He also cautioned against imposing an intensive intervention for this crime, saying that that type of intervention increases the risk of violation for the person who is subject to those conditions. That's all I have. What would you like to do?
Anyone have any questions? Concerns? Senator Searway.
Is it possible I could bring Megan Mahoney up just to explain a little bit more on what was just talked about? Maloney.
Senator, you're on mute. I think one of the things that was very difficult for us about the public hearing is this is an open case, Senator. So the fact that the district attorney was even talking to us about this case makes many of us very nervous.
Well, I understand. I understand that part of it, but this is after their case. It's not going to affect their case, and this is just a bill that I believe would help elderly people. And that was brought forward by Chief Massey. You know, he wanted me to bring this forward. So I just think that, and I did talk to AARP and they had some suggestions as well. So I just wanted to have Megan have a little input on that.
Senator, you're on mute.
Frankly, Senator Seaway, this sounds more like testimony that should have been brought forward and not for our consideration today. It seems like new stuff and not speaking on what we've heard in testimony.
Right, don't you bring amendments forward? Sometimes you get changes.
Amendment? Is that what you?
Oh, you didn't.
Yes, we're looking at 65 years old and maybe the AARP suggestion as well.
Representative Warren, you had a comment to make?
I didn't mean to over talk you. I apologize for that. I just said I didn't realize he had an amendment to bring forward. Senator, I think if you have an amendment to give to us, please bring it forward to us. That is absolutely within your purview as a senator to do so.
And I had forwarded the AARP amendment piece to Jane, and I had asked Megan about the 65 years old and older. So if we could just have her speak on that.
I think we discussed the 65 years and older at the public hearing. So we're aware of that amendment. I don't think we need to hear from the district attorney about that amendment again. We did hear about it. And
Well,
Jane.
maybe, Jane probably could bring that up on the screen, the AARP amendment, maybe.
I believe she just did that. I underlined it when she said it.
Oh.
I'm afraid I don't have anything written on other than what's in the bill analysis. Maybe I missed something, but I think the two options were to make it a Class C for assault on a person 65 years old or older. And the other option was to specifically mention a sentencing alternative when there is an assault on a person 65 or older. Is there another option?
So what I understand, Senator Seaway, is we've heard that testimony as a suggestion. If you wish to make that an amendment now is the time, and we'll consider that because we've heard it.
Yes, that's what I'd like to have for an amendment. What Jane just had spoke about.
Change the age to 65.
Yes.
Anything else in an amendment?
There was a statute, and I don't have it right in front of me, that AARP had recommended, and I thought we had sent it forwarded to Jane, but apparently she may not.
I don't have anything. I'm very sorry.
Okay.
So there is a proposed motion. Do you wish to make that into a motion to amend?
Senator,
Okay.
Senator DeChambeau,
There a second?
Senator DeChambeau,
Yes.
this is Representative Pickett. If Senator Seaway had information for a amendment that he thought had been presented and we don't have it, I mean, I don't want him to be in a position to not present his amendment the way he wants to present it. And if it's not his fault that it's not here, then I'm just wondering if we should take and table this until he gets a chance to get the information so that he can get that in, unless he's okay to have it go with it the way it is. I just think we all, when we bring a bill in and we try to get it the way we want it, to give it its most fair opportunity to either be up or down, I think they should have the opportunity to do that. And so I'm making a plea to the chairs to give that opportunity to him one way or another, if you would.
Is that amendable to you, Senator Seaway? Is that something you need to wait for and you are requesting?
Yes, if I could have it tabled just to get that extra information and get it to Jane and yep.
All right. So we, Representative, well, I have Representative Warren and Representative Costain next.
I make a motion to table.
Okay, we've got that.
I'll second it.
All right. We take a roll call for tabling, don't we?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Ready?
Let's begin. Thank you.
Video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Rackett,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's unanimous with 11 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd be happy to work with you, Senator Seaway. I'm sorry, I just don't seem to have anything on that. I'm very sorry.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And the next one we have is LD 696, an act to prohibit solitary confinement in Maine's corrections system. Ms. Overton?
Yes, thank you. Deb, we can call up 696, that'd be great. This prohibits solitary confinement in jails and prisons in the state. It is LD 696, and it defines solitary confinement to mean that a prisoner is segregated and has contact with another person less than 3 times a day. Representative Lookner presented the bill and provided testimony. He testified against the imposition of solitary confinement in jails and prisons, citing the 8th Amendment prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment. He suggested that time be taken with the bill to enable interested parties to work with each other and with the Department of Corrections and the sheriffs. Zachary Hayden testified against the bill.
He's a proponent. Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry, testified in favor of the bill. He's right there in paragraph number 2. He asked for strict prohibitions on imposing solitary confinement on people with serious mental illness, juveniles, people who are pregnant or who have recently given birth. He also called on the legislature to strictly prohibit the use of solitary confinement as a form of protective custody. And he asked that DOC policy permitting prisoners in solitary confinement unit to access programming inside and outside their cells. Tina Netto from MacDill testified in favor of the bill and asked the committee to carry it over to 2022 to enable the stakeholders to review new laws in New York and Massachusetts and to work together. There were a number of other people in paragraph number 4 speaking in favor of the bill. And then you can scroll down a little bit, Deb. Testifying neither for nor against was Commissioner Liberty. He did say that he supported the testimony, the spirit of the bill, and he provided testimony. Sheriff Mason spoke of the differences between DOC facilities and the jails. And he spoke of the difficulties that the jails have with inmates who need mental health or competency exams and treatment and of the shortage of available beds at Riverview. John Pelletier testified for Clack, neither for nor against. No, yes. And he noted the need for better definition that works for DOC facilities and for the jails. And he cautioned against just using one term and cross-referencing it. Janet Drew of York testified neither for nor against and submitted testimony. She spoke of the need for data on cumulative stays in solitary confinement, self-harming behavior in solitary, and the need for an ombudsman to oversee DOC facilities and jails. That's all I have.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies. I think there's just a typo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. But since it is posted online now, I think it does matter. On the first page, number 4 says also speaking against the bill or submitting testimony against. All of those folks are in favor of the bill, but they'd like to see it carried over so that they're part of a large group working on it. So that would have been their concern if they did bring it up. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you. There is a way for us to correct testimony and the posting, so I will make sure that happens.
Great. Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. Thank you very much.
I need a clarification, Representative Warren. You said number 4, these people didn't speak against the bill, did they?
No, they are all in favor of the bill, but they'd like to have more time to work on the bill. But they all testified in support.
Thank you. Yep. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note, and then I wanted to ask a question that I think, you know, the testimony we heard and the fact that the commissioner is working with stakeholders and is really interested in taking a good look at this is a really good sign and shows that this is a policy in need of further discussion. So I'm in favor of a carryover. And then the question is, do we vote on that like we would vote on a motion, or how would we do that if it's the desire of the committee?
We would vote for a motion to carry over. Is that what we're asking?
You could do that. The final decision on carryover comes from the presiding officers at the end of the session, but what you do is you vote to request a carryover, and then we submit a list at the end of the session.
I see. Well, I can make a motion, or I could wait for Representative Pickett.
Yes, I'll get back to you after Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Morales. I would agree that if we were to vote on this today, I would be a no, and for a number of reasons. But I think as long as we've got people that are wanting to work on this to come up with something that we can all wrap our heads around and maybe end up being in agreement with, I think it warrants that opportunity. I'm not so sure I want to carry it over though into the next session. I'm wondering, and I'll just throw this out for whatever it's worth. I'm wondering if it would be possible, it may not be, but if it would be possible, if we tabled this for like a month and put it on the schedule in a month, if that month would give the stakeholders a chance to get together and see if they can do anything with this. I just throw it out there for conversation, that's all. I'm not objectionable to either, but I'd rather take care of it in this session if we can.
Now I was going to go back to Representative Morales put her hand down. So Representative Luckner.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So when I submitted this bill, I didn't know a heck of a lot about the intricacies of DOC policy when it comes to this specific practice. So I think, we do need more time, and a lot of the stakeholders, we want to get this right, and it's going to take some more time to do that. And so I am in favor of carrying it over as well.
Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After hearing the sponsor of the bill say that he believes the best way to do it is to carry it over, I would take and submit to that it's his bill, he's working it, he's trying to do the best he can with it. So I have no objection to that.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to carry over.
Was there a motion?
Pickett made a motion to carry over. Is that it? Representative Pickett? No? Did I get that wrong? I'm sorry.
No, I think Representative Costain did, and I know that Representative Morales is waiting to make that motion, so I'm going to bow to her.
Wow. All right. Is this where I make a comment? I don't want to miss the train and say I should have run to the train and gotten on. Not in favor of carryover, not this bill, because what we're saying is nothing really is going to happen. You're going on the promise maybe of the commissioner that he will convene a group to study that between now and then. There's nothing that tells him to do that. And so come next year, we're back to square one. I am not going to vote in favor of the carryover. I really think there's information there. And I know Representative Luckner did not, when I asked him the question on the first time, did not look at the policy. I'm sure he's looked at it since then and talked with other people. I think we can still work on this bill, and it could still either pass or not pass rather than waiting next year. So that's my full comment. I will recognize, I've got Representative Morales is up again, and unless, I don't know what Representative Bernecki wants, but I will defer to you, Representative Morales, you're next.
Yes, I was going to make a motion to carry the bill over to allow the sponsor to continue doing the work with the stakeholders and the commissioner on the bill.
Seconded.
Second. I'm sorry.
Seconded.
Been moved and seconded. Representative Bernecki, you have your hand up?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to make a suggestion that in addition to the carryover, that we actually send a letter to the commissioner instructing him to work with the stakeholders. And that way we take care of the issue that you were just talking about, whereas we could be back in the same pot. If we send a letter from this committee instructing him to work with the stakeholders on this, then I think we can kind of alleviate it just hanging out there. Thank you.
I don't know if we send letters instructing anybody. I don't like the word, but that's all right. Go ahead. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We send a lot of letters when we want action to happen. I think that's a really great suggestion. Just for process question, it would need to be that Representative Morales and Luckner agreed and added that to Or I don't even know, maybe, I don't know how official a carryover vote is. Like, is the vote actually recorded somewhere, or we just need a majority vote?
It's recorded.
Oh, it is recorded. Okay.
I definitely agree to add that to the motion. It's a great idea.
Seconded.
Yeah, I think, Jane, you probably.
I hate to wade into something that you're debating, but I have never worked with a committee that instructed a commissioner to do something. It really is usually asking.
I think
Is that
that's
okay?
what she meant. I mean, we know what she meant. She didn't, I mean, she's a nice person. She didn't-
Okay, I hear two different things. There's a motion to carry over. I think that's a clean motion. I think it does have to be recorded, yay or nay. And absent that, if it's a group discussion, to send a letter stating to the commissioner that we carried it over, or we're going to be recommending it be carried over. And such time, we encourage him to have meetings with stakeholders. So that's clean in my book. Sure yet. So I have Representative Pickett followed by Representative Costain.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think it would, we all know that that what that suggestion was to request, not to instruct. So if we just put that word request in there, make it part of the motion. The motion's already been made with that word in it and stuff. Let's just do the carryover. I call the vote.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Ms. Fahey. Would you call a roll call vote on a carryover motion?
Certainly. Video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote.
Just did.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain. Representative Costain, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Thank you. Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yeah.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
No.
That's 10 yes, 1 no, 2 absent.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, we're up to LD 801, an act regarding sentencing options for a person convicted of a crime committed while serving a term of imprisonment. Ms. Overton?
Yes, thank you. Deb, this is LD 801. The bill repeals the provision of law that provides that when an individual serving a term of imprisonment is convicted of a crime committed while imprisoned or while imprisonment is stayed, the sentence is not concurrent with any undischarged term of imprisonment, and no portion of the non-concurrent sentence may be suspended. You spotted right off that this bill raises the same issues as Part A of the CLAC bill, LD 536. At issue is the type of sentence that a court may impose for a crime committed while a person is serving a sentence or on stay of execution of that sentence. In terms of testimony, Senator Miramont supported the bill. He is the sponsor and he provided written testimony. He stressed the need to give the court discretion in sentencing. Jeremy Pratt for the MacDill criminal defense lawyers testified in favor, stressing the need for discretion in sentencing. Jan Collins testified in favor, and Michael Kabidi from ACLU also testified in favor. Opponents included Sheriff Mason, representing the Maine Sheriff's Association. Commissioner Liberty from DOC submitted written testimony opposed. Anna Black testified for DOC in opposition. She cited DOC concerns for safety and security in correctional facilities and the need for consecutive sentencing when a crime is committed by an imprisoned adult resident. Commissioner Liberty explained that the DOC's position is that it's important for the court to be able to impose a non-concurrent sentence when a person serving the sentence is convicted of a crime committed while imprisoned or under the stay. John Pelletier, representing CLAC, testified against the bill and submitted written testimony. He explained that CLAC members support giving discretion to the court to order a concurrent or non-concurrent sentence and support giving the authority to interrupt the first sentence to enable non-concurrent sentence for the second where appropriate. He explained that most people serving sentences are serving split sentences where imprisonment is followed by a period of probation, and that the tolling language in section 1609 gives the authority to the court to interrupt the first sentence. There is a proposed amendment from CLAC. I don't have it in front of me on their bill, but that is the proposed amendment that they have giving discretion to the judge is something that was brought up with regard to this bill, and you might want to consider that when you're considering the options for this bill. What would you like to do?
I will describe. Okay, thank you, so I can see people. I have Representative Reckett followed by Representative Pickett.
Really. I would like to move this bill to pass with the amendment that, and I'm trying to figure out exactly where the words go in, but that would give the judge discretion to make these sentences either concurrent or not concurrent. So, and I'm not sure exactly where in the limited sentences of the summary that would go, but I think it's the same intent several of us have talked about, including John Pelletier, and that would, and I'm almost always in favor of giving judges the discretion in sentencing, and I want to do that here.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
I think you have a motion on the floor right now. I don't know if you got a second to it or not, but I have a comment, and I was going to make a motion, but it was not going to be the same motion.
I'll second. I'm sorry, I missed that. I'll second Lois's motion. I apologize. I was asleep at the wheel.
Okay, now that I've the second has been, may I have discussion?
Go right ahead.
Okay, I don't see the need for the bill because I think we can take care of it in the CLAC bill. I don't think we have to do it in this. And we had the DOC, we had Sheriff Mason, John Pelletier, all speaking in opposition to it. I think it's a bill that's not needed if we're going to do it, if we're going to take care of CLAC. So I will not be supporting this motion. I will be voting no.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that Representative Pickett, since what Representative Reckitt's motion is basically part of the CLAC bill, CLAC will be in support of it. So we would strike the language and replace it with CLAC's first section of their bill. And the reason I really support that is those CLAC bills are so large. I mean, they have so many points to them that really, think of how we're going to do when we're trying to explain this to our colleagues, when they've got 7 or 8 bills in one. This allows us to remove an entire section from that bill, but still achieve what CLAC is asking us to do by putting it into this bill. And so that's why I support Representative Reckitt's motion. And Jane, just so that the motion is clear, because we talked about this earlier, it is the CLAC amendment to their 563, which came out of this committee last year.
It's 536.
Excuse me, 536.
Right.
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, I'm opposed to this bill because I think that it leaves out a lot on the victims end. When you have somebody already in prison or jail because there was a victim, and then you go for sentencing and you don't get the full effect of being in the courtroom, I think that this is taking away what the victim has experienced, and you're judging a new crime. So I'm have to be against this. So I'm going to go out not to pass on it. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to surprise people and say I agree with Representative Warren. And it follows step by step. LD 536 is my amendment to the criminal code. I did a lot of growing up on this. I knew the reality. It's listening and trying to figure out the legalese language. And I finally did and understood what in fact is happening and what does work for the whole system. Having said that, I made a note on that LD 536 because I was cross-referencing it. Senator Marmont's bill, this one, really did propose to completely repeal 801 of the statute. Not 801, excuse me, repeal 1609, which has to do with non-concurrent sentencing. But when he was here, we offered to him, through Representative Warren was explaining to him that we were dealing with the same subject in CLAC. And CLAC was totally in support of discretionary non-concurrent sentencing for the judges. That is something that would have remained in my bill. And as Representative Warren was saying, it's already been through CLAC. Everybody there understood it. I know it's difficult to understand, but it gives a lot of discretionary authority to the judge. It is clean. A lot of this has to do with crimes committed in the prison or a stay of execution. And so I am in favor, basically, in putting what is in, like Representative Warren said, we've got like 9 bills in my one bill. We've already discussed it to death, is to take that discretionary one, and Senator Marmont is not opposed to this because he's saying the same thing, but he's wiping out all of 1609. This is a part of 1609 that he said he can live with. And so that goes, what I'm speaking on is the amendment. I mean, that, or the motion that Representative Reckett made in support of her motion. I don't know if that's clear as mud, but I don't have heartburn over it. Representative, I think Representative Pickett is first, followed by Representative Reckett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard what you said and I agree with almost all of it. But the one part I don't is the fact that it will not put any undue burden on the clack bill that you have that we're looking at, because it's one that we've already agreed on. So it's right in there now. We wouldn't be arguing that in the clack bill, because your bill, because it's already in there. And my objection to doing this is because I don't like putting new laws in the books when we don't need to put them in the books. This would be a new law on its own, where we have in the clack bill, we can take care of it all at one time. That's the reason why I'm voting against it. Thank you.
I will recognize Representative Reckett.
The reason I'm wanting to do this is when we talked about the clack bill, it was before we went into session the last time. And I was very concerned that we might have, I think it was a 6-part bill, could have been more than that, I can't remember. Not that I was in disagreement with any particular part of it. I might have been, I don't think I was, but I don't remember them all. But what worried me is whether or not we would lose the whole thing because there was opposition to particular pieces of it. And people might feel so strongly in one place that they would vote against the whole thing. So I had a conversation with John Martin because asking him whether or not it was possible to divide that bill into the parts that it was, because I'm so used to parliamentary procedure that is not Mason's rules. I didn't know because in Robert's rules, you would have just divided the question and voted on it ad seriatim and did them one at a time. And Representative Martin said that was in fact legal to do. It was very rarely done, but it was part of the rules and could be done that way. But it seemed to me when I looked at Senator Miramont's bill is that if we take out this one part that I am at least in agreement with, then I think it would make it less difficult to explain the whole darn thing to everybody to try to get everybody on board. So my intent was not to muck things up. It was to try to make sure that at least this one would move forward. But if you think that it's the other one's going to be hunky-dory, that's fine. I don't have a particular interest in this bill. I just have an interest in moving all of that clack-based bill forward, either in part or in whole. So I can either leave my motion there, or and if you vote it down, then big deal. We'll go on to the clack bill, or if you want me to, I can withdraw it. But although I can't do it without your consent, but I just it sounds like because this committee understands what clack is trying to do with that bill, that it might be easier for me just to pull my motion out, because I think we're going to be able to vote on the clack bill in a reasoned and understanding way. I just am not totally trusting that the legislature as a whole will be able to do that. So for what that's worth. Now I have no idea what to do, so.
Representative Warren, I did see your hand now. Did you move your hand to Ms. Fay?
I just put my hand up because John Pelletier has his hand up in the attendees room.
I think it's appropriate to call Mr. Pelletier in. And no one has any objection. I'd like to call him in. Since he's got a foot in each of the bills.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. I really don't want to comment on, you guys are discussing whether this is the best vehicle or the clack bill is the best vehicle. I just wanted to make clear that what Representative Reckett is suggesting as her amendment is not language that we've actually put before you yet. You asked us to go back and look at a portion of the Clack bill. We've come to resolution. We are in support of the exact language that this committee crafted 2 years ago. And I just emailed Jane that language just to make sure she'd have it. So I just wanted to make that clear that we haven't actually submitted this language to the committee, but it's language that's easily checked on and identifiable because it's actually an amendment that the committee crafted 2 years ago. And Jane now has it. So on the policy question that you're debating, whether to do it now or leave it for the Clack bill, I'm not commenting. I just wanted to make clear that the language does exist and Jane has it if she needs it.
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. You clarified this for me because I have it. So that's why I thought everybody did. So, okay, I have the old one. So, Representative Rickett, do you still have your hand up or?
No, it's a new hand.
A new hand, but I think Representative Warren had her hand before.
Nope, she's first.
Representative Rickett, followed by Representative Warren.
Well, I'd like to say that my motion, however garbled it might have come out of my mouth, was intended to reproduce the language that John Pelletier has just referred to. And that's in fact what my motion was. I'm certain of it. If only I could have gotten my tongue entangled. My point is I'm trying to do this one section of the Clack bill right now, just in case. That's my intent. And so my motion really was to do the language that apparently Jane has and Sue has and sorry, Senator DeChambeau has and the rest of us don't quite have, but that's my motion.
It doesn't change. I think your second was, who was that? Who's second?
Me.
Okay. Representative Warren?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. While Mr. Pelletier was here, I think that there's a little bit of confusion. So I just want to make sure that people realize that all we're attempting to do is move something out of a very large bill into this bill, strike everything else, and the result will be exactly the same in the criminal code. That whether we do it through 801 or leave it in 536 or 563, whatever that bill is, it doesn't create anything new. And in the criminal statute, it will look exactly the same way. Mr. Pelletier, would you agree with that?
Yep.
Just because there seemed to be some confusion. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands up. The motion on this bill, 801, is to, we're basically striking what that bill is and adding the same part that they wanted, that the sponsor had no problem with adjusting to that from 536 about discretionary non-concurrent sentences. So that's the motion before us, taking it out of the big bill, and Senator Marmont will get credit for it, basically in Clack. Representative Pickett, we are ready for a vote, probably.
No, I'm ready for just a statement.
Go ahead.
I am okay with if we're doing what we did 2 years ago, but if Jane has that before her, I would like to have her read that to us because I want to know what I'm voting on. Because we have two people here on our side that were not here, actually three, because Senator Searway was not in this committee either, that have never heard that. We want to hear what that says. I want them to be able to hear what that says because they're having we're having some discussion here that they're not comfortable with voting on something that they haven't seen or heard.
Great question. maybe Jane can share that so you can see it, screen share it, or send it to Deb to screen share.
I think I will give it a try.
Jane, if I may, Jane, on your March 25th policy for 536.
Right, it's in there.
On page 2, it's italicized. Italicized. Do you have that?
I do, but John just sent me a copy.
Okay.
There it is. Great.
Can you make that a little louder?
Put your legal hat on. It gets confusing.
I'm trying to figure it out. Oh.
Next to it, maybe?
If you go to view, you can drop down and go to like 200%. View right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go to like 200%.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Okay, great. Okay.
Remember, that's in regard to split sentences.
Senator DeChambeau, is it possible you could have John just kind of go over that just a little bit on explaining how the what happens on a consecutive term and then you get a non-concurrent or a concurrent sentence goes in there? How does that work?
It's not consecutive. It's well, I'll let Mr. Pelletier, do you wish to?
Sure.
Okay.
This amendment covers crimes that are committed in 4 instances. One is when you're in prison serving a sentence and you commit a new crime. And the others all have to do with a stay of execution. So you're given a stay and you commit a crime while you're on a stay, or you commit a crime after you fail to report at the end of the stay, or you commit the simple crime of failing to report. So those are 4 instances. The question is, when a person is convicted of one of those crimes, if they're already serving another sentence, can the judge give them a consecutive sentence or a concurrent sentence? And if they're serving a sentence that has probation at the end of it, a split sentence, the judge cannot give them a consecutive sentence unless the judge interrupts the first sentence and inserts the new sentence into the first sentence, and then the first sentence picks up when the second sentence is served. What this does is it allows the judge to decide first, is it going to be concurrent or is it going to be consecutive? And consecutive means not non-concurrent in this context. And if the judge decides concurrent, then it's just a concurrent sentence. It doesn't add any additional jail time. If it is a consecutive sentence, then the first sentence is interrupted and the new sentence is inserted. That is up to the judge, but it preserves for the judge the ability to interrupt that sentence if the judge decides that the two sentences should not be concurrent. But in all of these cases, the judge can decide that they are concurrent. So it preserves the judge's discretion, but if the judge decides the sentence is going to be non-concurrent, it preserves a way for the judge to do that under our sentencing statutes.
Representative Pickett? You're muted.
Can we take the screen share down? And also,
Certainly.
now that we've had that and had that explained, and now that I want to rush out and buy some current jelly, I think I can get my my head around that, and I think I can support the bill now as amended.
First time this came up, I did spend some time, and I think you saw it vividly. A split sentence is in fact a full sentence. And if the individual in a prison commits a very serious crime that warrants going to court, the judge can't do anything, can't make that split sentence a consecutive, because he just can't. Because if an inmate has 5 years all but 2 suspended and probation 3, he can't make it consecutive because he has to finish that first sentence, including probation. So you can't make it consecutive, have him go out on probation and come back. What it does do, however, is the judge can, as Mr. Pelletier said so well, is stop that split sentence. And if he wants to give him a year, serve that year, then he goes back to finishing his split so that he can go out on probation. So toll is interrupt. He can't put it at the end because the guy would be out in the community on probation. He's not going to give him 2 years, let him out on one sentence and say, you got to turn yourself in after you finish probation. That's not going to happen. I have Representative Reckett, Representative Costain.
I just wanted to clarify that my intent with the amendment is to ask that the Clack amendment that we just looked at on the screen is in fact to be substituted for whatever in the world we had before that. Yeah. But that's the intention of what I did.
Representative Costain?
Yes, can we call a question?
Please.
For a vote?
Everybody familiar with that? Ready?
You sure, Representative? You don't want to talk about it for another hour?
We second, triple, fourth, even though we don't need it.
I'm sorry, I could not help it. I'm ready. Yes.
Okay, video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's unanimous with 11 yes, 2 absent.
Is that our first unanimous?
No.
Okay. All right.
Get to the last bill.
There isn't.
We have one more. We have 417. Is anybody nodding? I've got I don't have the title of it. I'm sorry.
An act to protect Maine drivers from pretextual traffic stops.
It's real, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, Jane. I know you've got so much.
We already had a couple work sessions on this bill, so we probably don't need to go over her analysis again. I know that Representative Morales has an amendment. Quite possibly she could propose that to us and then we could just vote the bill. I mean, discuss the bill and vote the bill.
Representative Morales, do you have an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I sent you all an amendment in an email. And I want to thank you for giving me the time to try to work it out. And I did try very hard to work it out. Wasn't unable to do so. So this is what I offer you today. This law seeks to balance privacy rights with public safety on the roadways and public safety of those subject to pretext traffic stops, particularly in light of, and I'm sure you all saw, Dante Wright, a young man being shot and killed by an officer yesterday as a result of a pretext stop. So the way that the bill is laid out, I hope, does everyone have the email that I sent out?
No. Yeah, I haven't read it all yet.
Okay. And Jane has it as well. Jane, I think I sent it to you as well. So I don't know if you want to share it on the screen, if that makes the most sense, so that folks can see it.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Okay, great.
You can keep talking while I'm looking for it.
Okay. So the first section of the bill is a definition, and it defines pretext stop is the practice of making a traffic stop of a motorist for a minor traffic or equipment violation, and then using that stop to investigate a more serious crime that the officer does not have probable cause for. The second piece of the bill would be to prohibit law enforcement officers from engaging in the practice of pretext traffic stops. The third piece of the bill is all conduct and questions by law enforcement officers for a stop under Title 29A, Chapter 5, 15, 17, or 19 must be reasonably related to the purpose that permits the officer to stop a motor vehicle in the first place. Number 4 of the bill is around motions to suppress evidence of criminal activity obtained pursuant to a motor vehicle stop in violation of this section may not be used in any criminal proceeding. Number 5 section of the bill, the Department of Public Safety will require all law enforcement agencies to collect data on race, age, and gender for all traffic stops. And number 6 of the bill, the Department of Public Safety will collect and provide the demographic data from all traffic stops in Maine, including the number of citations, arrests, and use of force complaints related to those stops to this committee, the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety each year. And that is the bill.
Senator, you have...
Well, I would like that to go down because all I see is Representative Pickett has his hand up. Go ahead, Representative Pickett.
Yes, so that we can get discussion going, I would like to make a motion. I move ought not to pass.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the bill on that. Are you all done? Okay, Senator Seaway?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Why does he bottle the water?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to look at this, and I said, geez, you know, if, being a law enforcement officer, it's a tough job as it is, and this would make it almost impossible. And so I couldn't support this. We have officers out there putting their life on the line every day, and with this, it would be at least, I'd say, 5 times worse in putting their life in danger. I think this is a bill that just I think would be very tough for a law enforcement officer to do their job.
Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this bill and I support the work that Representative Morales has done. I know she's met with a lot of folks, and I understand that my friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle aren't going to support this bill. That's okay, because we're going to disagree. I'm still going to have respect for you. And I know that you're also going to have respect for our representatives who have worked hard to bring forward bills that you might not agree with. And that is okay that you disagree. So it probably doesn't mean that we have to have a large discussion about it, but everybody deserves the respect of doing really hard work. And Representative Morales has worked her tail off, and she deserves respect by everybody in this committee, even when we disagree. So thank you. I will be voting in support of this bill.
Representative Costain, followed by Representative Reckett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to say to Representative Morales that thank you for all your hard work in this bill. Even though I can't support it, I do appreciate your work that you did to bring it to us today. And thank you very much.
Representative Reckett.
I just have a question. Part of this bill reminds me of another discussion that I don't know whether it was this committee or judiciary, because I occasionally get confused. But there was a long discussion about collecting data on race in when police are stopping people. And I don't remember where we left it off, but it might have been judiciary that was talking about doing it. I presume that if there's an overlap with somebody else who's may or may not succeed in having racial data collected on arrests or stop or stops of any traffic stops, I think it was about. I assume if you do that for one thing, it works for everything, right? I mean, I don't want to. I certainly don't want to say, you know, have a checklist the size of Montana, but I think it's important to collect data, and I just want to make sure that we're not overlapping and doing it twice somehow. So, but now that I'm talking, I'm not even agreeing with myself. So I take back what I just said. I'm tired, and I think I want to go have a cup of coffee, we'll say.
Okay. Representative Pickett.
That's okay, Representative Reckett. It's been a long day. I would just echo what my friend and colleagues, Charlotte Warren, Representative Warren, and Dan Costain have said, and that is, even though I cannot support the bill, I know that when Representative Morales does a bill, she puts her whole heart and soul into it, works very hard on it, as I do with the bills that I do as well. And I've tried every way, looking at it every way I can, but I just can't with my background and with everything. I cannot support the bill, but I certainly do respect her and I respect her place in this committee and it helps to keep us all in check. We're not, like you said, Representative Warren, we're not always going to agree, but one thing about it is most of the time we try to come to some kind of a consensus. I think this is one of those times where we probably won't. Thank you.
Representative Costain, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only concern I just want to bring up is I don't see how we're going to be able to collect this data statewide. I mean, every agency in the state and numerous of traffic stops a day. I mean, I don't see how. I think there's going to have to be a lot of work done to be able to even think about doing that. I just wanted to throw that out. I mean, I don't see how the data collection part of traffic stops is going to be done. I mean, you know, an officer may stop 10, 15, 20 cars a day. And then they have to compile that to their agency, and then the agency has to try to do something with it, and then the state police have got to try to do something with it. So I just throw that out. Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure that there was a second. There may have been, but in case there wasn't, I'd like to make a motion ought to pass as amended. Was there? I wanted to do it in case there wasn't. It looks like there was a second. Okay, I missed my chance. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
I'm going to go step by step. I'm going to take the time to do it because I want to vote the way I really am understanding this. Pretext stop, okay? I'm going to go fast. Practice of making the traffic stop of a motorist and then using that stop. For example, the light is out. And some officers like to be community good officers and they want to just notify the person that the back light is out. So I understand you can't go there and play that kind of cop that you stop them because you really think he's a drug dealer and you're hoping to get a good arrest out of this. I can see that kind of mindset going, but you stop them on the pretext, well, the pretext. It was the light is out. So then number 2 says you shall not engage. Well, that's going to be, if this bill passes, this law, of course, they can't engage in a pretext stop. Then, so you see the light out, you go up to the individual and you must conduct yourself and ask questions. They must be reasonably related to the purpose that you stopped in the first place. But as you're talking to the individual, I know I'm playing cop in my head. You're talking to the individual, you see the glassy eyes, and you only stopped him for the light. But then you see what you think could be, there's a little white powder on the seat or something. I don't know. His mind is going. He talks to the sergeant. They get a dog in. Can't do that because he only stopped him for the light. And you're saying if it's evident, if you see something in the back seat, like kilos for crying out loud or something, only then can you do it. Evidence of criminal activity pursuant to the motor vehicle may not be used in a criminal proceeding. All law enforcement, and then I don't want to talk about that. That's a whole different ballgame. But I'm trying to play how to do this. I don't understand how you would stop just to give them a warning that the light is out or the muffler's down or something. And you really can't do anything unless it's like right in front of you. You can't even be proactive in one way because it's perceived as a pretext stop. as I told you last time, I was so surprised of officers who spoke to me about that. I did not solicit information at all. They were struggling with this. They just felt they could not do their work properly with this. So, am I correct? And do you want to correct me, Representative Morales? Because that's how I read this. You have your hand up.
If you don't mind, if I just add a comment, if that's okay.
I've asked you, yes.
Yes. So the way the courts look at pretext stop is there has to be an inference that the only reason for the stop was due to something like the color of their skin, or due to something that's an inappropriate reason for the stop. So it doesn't necessarily preclude the officer from making a stop, particularly if that officer thinks that it is something that is a public safety risk. They typically do pull folks over for things of that nature, like say it's at night and say there's a tail light out or say there's a headlight out. Obviously, those are public safety issues. So it really is fact specific, and an officer would be using their training and have probable cause to pull folks over for the, for the violations that they typically would do so. However, they couldn't pull someone over just for a pretext. And of course, that's difficult to prove. It would be difficult. I recognize that that's very difficult to prove. But for example, when you have an officer on video or audio saying, I'm pulling them over because they're a thug or they've got dreadlocks or something like that, then when you add that to a law that says you can't pull folks over for pretext stops, that would be part of the defense attorney's case for arguing that the only reason that this person was pulled over, yes, maybe they changed from one lane to another and they didn't put a signal on, but there's no one else on the road. But they did mention that they were wearing a certain thing. They did mention that they had a certain color of their skin. That would be the argument for why that was solely a pretext stop. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and then, okay,
Yeah, that's how that would work in court.
I just want to say again, I think we probably pretty much all know where we're going to vote. So if folks are ready, maybe we could just do that.
I just wanted to be very clear in my mind. That's why I took the time to ask the question, to go step by step.
Again, Senator, often when I say things, they're not just directed at you. There are 13
I
of us.
wanted to explain my position.
Okay, I just mean in general, if we're ready, I didn't want to use the move the question.
Is everybody ready for a vote? So a recap, the motion is ought not to pass, even with the amendment that she presented to us. All right.
Video on, please, and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
No.
Representative Morales.
No.
Representative Reckett.
No.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
No.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costin.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
No.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 6 yes, 5 no, 2 absent.
Mute your thing.
All right. That concludes our work for today.
Jane has her hand up.
Hello, Senator. I need to know what the noes on that vote want.
I, for one, am with Representative Morales's amendment that she put forward today. I would assume others are with that, but I'll let them answer for themselves.
Yes, I am as well.
Me too.
Yeah. Yes.
You all set? All right, we'll see each other again Wednesday, 10 a.m. I have a 10 a.m. Bill in another committee, so Representative Warren, will you be available?
Yes, certainly. Today was my big day, so I can relax a little on Wednesday, and I'll be happy to.
Okay. Representative Pickett, you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just looking at what we had for the schedule for today, and I'm just wondering if moving forward, public hearings, if we come up with public hearings that we know there's going to be some public hearings, we're going to know that are going to be lengthy public hearings, and we might be mindful of that and just not put 2 or 3 of them in with a bunch of work sessions, because it's going to, especially on a Friday, because it's going to make for a real long day by doing that. So I would rather work longer on Monday and Wednesdays than I would on Fridays, just for what it's worth, because public hearings like today, you know, those public hearings could have went just the other way and took an hour or two. That one there, the first one took almost 3 hours. We never know that. And then you turn around and come into the work session, and here we are, it's after 5 o'clock getting done. So just something to think about, but when we're scheduling.
Representative Pickett, we really took that in consideration. If you look at Friday's 4 bills, they pretty much are all the same thing. We're about composition of Board of Trustees. So we may not have to repeat and repeat. So I hope you understand that was.
I know we got a lot of bills. I understand that. And I know as long as we can keep them, keep them together like that, that's good. But if we just have, like, for example, we've already talked about, I know in leadership, we've already talked about when we get to the firearms bills, which we will be getting to, of if we have a bunch of them, not having them, maybe taking them in 2 days, those kind of things like that. When we know something that's going to come up, that we're going to have a long, probably contentious bill or something like that, we don't want to get 3 or 4 of those all the same day, because we'll never get out of here.
Good. All right. Are we all set?
Thank you, everyone. Long day. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
See you Wednesday. Have a good night.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. Enjoy the sunshine.
Go into the woods.
Thanks, Deb, for doing the share screen.
You're welcome.
Thanks.